should unmute here.
No. I think that should be fine.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session, Social Justice During Rapid Datafication. More and more of our lives are being datafied. There will come a time when there will be fewer things that are mined for data than that are not mined for data. The challenge is that as our physical lives are unequal with many injustices, the reflection of that in data is also unequal and mired with injustices. So how do we ensure that rapid datafication is social justice is ensured throughout that process? The people with us today did research on just that, and more importantly, they have ensured that unheard and underrepresented voices are included in that research and in that conversation. In the same way that we want as many voices to participate in this discussion, we expect you here in the room today to add your voices, your stories, and your context, as well as the people online to that conversation. So as the speakers are delivering their brief talks, please note your questions in the chat if you are with us on Zoom, and write them down or remember them for the open forum that will shortly follow the conversations. So without further ado, I'll introduce our team here today. My name is Red Tani of Engage Media. Right next to me is Vino Lucero. He will be moderating the online component of this session. And our speakers today are Egbert Witz, Research Manager at Engage Media, Thompson Chengeta, who is right next to me. He is a researcher at the Advancing Data Justice Research and Practice Project, and Rosamund Powell, Ethics and Research at Alan Turing Institute. She is joining us online. At the end of this discussion, Caterina Francisco, Editorial Coordinator at Engage Media, will synthesize what we have discussed. Egbert, take it away.
Thank you so much, Red. I hope I'm audible. If somebody can raise a hand in the room, if they can hear me, then I'm good. Great. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to everyone on Zoom. My name is Egbert. As said, I'm the research manager at Engage Media. We are a non-profit media, technology, and culture organization active in the Asia Pacific, and we use the power of video, the internet, and open technologies to create social and environmental change. I'll just introduce how we got here. We became part of the Global Data Justice Research, which falls under the Global Partnership on AI via a call by the Alan Turing Institute. Roa will later speak on their behalf. As a selected regional partner, our goal at Engage Media was to fill a gap in data justice research by providing researchers from the context of Southeast Asia. And the idea was that our findings would help policymakers, practitioners, and impacted communities to gain a broader understanding of data governance and data justice issues within Southeast Asia. Now, data justice includes considerations of equity, informed by affected communities that encompass questions around access to and visibility and representation in the data that is used in the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning systems. So just broadly speaking, data justice refers to the fair and just approaches in dealing with digital data, and particularly in how people are made visible and represented in data collection and analysis processes. Now, I will just highlight 3 findings from the research we did in Indonesia and the Philippines, and later Thompson and Roa will give a more global perspective and also look at what lies ahead. Now, the first thing that we noticed in our region is that people look at technology as a sort of Inevitable advancement. Kanisthayaan is the word, old Sanskrit word that was mentioned often. It's like the advancement of technology is God-willed. It is inevitable. Like you are born and you will die, the same goes for technology. It will advance whether you like it or not. Except that this means that the critical questions that need to be asked, like are these advancements in technology actually aiding humanity? And is the increased digitization of our personal lives leading to better policies by the government of Indonesia and the Philippines? Is it leading to increased health for everyone, increased distribution of welfare, etc.? These questions are not being asked. Instead, these technological advancements and datafication are taken for granted. Kanisthayaan, inevitable. Let me quote from the research. Technologies that should be considered means to improvement are taken to embody progress in and of themselves. Their superiority to older technology considered self-evident. Their efficacy and suitability to local conditions and priorities left conveniently under-examined. The second issue that we noticed is that there's an endless collection of data happening, including also increased surveillance. We've spoken to Indonesian government officials that explain they have piles of data. And out of this data, they are literally unable to obtain actionable knowledge or concrete inputs to improve their policies, which means they're collecting data for the sake of collecting data, which is, of course, not the initial intent of collecting data. It should always have an aim of improving the conditions of the people living in Indonesia and the Philippines. And the third and my final finding I would like to highlight this morning is that data is unable to capture the diversity that is present within us humans, the constant change and fluidity of our lives and our human experience. An example was by a transgender woman who was born as a man, but today goes through her life as a woman. She had been trying to get her sex on her driver's license and on all her official documents to change, but she was unable to do so because the system wouldn't allow to do it. Then one point she had to go to the police station in Jakarta to renew her driver's license. And then the policeman that sat there behind the computer to put in the data looked at her and asked, would you like me to change your sex into woman? And she replied, yes, I would love for you to do that. On which he deleted the male, entered female, and printed her driver's license. And the issue was solved. Something that all the data streams and all the internet forms were unable to do was resolved in a simple human conversation that happened there. So I will leave it at that, those three findings. I'll hand it back to Red, who will pass it on to Thompson and Roa. And I really look forward to discussing more with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egbert. Now we'll have Thompson.
Thank you very much to begin with for Engage Media for inviting me to this particular session. And as already introduced by my colleagues, my name is Thompson Chengeta, born first to say in a very small town in Shurugwi in Zimbabwe. That is where I am from. I say this particularly because some of the things that I'm going to say may reflect what shapes some of my perceptions on this topic of data justice. Within this project, which my colleagues have mentioned, my role, so to say, was to work with 6 partner organizations from across the globe, four of which were from the African continent. What I'm going to try to do in this particular 5 minutes that I've been given, and I hope that I'll be able to do that, because more often I'm accused of talking until cows come back home. So I'll try to really zoom into perhaps what I consider to be some of the most critical issues when it comes to data justice. Now, before I begin some of the points that I will try to focus on in these 5 minutes, which will be 3 of them, I would like to mention as perhaps an introductory note to say, for me, when it comes to the aspect of data justice, coming from a background of law or as a lawyer, I look at it first to zoom in at the individual, the person, when we talk about human rights. Now, for years and years, from the Declaration of Human Rights, so to say, Universal Declaration of Human Rights at the international level, the conceptualization of the human has always been the physical human. When we talk of human rights, it has been about the physical human being. Unfortunately, with the digital age, with datafication, it has come to a point where, as humans, we seem to exist in twofold. The physical being, by which an individual is protected by the international instruments which provides for human rights in each region, and the second aspect being the digital being. By the digital being, I'm referring to that online person who, for example, exists by virtue where data then plays that fundamental role. Most of you may be aware that now, in the current world, whenever you introduce yourself to a first person or to a stranger, one of the questions they ask you is, what are your social medias? They're asking for that online person. Even government institutions, international institutions, you apply for something, it could be a job, they look you up online, the digital being. Now, when it comes to that digital being, how just is the current society or the international community when regulating that online person? Now, when these many organizations that worked on this data justice project worked on this issue, and I was also privileged to work with Engage Media, there were certain themes that constantly ran through their reports. And I think my colleague Roar will be able to talk of some of them, but I'll focus only on three. Number one, the issue of power. How does power relate to the issue of data justice? When we're talking about power, as it relates to, number one, the developers of technologies that have got an impact on data technologies or AI technologies that have got an impact on human lives. When talking of power, we're talking about how government institutions are using the data that they appropriate or expropriate from individuals. When we're talking of power, we're questioning the question of saying, who has the power to determine what we begin to tell ourselves as data justice to begin with? And at this instance, one of the things that we noted when we are doing, for example, interviews in this particular project was the aspect that most of those who hold power in determining of what data justice means, how people are affected or impacted by data collection and how it is used, have historically held that power. Certain regions, certain companies registered in certain regions still exercise that enormous power when it comes to determining or trying to understand what exactly data justice means. If you go within the region and you zoom in within or zero in within that particular region, again, the same institutions, be it political powers that may be, still exercising that kind of power of determining, again, what data justice means. I'll zero in as far as that issue of power is concerned to the aspect of global considerations or regional considerations when it comes to determination of what data justice means when it comes to power. Many writers, at least in my realization, some have begin to term it as data colonialism. For the people who are from Africa, the region which I'm saying I am from, with the history of colonialism, colonialism constituted the appropriation of the physical being owned by another person, your resources being owned by another person for their own benefit. With the issue of data now, the colonizer is no longer, for example, a foreign power or only a foreign power, but can be also your own government, can be a company registered within your own company, within your own country, or within the institution which you are existing. In that particular regard, the question has been to say how, in terms of regulation, which we may want to have, how can we as the international community be able to still ensure that we do not have a second phase, for example, of data colonialism? Seeing that my colleague is already pointing that my time is up, I will just mention specifically on the issue of methodology, where I would say that when it comes to determining or trying to articulate what a good regulation on data could be, our methodologies matter. Who do we consult? Who do we interview? Whose views matter? Whose ideas takes precedence, be it at the national, regional, or international level, as far as making those rules are concerned? As we are sitting right here, as my last statement, I recognize that sometimes you go to a person in the village, in my village there in Shiruga, and you say, we need data justice. Again, you may be speaking Greek to them. Yet what the impact of what we're talking about may be far reaching to their lives, as it were. So the question, or what I would end on, is to say the importance, whether it is on the Asian, whether it is on the African or European continent or the American continent, the importance of diversity and taking seriously how the issue of data impact every human being, and to say it should not be an aspect of elitism, but of actually everyone who is included and taking seriously their views in how we govern this aspect. My apologies again for running over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thompson. I didn't want you to stop, but you were bringing up a lot of very good points. So has Egbert, and I'm sure a lot of people here have questions. Make sure that you take note of them. And you may, in the Zoom call, already type them into the chat so that we can queue those questions for the Q&A that will follow shortly after Roa shares her thoughts. Go ahead, Roa.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to Engage Media for having me, and to Thompson and Egbert for such interesting opening remarks. And hopefully we will get to unpack those lots more in the question session next. I will keep what I'm going to say brief, because I think my perspective from the UK on this topic is less interesting, and I hope to just give an overview of some of the work that the other partners did in addition to Engage Media. So first of all, some background on me. I am based at the Alan Turing Institute, which is the UK's National Institute for AI and Data Science. And this project, Advancing Data Justice, Research and Practice, which we were lucky enough to have Egbert and Thompson working with us on, originated in the Public Policy Programme in the UK and in partnership with the Global Partnership on AI, as Egbert said. And it actually began as long ago as the middle of 2021, at which point we were tasked with doing a large-scale research project on data justice. And as this has not yet been mentioned, I will briefly speak about the origins of the term itself, because as Thompson says, it can sometimes seem like Greek, and it's not necessarily a familiar one even to people working in the social justice datafication space. So it began in academic research in a few different organizations in Europe, and the origins of it were to recognize the importance of shifting the power balance in conversations about datafication, and recognizing the importance of social justice and activism in really getting impacted communities' voices heard. However, in these origins, it was very much academic research. And in doing this project at the Alan Turing Institute, our PI, Dr. David Leslie, recognized that the work to actually advance data justice has much deeper roots than this academic origin would entail or suggest. First of all, the harms caused by datafication are rooted much deeper in our societies, and I'd like to discuss further with Thompson what he was saying about colonialism and many of the roots these inequitable practices have there. Second, the practices to advance data justice, including the work done by Engage Media, have much longer roots than this academic history of data justice would suggest. So as the Alan Turing Institute, we wanted to recognize the groups that were doing the on-the-ground research and on-the-ground activism work to actually change the realities of datafication. So that's why in 2021, we partnered with 12 organizations. So we've gone through on this talk from a very zoomed in lens to Thompson, who got to work with 6, and I've got a chance to work in a much smaller way with 12. So that's across Asia, Africa, Oceania, and Latin America. And the aim of each of these partners was to do research with, as Egbert says, policymakers, practitioners, and impacted communities on how data justice impacted them. And each of them produced a report, just like the one I think Vino has shared in the chat. And I would suggest reading each and every one of them because the material they cover is very expansive. I will run out of time if I try to go through any of the themes in significant detail. I would emphasize there was a lot of heterogeneity in the research that was done. Some grasped onto the concept of data justice and loved it as a concept with which to view their context. Others actually found it a more tricky concept to work with because it might symbolize the oppression of the law in their own country through the word justice, or they might prefer their own terms. In the case of Digital Natives Academy, Indigenous data sovereignty was favoured. And I think that's really reflected in the reports and highlighted is the diversity. But again, there are themes common, just checking my time, yeah. There are themes that are common throughout all of the reports, and that certainly mainly focuses on the challenges we face. I think in all of them, you'll see that the governance currently of these technologies is seen as inadequate. And again, I really want to highlight what Egbert said about the idea of technological determinism being rife everywhere. Nobody sees an easy way out, and it is seen like the natural course of the future that this datafication is just going to continue. And finally, as has been highlighted already, those who are really affected by this datafication were not being listened to in policymaking by developers, and that's really something we want to change. So what we then did was we wrote 3 sets of guidelines on data justice, which try and synthesize some of this material at a very high level. And those are directed towards policymakers, developers, and impacted communities. And what these do is they highlight the questions each of these groups can ask themselves if they want to enter into the data justice space. And they also set out 6 pillars of data justice, which are power, access, knowledge, equity, identity, and participation. I would love to go into much more detail on all of this work. We have many outputs which run to many hundreds of pages, but I would like to really briefly say what the next steps are in some of this work, because I think one of the best things has been starting to build this network of organizations doing similar work in different bits of the world. And we have got to continue working with lots of them, including Engage Media, through a project we are currently running with UNESCO, looking at their recommendation on AI ethics. But I would love to get perspectives from people at the Internet Governance Forum on how best one can run these networks and really ensure that they work on a regional as well as a global level and everyone feels equal in that partnership. There's no center to the network. So yeah, I think I've run up to my time, but I'm excited to discuss these topics further with Egbert and Thompson and everyone in the room.
Thank you so much, Roa. Round of applause for our speakers. You've shared some interesting things for us to discuss. So without further ado, we open the forum. Are there questions here or in the chat? Just raise your hand. I will give you an opportunity. Nino?
None from the comments yet.
Yeah, I'll start with one question because the concept of data justice to some can seem too theoretical. But the story that you shared, Egbert, one example that you gave, really drove the point home of how this can affect people's lives at a very meaningful level that goes beyond just the theory. So are there other such stories that really impacted you as you were doing the research? This question goes to the 3 of you. Go ahead.
I am happy to jump in quickly on this one. I think we were lucky enough, and I think Egbert has put in the link to this, to also get the chance to share certain stories through the medium of film, which is something Engage Media have been helping us with, thanks to their expertise. And in one episode that's coming out shortly, we share a story which was filmed by one of our partners, who I believe are also taking part in the IGF, and that is Digital Empowerment Foundation. And they're based in India. And what they did, which is really amazing, and I will try and publicize the film when it comes out so people can see it direct from these people's mouths. But they filmed a series about people working in the gig economy in Hyderabad. And these were Uber drivers and Ola drivers who had experienced that transition from just being taxis who could be called by pedestrians on the street towards being driven by the technology. And what that story really showed, we had an interview with a union leader in it, and he spoke very eloquently about how they were updating their technology all the time of these apps, but not giving the drivers time to really understand the technology and understand all the loopholes of things like surge pricing or the rewards they could get if they drove in a certain way. And so all these drivers were really evocatively describing how they were originally benefited from this technology, but now they felt it controlled them and they weren't given the resources to understand how it controlled them. So I very much would like people to hear that story from them, and that will be possible in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much. I think I would just like perhaps to share two stories, and they came up during the research in the interviews that I was doing with some of the people, ordinary people on the ground, regarding the aspect of data justice. The first one, at least it relates to the aspect of the African continent, or how in certain circumstances data injustice end up happening. With this particular individual, their concern was, look, my current issue which I'm having is being recognized within a particular territory as a person or as an individual, because my data, the identity which makes me a human being, which makes me be recognized as a human being before this particular nation, has been completely wired up in the context of armed conflict. Now, the war that were sometimes, some of their words, the war or the armed conflict that has happened or that has caused the wiping out or me losing my identity, my data, is not my fault. Now I'm before this nation, they are saying we cannot, to begin with, recognize you as an individual to be able to award you or to give you certain rights because we cannot be able to identify you. So the question which I realized there is, when it comes also to how data justice affect important rights, human rights, even those relating to personhood, in most circumstances, it's not the fault, it's not an issue of the individual that are affected, but those who are holding power. Then the second story, which I also found very interesting, regarding was with a developer, someone involved in the development of these technologies that has got an impact on datafication. My question to them was, when you are developing your technologies, what are your two most or utmost considerations which you take into consideration? And in their answer was, number one, profitability. Number two, how I protect my invention from being copied by everyone else. And I said, how about the aspect of impacting, or how it impacts the people you are trying to save? They say, yes, that is factored in, but there is always an assumption amongst most of our developers that the governments or the institutions who are in authority will take care of that. I found that a bit very concerning. Number one, because when I look at how, for example, the institution of human rights or the idea of human rights has been made for all over the years, it was under the assumption that the primary obligation when it comes to the protection of human rights rests with the state. It is the state that has got the duty to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. And the reason why that obligation was given on the state, it was under the assumption that it is the state that holds the power to impact the life of the individual. But that trajectory has changed. That paradigm has shifted. we now have private actors, non-state actors, particularly in the area of datafication, who have the power to impact in so many ways the lives of an individual. And if those non-state actors, for example, developers, are still thinking, for example, the obligation or to consider how their inventions will actually impact real lives, is something that is not, maybe not necessarily on their shoulders. I began to question the aspect to say, with the system, the frameworks that that currently exist, to what extent can I be able to talk of or talk about an effective data justice system in the world? And I'm usually an optimistic person, but at this moment I'm very pessimistic to say that unless something is actually done, to make sure that this issue is brought to the fore, especially in the international community, we may be entering another era where we may say we want to act after the fact to try to rectify the harms that will be following in this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thompson. Egbert? And
Yeah,
just a brief reminder, the people here, we would definitely want to hear your stories and your questions. Just raise your hands and type the questions into the chat. Go ahead, Egbert, share your story. And as I mentioned, looking forward to hearing stories from here in the room. Go ahead.
yeah. My story is of this technological determinism that has everybody in its grip in Southeast Asia, or the majority of the people in its grip. It's an academic person from Indonesia who you would think would be able to nuance the advantages and disadvantages of technology. And in our interviews, he proclaimed Mark Zuckerberg as a god. It was almost a divine person because he had created this platform, Facebook, which had allowed this academic to connect with so many people because he felt he had so much to share with the world based upon his research and the work that he was doing, that he felt this opportunity that was given to him by Facebook was amazing, and he had connected, and he felt that his work as a researcher was more validated, more valued, because now he was able to connect himself with all the other people. And any comment that we raised with regards to, say, the surveillance that comes with Facebook, the tracking of people's data, the the dangers that lie within what Facebook does with advertising, with the way the algorithms provide you with certain news that you might likely want to see. All of that was, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I have been given a platform. This is so amazing. So that sort of short-sightedness, to see that in an academic, was really something for us. That there's this tendency to only look at the advantages, and that person is often in a privileged position. So someone in a privileged position only able to see the advantages that technology brings for him, and not being able to question what does this technology mean for society at large? What could be the disadvantages of this? And take a more nuanced look at these sort of platforms was quite shocking to me. So that's just a story I wanted to share that also illustrates what Roa was saying, this tendency of humanity these days to think, oh, the technological advancement is just a given, and we just have to follow along. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Egbert. We have a question from Vino. I will pass the mic to him in a bit. But something that, and another one from the audience. But I thought we'd get a bit, and another one more. Great, we have a lineup of questions now. But I want to follow up on something Thompson said. He said that on the balance, he's pessimistic about the development of technology. So just by show of hands, on the balance, the way things are going, are you more pessimistic or optimistic? If you're pessimistic like Thompson is, raise your hands. Okay, we have, I think we have a split room. So we have a balance of optimism and pessimism. Maybe we'll do another check at the end. Let's see if people change their minds. And Vino, go ahead. And then we got a lineup of questions now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so for this project, I specifically hosted the Philippines workshop wherein we asked members of grassroots communities what data justice looks like for them. And it was a tough thing for them to do. It was easier for them to define what data injustice looks like. So my question, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, so my questions for the speakers are two things. One, are there cases in other countries wherein it was also easier for them to define data injustice than data justice? And the second one, in other countries' experiences, did the COVID-19 pandemic really magnify data injustices and data justice themes as well?
Thank you. And we'll take two more questions. So we'll take them in bunches of three so that our speakers can. So do please note Vino's question. Go ahead, YUD.
Yeah, thank you. I have the two questions. The first about the country as as object of the research, Indonesia and Philippines, they are as a part of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the another of the International Human Rights Treaty. So the question about the position of the determination of the technology for the politician, especially because in our experience in Indonesia, the politician use of the use of the technology as a political slogan. So the came out to the public and use of the technology as a political campaigns. They will develop of the AI based on data, etc. But the question is, what is the response from the Indonesian government or Philippines governments or the politician to adopt the human rights standards as a safeguard in the developing or in the processing or improving of the technology based on data? Because I think it is the crucial issue why the technology not bring as a part of the developing of the justice, because they are fail in the adopting or considering of the human rights standard in the processing of the technology or developing of the technology. It is the one question, the first question. The second question is, in the process of the research, isn't there of the contestation between the technological company from China's mainland? Because in our country, in Indonesia, I think the Chinese company, they are very give the big influence to the policymakers, to the government, how the government adopt and develop the cooperation with the Chinese company in the developing of the technology, for example, AI or 5G in the several cities in Indonesia, and also the Western technological company from the US or from the Europe, they also try to influencing of the policymakers. So is there of the contestation between the technological company from the China's or from the Western in the process of the research, and what is the implication from the contestation of the group? So thank you for.
Thank you so much. And I'll let the speakers answer the question, and then we'll move to the two questions here in the room and one in the chat. Go ahead, speakers.
Thank you very much. Again, just as a disclaimer, I will not say that I do have answers to all the questions that you're asking, which are very, very, important and critical questions. But I'll try to the best of my abilities to, at least from my perspective, some of my observations regarding those questions. If I may just start perhaps on the aspect of the question which my colleague here asked about whether, when it comes to the definition of what data justice means, whether we also experienced some of the differences or nuances within the communities that we're working with. The answer to that will be unequivocal yes. And for example, in my context, particularly working with African organizations, one of the important aspects that I notice, or one of the first impediment which you face when you're trying to make somebody or hear their thoughts on issue of data justice, is not the definition itself, but it's the challenge of language. Most of the language that exists which describes the terminologies or which describes the issues arising as far as datafication is concerned, you do not have the equivalent translation in local languages. So if from the beginning you're saying you're trying to involve even people at the grassroots level, and you say datafication, what does it mean in Shona in my own language? What does it mean in Ndebele? What does it mean in Swahili? If I go to that person trying to explain to them what are the issues at the hand, already that impediment of language to begin with, present that difficult of saying, how do you come to discuss this particular issue with the individual concerned? Then the second aspect beside the issue of language, after you have tried to say, well, this is what we're meaning when we're saying datafication, you have tried maybe your best to make them understand what you're referring to. One of the things which I have seen, it follows back to one, for example, on the African continent. I keep referring to the African continent because the majority, at least of the organizations I was working with, were from the African continent, was the idea where they kept saying, when it comes to us, it is about the food on the table. Now, all these ideas which you may be discussing, the question is, right now I'm poor, I'm starving, what does it mean for me? Trying to translate that again to one of the important principles which I think in the Data Justice Project we involve, the issue of equity. How does it translate? Because many organizations who are rich, who I said most of their origins, most of them are outside the continent, are benefiting from the data that they are mining from the individual. How does that translate to socio-economic rights of the individual concerned? So the aspect of data justice you've seen, depending on the continent you're or individuals, their region they're coming from, maybe to say what is the benefit. In certain regions I've seen the focus, when they define data justice, it may be a focus on civil and political rights, whilst in certain continents it also translates then to the aspect of socio-economic rights. Coming to your question, sir, I will try to just answer the part which I maybe feel maybe I may have an opinion on that, on the aspect of maybe democratization and the issue of data, to say how do politicians, for example, or the governments in power or those who are holding power in the day sometimes may be able to use data either for democracy purposes or anti-democracy. I would say that in many circumstances, at least what I've observed, at least from within the research, you would find that it's twofold. In certain circumstances, data can actually play an important role in democratization of nations. So to come to my colleague to say, I'm not completely pessimistic about the idea of technology, but what I'm pessimistic about is the governance framework about it. Because the idea may be good, but the issue of governance, or how is it governed, is where I'm having issues. So politicians, if left to their devices in many circumstances, I'm sorry to say that most of them will end up errand boys. So it's the issue of governance, which I have an issue with, to say, can data contribute to democratization of any particular nation? Yes, it can. How is that particular data being governed, or who is making those rules to make those issues of governance? This is where I'm having an issue to say issues of inclusion of who is doing what, it becomes an issue. Again, if I were to tie your issue of governance or democratization to the African continent, many African states, unfortunately, we have been accepting deals from China and from the USA to make investments within their countries, to mine data for data appropriation for other reasons other than actually the equity of the individuals concerned. And at the end of the day, this is where other people are saying, is this another second phase of perhaps of recolonization, where something that belongs to an individual, this time, your own identity through data is being actually mined by somebody else for their own profit. My apologies if I've not been able to sufficiently answer your concerns.
All right. And Roa, anything you would like to add to that answer by Thompson?
Yes, thank you. I will briefly add both on the question on the understandings of data justice and the need to kind of do that translation work to get a kind of more diverse understanding of it, but also two questions in the chat which relate to this. The first is saying that justice is fairness, which is what rules said, and whether this was the understanding of data justice we found most common. And secondly, there is a question about whether the digital rights framing offers anything different to data justice and which one we favour. So going to that question first on digital rights, I think it does offer something different, but we need both. I think what's really useful about the digital rights framing is how easily it can link in with the human rights approaches which so many governments and international organizations are taking, and the consensus forming around that at big organizations like Council of Europe, UNESCO, and more. So I think we really need to continue with that one to kind of link in with the governance mechanisms and hopefully some more enforceability for big tech companies in the near future. But I do think that data justice offers a more bottom-up approach, and I would like to build on what Thompson was saying. I briefly mentioned when I was speaking earlier that it originates in academia, and there are three pillars to what data justice means, and that's visibility in data, ability to engage or disengage with technology, and non-discrimination. But we were very intentional in not really over communicating that to the partners or to the impacted communities, because we wanted to hear how different people conceptualized it. And there is a huge range. Some really did focus on the legal understanding of justice. But I think fairness, as the commenter says, was the most common. We have actually a graph of all the different words that came up when people thought of data justice. But I think also it's important to recognize, even as Thompson says, as you translate the word justice, our partners in China, they really thought very hard about the different words they could use for justice from their language. And depending on which one they used, they are very aware their project could have gone in such different directions. So I think it's important also to try not to get too hung up on the difference between data justice and digital rights and just try and recognize the commonalities between all the different communities working on these topics and to try and gather some sort of consensus and thought just so we can have the power to rise up against the really big entities in this space. But I would love to hear more from Egbert on the specific questions on Southeast Asia, so I will keep that brief.
Yeah, thank you, Roa. Just briefly, because I know we're also running out of time. For me, data justice was a new concept. And in many of our interviews, we spent the first 15 to 20 minutes simply discussing what is this data justice. Because many of our participants were unaware of the term. It was something new to them. And if we didn't frame the discussion like what the Chinese partners were afraid of, the discussion could go in ways that we perhaps hadn't intended. For me personally, it also changed my perspective on issues of data governance, on issues of the intensified datafication of society. Whereas in digital rights, you look more of an upholder of rights, something that we need to claim, something that we need to stand up for. Taking that social justice or fairness perspective that also came into my mind when thinking about data justice, I was looking much more at it from a sort of government perspective, much more of everyone needs to be treated equally. And is this new technology giving everybody a fair chance, regardless of everybody gets their right? You know, it asks this question of, well, do people actually have access to their right? And is this actually a good right for everyone to have? So it changed the perspective. And I think it also changed the perspective in many of the sort of focus groups discussions that we had that involved the different partners in the research, policymakers and people from affected communities, and also the tech developers. So I completely agree with Roa that using data justice adds an important new layer or perspective, you could call it, to looking at digital rights issues and issues around data governance and the increasing advancements of AI technology and machine learning on our societies today.
Thank you very much, Egbert. And we're coming to the end of the session now. We'll take two final questions from the room, starting with you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Ogweng. I am a police officer from Uganda Police. I am also working with CCTV operations in Uganda, and I'm a gender advocate also in my country. So I have listened to the presenters, and I've picked some things which I want your responses on. I'm working on a project, and the title of this project is Policing in the Digital Era, Exploring Intersections of Gender, Digital Culture, and Policing in Uganda. And I have already found out that the digital age is kind of creating a gap between us, the service providers, and the people who are supposed to benefit from us, the service providers. I have had the lawyer speaking, but what I see is that the people who have access to technology in my country are very few, and yet the people who need the services from us, the service providers, are very many. And many of them are in rural areas. They don't have the phones. If they have these small telephones, not even the smartphones. Also, they don't even have information much. What they do with the telephones is to dial the number. Many times it is even written in a piece of paper. They look at the paper, they dial the number, they call. So they have very little knowledge about the technology that they have. And yet these are the people we are helping a lot of time. And also in my country, again, we have so many apps that people are now using to access police services. If you want to get certificate of good conduct, you have to go online. We have one called UPF Mobi to interact with the police. We have U-Report and so many others. But also that means the people who are using the services are very few, and they are the elite people only, leaving the huge majority out. My questions are in these areas. Is there a study that is indicating to us how bad the situation is in Africa compared to other parts of the world? And is there an intervention that is put in place really to try to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind? Remember, we are at the age where we are speaking of leave no one behind. And also the other thing is, how do we then bridge? I want to learn from your experiences. How are you bridging the gap, for example, in the judiciary, between the service providers and the people you're supposed to help? How are you trying to work with government, work with the CSOs and other partners to see that everyone is together? Then secondly, I mean the last one is, how is that justice gender responsive? We did some work with Women of Uganda Network recently, trying to understand whether we are really giving services to everyone, getting data from everyone, and we found out that so many, especially women, are being left out of all this data justice. And you then find out, is it a human right if we are really leaving the people who are supposed to help outside? So this is what I want to learn from the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very thoughtful question. I'll give it to Thompson to answer that one. And unfortunately, we're at the end and we have to give it to the rapporteur. So go ahead, Thompson.
Thank you very much, Sir. Let me start perhaps by sincerely thanking you for your service to the Ugandan community. You raise very fundamental questions when it relates to the need of certain technologies. I think one of my colleagues was talking about the inevitability of technology. And whenever I hear that term, to say, oh, technology is inevitable, again, I feel maybe we're beginning at a circumstance where we are not, perhaps in certain circumstances, looking at what actually the society needs at a particular moment and where we are, or what developers are trying to present to those communities. So the risks of the technologies that are involved and what the benefits will come to communities. It's something that I think which is very, very critical in consideration of what technologies that we can be able to roll out to communities. And I would totally agree with you to say in a community where, for example, there are still certain even issues with internet penetration, with issues of aspects of technologies like smartphones and etc. And as a government, if you make a deal, this is what I was talking about, to say you have a facial recognition technology company coming from the West, coming to say, this is the deal which we want to offer you, please accept this technology, you pay billions, again, making the community owing more money to those communities. But when you're looking at where you are at, how useful is that technology, is the aspect of again, where we come back to what I think would, consideration of circumstances when we're talking about data justice. I wouldn't want to say to make comment. I'll try maybe to put one of my colleagues on the spot, Sandra. I think she's one of the organizations that we worked on, and she's from Uganda, and on the aspect of gender, gender and how the issue of datafication is actually impacted in that regard. If you didn't mind, Sandra, perhaps you could be able to say one word or two with your work regarding to what you've been doing that to my brother. That is, if you don't mind. My apologies for doing that to you.
Thank you so much. Sandra Cheng is my name, and I'm with Women of Uganda Network. It's unfortunate that I joined the session a little bit late, but as Women of Uganda Network, we were trying to explore data justice from an agenda perspective, and we involve policymakers, and we also involved marginalized groups and civil society organizations to try to understand how is data justice in Uganda. And of course, we tried to look at the 6 pillars of data justice that I know Francis is well versed with, because he also participated in some of the interviews that we conducted. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And Kate, who also worked on the research, will now share her thoughts to wrap up this conversation before we go. Go ahead, Kate.
Hello. Yes. Hi, everyone. From all these discussions about the datafication of society, I think the center of it all is questioning power dynamics. Whose ideas are listened to, whose ideas take precedence and inform data governance mechanisms. When we talk about data justice, for instance, or the concepts and language that we use, taking into consideration how different people with various lived experiences and contexts understand the concept. And as brought up during this discussion and from the research, how data justice affects human rights is largely dependent on who holds power, whether it's the state or non-state actors like the tech developers. The challenge here definitely is the issue of governance. How do we ensure inclusion and equity? And as Roa mentioned in the start of her introduction, there's no easy answer, there's no easy way out, but to center human rights and social justice, it's key to ensure the diversity of views, especially those whose voices are not heard as much in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. And with that, I would like to thank all of our speakers, Vino here, and Kate, and all of you online. Let's continue the conversations and fight for data justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for devoting your time to discuss this important issue. And thank you, Roa and Red and Thompson and Vino and Kate. Great.
Thank you, Egbert. Have a good one. Thank you, Roa. Thank you, Thompson.
Hello, sound check.
Hello.
Is this Gustavo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So is everybody are everybody's connected?
Hi, Lori here, connected.
Okay. Oh, hey Lori. Okay, I see you. I see you.
Oh.
Hey, Mariana here, connected as well.
Okay, great. Isabel Inês, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Yes. Um, do we have anyone missing, please? Is anyone missing? Or everybody already there?
So sure. Um, so Beatriz is not coming. Fabio.
Fabio is here.
Carla. Okay, Carla is here. Is there too?
Yes, Carla is here too.
Okay, Mariana, Sienna, Dove. From Nigeria, I guess. Dove
Yes.
or not?
Please, Gustavo, are they on Zoom? I can't see the full participants
Yeah,
list.
I can see their names here.
Okay.
Cannot see you.
Okay, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see him here. So
I
Lottie is
think
here,
Daniel's having
Roger,
problems
and
joining.
Victor. Yes.
Daniel just sent an email. I think he's having problems to join.
You want to see?
Okay, so I think we're only missing Daniel from Nigeria, right?
Yeah, he sent an email saying still finding it difficult to join as it is saying it's for authorized participants only.
Okay, let me please check this. Okay. Okay, I'll try to assist him. Just give me a minute, please. And we'll be back to sound check each of the speakers, okay?
Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Mark speaking. I'm helping out the organization here. Could we go in order, each of you just speak very briefly so that we can see if your sound is coming through. So we heard Gustavo, he's loud and clear. I guess Laurie now, could you speak a few words?
Hello, speaking from Brazil.
Thank you very much, Laurie, that's good. Victor, could you?
Hello, everyone.
Can you try to speak slightly louder, Victor, or turn your setting up a little?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much, Victor.
All right.
We'll
you.
try for Sienna now, please.
Hi there, this is Sienna. Can you hear me okay?
It's coming off a little choppy. I don't know how it's set up. Can we try again?
Yes. So I'm using a microphone in my earbuds, so maybe if I move my hair out of the way more, can you hear me better now?
It's still coming a little choppy, but we can try again soon. Give a check on your setup and we'll return to you. Roger, please.
Yes. Hello, guys. Good morning from
Loud
Brazil.
and clear, Roger. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mariana,
you.
please. You're muted.
Oh, now, is it working? Can you hear me well? Yes.
Yes, we can, Mariana. Thank you very much. Is Isabella speaking, or is she joining us as a guest?
No, I'm with moderator.
Thank you very
I'm
much,
moderator.
Isabella. Sienna, can we try you one more time?
Yes, so I just switched onto voice isolation mode. If that doesn't work, I can try and switch to my computer speaker.
This is actually better. Thank you very much, Sienna. Is there anybody that needs a sound check that I didn't call for? Please raise your hand. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good session.
Yeah. Gustavo, oi.
Oi,
Just
Lori.
a quick question. I don't know if it's for you or Laura. Uh, in the moderation part, are you guys gonna call out for our names to speak, or it's going to be like a voluntary kind of speaking
Well,
session?
I think it's Laura is supposed to do that, I guess.
Okay.
But I think we talk about that, right? It's supposed to be something more of a conversation, not so much a presentation, right? So
Okay.
I'm assuming that maybe if I say something and then you say, no, I totally disagree, then you go and say, you know.
All right. All right. Let's go. Break a leg, everyone.
Hello, guys. So yes, just answering your question. Isabelle Inês is the online moderator, so she will assist you with time limits on chat, and also with presentations and things like that. We also have the staff team here. This IGF5 is there for that, and we are trying to get Daniel in, but he seems not to be. He seems to be having some other trouble, but we will try to get him in if possible. Okay, so we will start in a few minutes, and please be aware of time limits. It's unfortunate, but we know we have a rush session, so we will be very attentive to time. Okay, and we ask for your collaboration, but we are very sorry about it because we know it's hard. Okay, so if we are going, we have here some people in the room, and we are starting right now. Daniel, are you there? Okay. Oh, he joined in, but yes, Daniel, can you hear us? Okay, okay, okay. I'm going to ask to Isabella to assist him if he needs anything.
Okay, I was just typing it. The host could not allow participants on mute, so that's why.
Okay, okay, but we hear you well, so that's great. Everybody's here, and good session, guys. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello, everybody. This is the town hall. The Amazon is online, and it is not the Prime. And we'd like to welcome you here. We will be having a 1-hour session today. So, in the 7th IGF, and my name is Laura Pereira, and I'm the moderator. Okay? So, let's enjoy this. I'm here with a lot of talented speakers. Some of them are joining in presence here, and some of them are joining online. We don't have a lot of time, so it will be a rushed session focused on trying to get a mosaic of views and perspectives and experiences regarding the relationship between the digital sphere and technology, and especially disinformation, challenges and opportunities regarding forest ecosystems such as the Amazon rainforest and other ecosystems that are affected and impacted by technology and by the communications digital flow. So that will be our focus here today. And we will try to engage this kind of questions regarding technology, sustainable development, internet use, digital breach, with internet governance mechanisms. So we'll try to investigate here and reflect on and expose a lot of experiences, successful cases, and other broad issues to join those issues together. And we welcome everybody for being here assisting and watching us online as well. So let's go, let's start it. We have 4 talking points. You will see that they are very broad and very diverse, but that's on purpose. We want this session to be a mosaic of views and perspectives. A lot of them coming from Amazon rainforest itself, other of them from another continents. And we will have the speakers talking from 3 to 5 minutes. You will realize that we have a lot of speakers. That's on purpose as well. But we'll try to have time for questions. And please be aware that in Brazil and Americas in general, it's 4:45 in the morning. So, so we are putting a lot of effort in this one, and we hope you enjoy. So let's go. Talking points for the speakers here in presence and remotely as well. Talking point 1. And we invite you to reflect about it and try to save your comments about it with us. So thinking about the Amazon, and the Amazon is online, but it's not the Prime. This is I thought it's a good title. And how can media and information literacy improve information quality and sustainability among isolated areas, combating climate and environmental disinformation, and how this is an important agenda for internet governance mechanisms. This is our talking point 1. What are the existing internet governance mechanisms to ensure connectivity among indigenous territories in the Amazon rainforest? Talking points 3 and 4 are more focused on internet governance policy-making mechanisms. So let's go. Talking point 3, how can international organizations addressing sustainability and technology and shedding light on the responsibilities of companies and governments to cope with dynamics such as the use of mining and exploratory practice implicated in the technological production cycle of the environmental impact of technology. This is talking point 3, focused on the roles of international organizations on companies and governments' actions towards environmental sustainability and digital development. Talking point 4, what are Brazil's and other countries' policy mechanisms to ensure youth, indigenous, and local communities in general to participate in decision-making process about climate and environmental policies? So we have 4 talking points, and we'll have 9 speakers, and they will dialogate with those talking points as they seem fit. And we invite you, since we have a very rushed session, and each speaker will have from 3 to 5 minutes, we invite you to share successful cases, and we invite the audience as well to share it with us. As we have a lot of speakers, we will ask you to check the QR code that will project soon in the screen, where you can see all that info about their bios and contact information. That way, we can talk about their work in a more detailed way and not about their bios on itself. So please access the QR code and you will see all the information available. Okay, so yeah, I would like to invite, this is a talk session, so we are going to be a little bit more informal. And I'd like to ask the speakers remotely, please, first. Who would like to start with those kinds of questions that I posted here? Come on, let's have a volunteer.
I would like to begin.
Okay, Lenny. Gustavo? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So just let me say, Gustavo is speaking with us from Acre in the north region of Brazil, and he's a youth leader and specialized in law and other internet governance issues. So let's go, Gustavo, please. You may have the floor.
Okay. I believe that second point is quite relevant. I don't know if everyone is aware, but recently there is a recent polemic involving Elon Musk. Of course, besides Twitter, we also have issues related to internet connectivity in indigenous lands. I understand that maybe some people don't see how the internet and how the environment are connected. So I think it's important to establish that the Amazon rainforest and digital technologies are strongly connected. To bring some light, I would like to mention that companies like Microsoft, Apple, Google, and ironically Amazon are part of a chain of production that uses illegally mined gold from indigenous lands in Brazil. Another example is that Meta this year was fined the equivalent of $2 million in Brazil for not moderating groups on Facebook and WhatsApp, which were used to illegally sell and buy more than 2,000 wild animals in Brazil. Something similar happened to YouTube when they were not able to remove videos teaching how to hunt animals like armadillos and birds in the Amazon rainforest. On the other hand, we have very beautiful examples of people trying to do their part. We have young people creating keyboards to allow indigenous language to keep existing in this digital era. In cities like Rio Branco, where I live, we have researchers from public universities using IoT devices to measure how polluted the air is while the Amazon rainforest is being burned now. And of course, we have initiatives like Protocolo IP, which is focused on dismantling environmental disinformation in the Amazon rainforest. I think that's for a first talk, it's enough for me. 3 minutes, right? Not too much.
Thank you, Gustavo. It was great. I think you mentioned some very important points, and with a concrete example of how those themes are related. So it's a good starting point for us in this session. Who would like to follow up on that, please?
I can follow up.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
So I'm Lori. I'm a senior fellow at Mozilla Foundation, working directly with a project called Ecomedia, which is technology in times of climate crisis. And one of the goals of the project is really do evidence-based research and point out to policies that matches the infrastructure of the internet. I mean, how can we map those points of connection where, you know, broadband internet is not reaching out to local communities, because in Brazil we are also dealing with inequality of access, right? And inequality of access in Brazil means that not just the Southeast, but also, for example, the Midwest, where the agribusiness really consumes, you know, incredible, quality access to broadband internet, mostly related to intense agriculture and all developments that, you know, artificial intelligence has led, internet culture, or even more broadly, the internet infrastructure. So one of the goals of the project, the Ecomedia project, is still a work in progress. It's work collaboratively with local communities, indigenous communities, and other builders and researchers to think of, you know, what does it mean accountability in that perspective, from south to south, you know, even bridging in with other folks from Southeast Asia and Africa continent. How can we think this infrastructure connected to the logistics of these communities? So we respond that, you know, technology serves the community. So we want to match, you know, infrastructure, logistics, and information. That's a key point when we think about how internet, it's not an issue, but it's a solution, but it needs to be think based on the community needs.
Thank you, Laurie. I'm sorry for not presenting you first. I didn't saw your screen here. But yes, Laurie is a climate justice and digital rights activist, and I think you brought great points to the table, because you also mentioned a concrete example of how there are challenges and opportunities regarding the associations between technology and biospheres and forest ecosystems that we have been debating here in the IGF, and that we need to remain working on them with concrete solutions and with a ground-based approach. And so it was very important to know about your project, and everybody can get in touch with that and maybe adapt it and think about it. So thank you. Who would like to speak now, please? Any volunteers to follow up on that?
Laura, I can follow. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. I just can't see the screen. It's Mariana, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes.
Mariana is also based in the north region of Brazil, and she has a master's in digital media and education. And you can see her info at that QR code that we will show later at the end of the session. The floor is yours, Mariana. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I apologize if I end up, falling because it's raining a lot here. The rain season has started in the Amazon region, so it might happen. So I wanted to talk about something that Laurie mentioned, the question of the access here in the Amazon region, which is one of our main challenges, but at the same time is also a successful case when we talk about education, which has been the main form that students and people in remote regions of the Amazon have been connected. So we have a broad system sponsored by the public education system here that connects people, and that has been enabling students to understand when we talk about news literacy and the role of education when talking about information. It has enabled students to realize that talking about the environment now is not just about talking about the forests or about the rivers as they would think 10 or 15 years ago, but also talking about how they are related to this environment. What is their relation with the Amazon region, with the rainforest? What is their role as producers or as people who are trying to maintain the rainforest the same? So I think that in this context, the question of the access and connection is still a challenge, but at the same time, we have overcome it a little bit, and it has enabled to give the students a new view on how they are active participants, both in the role of constructing trustable news and interpreting this news, and also how they are active actors in the rainforest development process as well. So yeah, this is it.
Thank you, Mariana. I think you highlighted the issue of education and how it connects to access and maybe meaningful access that has been like a strong track here at the IGF. And as we overcome some of the issues in the Amazon rainforest and in other isolated or maybe less connected or unconnected communities regarding the challenges and the opportunities related to technology and disinformation and sustainable development. Actually, based on your points, I would like to maybe ask Fabio to follow up on that. We have him present. He's at my side, and Fabio is he's a researcher that studies the methodologies and data regarding digital breach, and he can talk more about his work right now. Thank you, Fabio, for joining us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation. I was asked to bring some evidence, some data we have in Brazil around the issues of access use of the internet. I'm from CETIC.br, which is a center based at NIC.br Brazil and connected to the multi-stakeholder internet governance structure led by CGI.br. And we, for the former 18 years, we are producing data on how Brazilian companies and schools are using technology. And I'm going to bring some evidence from the North region, which is not really around 80% of the North region is covered by the Amazon rainforest. So we have a few data from there. So I think the first thing that I would like to mention is I think we can agree with the first part of this workshop name, that is Amazon is online. So if you take the access as an indication, it came from 25% of internet users in 2008 to 83% in 2021. So this is a very fast growth in terms of access in the region. And if you take the differences between the North region with the other regions in the country, you also see the gap between regions is going smaller. So this in a sense shows us that from the point of view of access, we have much more people connected in this part of the country. But when it comes to access, we need to see other aspects of access. We are talking much about meaningful connectivity. So if you take the region, for instance, if you go just in the strata of indigenous people, which is the margin of errors are high because we don't interview much in indigenous people, and we do need to do research more on that. But this 83 goes into 57% of the users. So there's a gap when you come to indigenous people. And when you also take, for instance, the presence of computers, which is a device that is important for different types of activities, such as studying and working online, the presence of computers in households is 46% in the southeast, and it goes in 29% in the north. So there's a gap in comparison with the other regions. And of course, the percentage of households that depends on 3G or 4G connection, they don't have a fixed broadband available, is higher also in the North region. So this is just to say that we still have access problems, but the access is the important part of access is to see the quality of access more than just if you are or not online. And this also goes into when you analyze activities online and opportunities online. So although North region population is highly using instant messages, social media, and online videos, which is the most popular activities in the country. When it comes to reading news, searching for health information, the percentages are much lower. So being online don't mean that you are having those opportunities being giving tangible outcomes and relevant transformation for this population. And finally, I think it's really, there's a need also to think about digital skills and another, and how to deal with critical information online, because it's not a matter of people being online, but what can people do and how can critically analyze those information. So what we see in the research that we have is that there is a correlation of digital skills with the experience of use, with the frequency of use, and also with the quality of access. So all these three dimensions, the access, the use, and the digital skills are correlated and connected. So we do need to understand this in a more integrated way. So this is my first reaction to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Fabio Seni. I think you highlighted, you also brought important points to the table, because we see here that there is an issue about data and data related to connectivity, and I think everybody has seen here at the IGF how this is an issue. For example, in the African continent, it has been highly mentioned by many peers here at the conference, and back in Brazil we have this example of trying to measure, to find the right data, and to try to cross-cut it somehow, understanding, and Fabio highlighted how even that is not enough sometimes. You have to cross-cut it and try to understand connectivity in a more powerful and deeper way, maybe. So with that in mind, I would like to pass the floor to Carla Braga. She's an activist, an environmental activist back in Brazil, in the North region as well, based in Pará, the state of Pará, and she works at an NGO related to those kinds of actions and themes. So Carla, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you so much for everybody stay here. As Laura told you, I am Carla. I am project director in the Amazonia Youth Cooperation for Sustainable Development, who is an NGO who works to mitigate the impact of climate crisis in the Amazon region. And I will just start my speech talking that in the Amazon, in general, we have a lot of problems with internet access. For example, in 2020, according to the TIC Domicilios 2020 survey, there were more than 3 million people without access to internet in the Amazon region. So, consequently, without being able to access our rights during a pandemic where the main way of having access to information and our rights was on the internet. For Amazonian youth, this situation has resulted in a historic increase in school dropouts, unemployed, and in general lack of opportunities and the weakening of the citizen participation of Amazonian youth. For the majority of the Amazonians, the fight is our legacy. With your territory constantly threatened due to our environmental risks, the internet is an important ally in denouncing the predators, looting of our territory and our people, and it can often save your lives. But with the absence of connectivity, how do we can guarantee the effectiveness of complaints and access to information in a territory as threatened as the Amazon? So we developed a documentary about how the digital exclusion affects indigenous, quilombolas, ribeirinhos, and urban Amazon young people, which I had the pleasure of being a director and a screenwriter. The documentary can be accessed on YouTube under the name Ismaré for Youth, with the multi voices of exclusion in the Amazon. And in the Portuguese, the name is A Maré Tá para a Juventude, as multivozes da exclusão nas Amazônias. Within the narratives that the documentary address, we have that the absence of the fact-checking, especially during the period of COVID-19 and the Bolsonaro government in Brazil, made many families vulnerable who did not have access to quality internet and who only had access to information by television or their families members. As misinformation in the Amazon was an endemic inside the pandemic that claimed several victims. Even on the television, the ex-president Bolsonaro encouraged the non-use of masks, the use of ineffective medicines such as chloroquine and ivermectin. Also, there was the incentive to leave our homes and the dissemination of information that the COVID-19 pandemic was just a little flu. And based on misinformation and internet access, we lost family members, friends, and we lost dreams. But just talking about the topic was not enough. So we developed the A Maré Tá para Juventudes program, which aimed to promote training for young people from the state of Pará in fundamental rights, media literacy, data privacy for activists, territorial development, and the impacts of climate change in the Amazonian territory, including the strengthening of institutional spaces for youth, social mobilization, and the development of an agenda with proposals for public policies, projects, and programs to mitigate the impact of climate crisis in the Amazon territory. So, 100 young Amazons were selected to receive training and multiply what they learning in the program in their communities. Because in the Amazon, we don't have access to internet as well. So we have to do programs we can multiply what we learn in internet. Generate a wave that in the Amazon we call Maré, of information from the youth who live in the Amazon region. In total, we strengthen 17 groups of activists with more than 10 classes of school, provide internet assistance for young people in situations of digital vulnerability, prepared more than 4,000 materials for communication about our realities based on training and producing more than 400 contents for online platform. The plans now are expand this program to more places in the Amazon, generate a tide of young people engaged and committed to environmental and the exercise of governance of digital space that can reduce our vulnerability through the information. Because the internet access and fact-checking in the Amazon isn't just about the virtual world. It's about lives that resist and reproduce their dreams in a life of struggle, and we resist.
Thank you, Carla, for this powerful message. I think the two last contributions complemented themselves, because here we saw the data scenario about connectivity in Brazil, and here we saw with Carla how those kinds of data and maybe lack of connectivity or insufficiencies affect local communities and the regions, and special groups like youth, like community leaders in general. So thank you for your contribution. With that in mind, I would like to call back the remote speakers. They've been listening to us, of course, and I would like to travel to USA now with Sienna Frost. She founded the non-profit think tank ACE in 2020, and she works with publishing, and this think tank works to publish non-partisan, accessible policy information for a youth voting audience. So Sienna, you may share your experience with us, and the floor is yours, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for being here today and taking part in this conference. Full disclosure, I am not Brazilian and I have not done work in Brazil, but I believe that the issue of misinformation, especially among a youth voting demographic, is incredibly important and is a huge issue all around the world. So I'm really excited to be here learning about the amazing projects that my other presenters have talked about, specifically addressing Brazil, and learn from their strategies as well. I did found an organization about 3 years ago. The goal of ACE was to address the issue that we were seeing in our communities, which was youth voters turning away from traditional institutions to get information about policies and government, and instead turning to peers, to their social media accounts, and really getting information that was not entirely complete and could often be misleading. And so when trying to rectify that problem, the approach that ACE takes is we produce research that is by and for youth voters. So instead of trying to persuade the younger demographic that they should be returning to the older institutions and they should be listening to their parents or to the news, instead we try and share with them information that has been created by their peers, but that has mentorship and a peer review process so that it is complete and it is actually portraying the situation that we're discussing. I thought that the issues that were brought up by the previous speakers, especially around the pandemic, were hugely important because that was a major growth period as well. We saw that there was a real hunger among our readers to really understand what governments around the world were doing about the pandemic and what those policies look like. And they didn't feel like they were getting that information effectively and accessibly in the other way. So I think that this strategy is effective because it maintains the authenticity and the trust that youth voters feel when they turn to each other for information, but it still has additional layers of support and mentorship. I would say the biggest problem that we have currently is that hundreds more students ask to be part of this program than we currently have capacity for. And so I think it's imperative that governments around the world take action to support organizations like ACE, like the other initiatives that have been spoken about today, because there really is not sufficient support based on the threat that we're seeing and based on the hunger that exists within populations that truly want correct information, but really are struggling to identify. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sienna. Thank you for sharing your experience with ACE and the work done by the think tank. And I would like to highlight how Sienna brought the issue of the pandemic and how it affected the connectivity and maybe even reinforced the relationships between connectivity and inclusion in general, and engagement and leadership and empowerment. So thank you for sharing. Now I would like to call on Roger Hischer so we can travel back to Brazil and we can give a little bit more detail about a more theoretical approach about science and about the relationship between sustainable development and technology and disinformation in general. Thank you, Roger. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Laura. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would confess that I'm feeling a bit nervous because it's the first time that I'm talking in English in an international conference. So I would try to share my thoughts about the relationship between our environmental and climate change policies and the relationship between disinformation in Brazil. I'm working as a full researcher at Instituto Vero, and we are doing a research about disinformation on the Amazon territory. And we mapped about 7 main disinformations that is shared on the internet. So I would like to share one that is, does the agriculture preserve the forest? And this information is very shared for Bolsonaro and their followers. So I think that internet is an important tool to analyze disinformations like that, and we need to share and co-create counter narratives with people who live in the Amazon territory. So youth people, Black people, and it's important to highlight also the relationship between environmental problems and climate change with the racism and with an intersectional approach. So I think that there are a lot of great initiatives in Brazil, not only in Brazil, but also around the world that we can share and fight against disinformation in the Amazon territory. So there are other disinformations too, like is deforestation synonymous with of progress? And by listening to social movements and listening to research that talk about that topic, it's important to say that there are other ways to develop our economic in Brazil. So it's not a way to make deforestation. It's not a way to don't listen to the indigenous community. So it's important to highlight that point. And I would like to say sorry if I made some mistakes in my English speaking. So that's it for now, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roger. You were very successful, I believe, in emphasizing how disinformation, environmental disinformation, climate disinformation is also an issue when you think about sustainable developments, technology, forest ecosystems, and all these issues that brought us here together. And thank you for bringing this more theoretically based approach to the work made in Brazil and to the situation in the Amazon rainforest region, to speak broadly about it. And now, thank you, by the way, thank you of all the speakers for being very conscious of their time. And with that, I'm going to pass the floor to Victor Durigan. He works at Vero Institute as well, and he will follow up on the theme about internet disinformation citizenship. Thank you, Victor Durigan. The floor is yours.
Hi, Laura. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'd like to address some challenges that disinformation has on the climate change agenda and environmental protection agenda. I mean, disinformation regarding climate and environmental agenda is not only the denial of the climate change, for example. It can build barriers to or slow down progress of public policies, even when it doesn't deny the problem's existence. It casts doubts on science, and it can make difficult to create public policy on scientific grounds. So disinformation, it has an impact outside the internet. It reflects on legislative debates and on public policy making, and also promotes political leaders who can operate based on misinformative narratives, such as Roger said now, the false opposition between economic growth and sustainability. In Brazil, we have plenty of examples we mapped for Protocol EP. Laura Pereira, our moderator, was part of that effort. For instance, we have a bill proposed in the National Congress that intends to authorize the exploitation of minerals, energy, and hydrocarbons from indigenous land, subject to some certain conditions and compensations, and supporters of that bill seek to justify it by saying that it meets the interests and demands of the indigenous people who wants to be able to mine for economic independence. So we see a proposal based entirely on disinformation. We can also see similar initiatives on delimitation of preservation areas, on authorities creating fictitious non-governmental organizations to propagate the defense of deforestation and much more. So this scenario shows us that climate disinformation is a challenge that has to be addressed in the short term. As always, this fight against this phenomenon demands a multidisciplinary, multi-sector effort. I'd like to address three of them very quickly. First, as everyone said, giving universal and quality access to internet to people living in Amazon region is important to the necessity for people to have full access to information. Zero rating and partial access to internet means people cannot access information, cannot produce information, and cannot check false narratives. So full connection to internet is a way to fight disinformation. And second, social media platform must put Amazon and the climate agenda into their rules, into their policies. Social organizations, civil society organizations in Brazil have delivered some document to the big tech companies with suggestions to mitigate risks. For example, to create a social and environmental council within the platforms, do not monetize the nihilist content on climate crisis and deforestation, and increase transparency on climate environment campaigns investments. And at last, another way to deal with it is to start a global debate on internet governance against disinformation with the regulatory initiatives in each country. Brazil needs to promote a regulation that can be used to fight disinformation transversely on matters of public health, social, economic inequality, and also environment and climate change. A good legislation must strengthen human rights, protect freedom of speech, protect user rights, and protect democratic values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. I believe that you were also very successful in highlighting the issues regarding disinformation on a more regulatory approach, and in emphasizing how disinformation has an effect in the outside of the limits of the platforms, or outside the limits of internet in a strict limited view. So I would like now to pass the floor to Daniel. Daniel, he has a very more experience with the internet governance mechanisms on itself. So I would like to close the first contributions based on that, because I think here over the overall contributions we passed on practical experiences and cases and projects of a lot of projects and experiences in general, but we also talked about data, about the role of institutions and internet governance mechanisms that are related to that reality. And now, Daniel, the floor is yours. If you can add on to that, I would very much appreciate it. And if you can present yourself briefly as well. So thank you. Yes, I think he's on remote. Yes, we see something is happening. He's not on Zoom anymore. Okay. So let's see if he comes back until the end of the session. But with that in mind, I would like to open the floor for some comments and questions, and while we wait for him. And do you have any question online, or are we free to go from here? Do we have questions online or no? No. So yes, let's go with everybody here in the room. I see some hands. Sorry. Yes, you can ask the speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Asnak. I have no question, but I have some comments to share the experience of Ethiopia, climate change and environmental conditions in Ethiopia.
Just one second. Can everybody online hear our friend here? Is everything okay with that? Yes.
We can all hear him.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So please go on, sorry.
Okay, my name is Asnaga from Ethiopia, and I have some comments about climate change and environmental in Ethiopia, and I will share our experience. First, our Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, he was a Nobel Prize in climate change, you know. He's a Nobel Prize in Africa. So he was our novelist regarding to climate change and environmental. He is our model for Africans and also other countries. First. Second one, we appreciate indigenous knowledge regarding to environmental change and technology we discover and we innovate to protect environmental authority and different kind of research we encourage in university, college, and different institutions like civil NGOs and other institutions. And other, we have also agricultural economics research institute in Ethiopia in different parts of Ethiopia. So we have more than 39 universities. Among them, they are promoting climate change, environmental protection, and agricultural research and plantation research, including indigenous knowledge and also technological approval. Another is, we have agriculture is dominant economy in Ethiopia, the next to trade and industry. So during this action, we promote, how to protect environment, and we do have one authority known as the Climate Change and Environmental Authority in Ethiopia. It has sub-departments and it has promoting research activity to promote, climate change, how to protect and others. So we can have a collaboration, a cooperation and a coordination among the different researchers beyond Ethiopia and inside of Ethiopia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to contribute? Okay, thank you. You may have the floor. Please, if you could keep it brief because of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Mark Daresgat from Brazil. I was really glad to hear all the different interventions, particularly what Carla spoke about. I would just like to briefly highlight an initiative from the Amazon region, from the private sector. It's a local chain of stores called Bemol, and they have been working for the past 10 years they started with just a Wi-Fi in their stores to provide access to people who visited them, but in due time they started to expand this reach and started to connect entire neighborhoods based on that. And to me, that project proved that there is a role for the private sector in connecting the Amazon, because they tied, a fidelity to their stores and people having good paying practices with having more access to that network. And while that's not the ideal solution we're looking for, it's still much better than having no access. So I would really like to highlight in this discussion that the private sector does have a role if it's starting from a human-centric approach and trying to balance what they're looking into, right? Trying to provide a good for the community and at the same time looking out for the business. So yeah, the Amazon has many pathways, and hopefully we'll keep finding new ways to bring connectivity to the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to jump in? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alan Ramirez. I am from Peru. I am an IGF MAC member. I was quite interested in this town hall because the Amazon, as you know, is shared by 8 countries in Latin America. However, I was a bit disappointed because I see just a Brazilian perspective. So this is a comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think we will comment on that later. One last input, please, and keep it short, please, if you can.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jemison. I'm 23 years old right now, and I'm part of the Brazilian youth delegation from 2022, and I'm very happy that we have a workshop on subjects that are so close to our reality at Brazil. But I confess that I missed dealing with the impact of misinformation and low quality of access on small traders and small producers whose feed and maintain the livelihood of many of the small communities we talked about in this presentation. Could any of you add what is being done for this particular part of the society that still suffers from a lack of structure in its business?
Okay, thank you everyone for the questions and comments and feedback. I would like to pass on to the speakers who would like to react to that. We have a few minutes, so anybody would like to react?
Maybe I can.
Okay, Gustavo, please.
Jameson, I'm not sure if I fully understood your question, but I feel like we are talking about
I can repeat for you.
how. Yeah, please.
It's about what is being doing, what has been done, or what is done to help people who feed this kind of people that we talked about, the quilombolas, sorry, ribeirinhos, né, indígenas, people from our country that's suffering with misinformation and the structure of their business.
Okay. I think there are many issues here. For example, when it comes to quilombolas, I live in Acre. We don't have quilombos here, but I understand that states like Pará and Amazonas have a lot of quilombos. And for those of you who are not aware of what it means, a quilombo, because it's very specific for Brazil and from an experience in South America specifically, quilombos are places where mostly Black people reunite as a strategy to resist racism and to resist the structures of our society. And quilombos are kind of traditional communities similar to indigenous communities in some ways. But we have examples where quilombos are about 30 kilometers from a plant for generating energy, and they don't have access to energy. This often happens because the Amazon rainforest is often object of a new way of colonization in Brazil. We have these internal colonizers, which basically are focused on exploring our natural resources without considering the needs of the population. And often when we talk about the Amazon rainforest, people tend to believe that this is just a place where there is trees, and people have a hard time to understand that the Amazon rainforest is actually the result of a process. It is not something given. It's much more of a garden that was created by people than just a given set of trees. I think we don't have great examples, in my opinion, we don't have great examples of real and strong public policies to connect these people, indigenous people and quilombolas. And sadly, I think we have this example of Elon Musk trying to connect the internet people, Brazilians, through satellite internet, but I don't think this is probably the best way to do that. That's all from me.
Thank you, Gustavo. Carla asked me to compliment on that. Please keep it short. Just
for sure. And well, in the state of Pará, we have a lot of troubles with this, as I told you in my speak. But I think that we need that the government needs to support contextualized education programs so that these people can co-create their own realities, because I think that the principal problem is because these people don't stay in the front of the front of making their realities. They can't do their realities because they don't have these opportunities. So I think that the way is building public policies, like we from the Amazonia Youth Corporation was trying to do for the state of Pará, to co-create our reality, because if we can't co-create the change that you want to see in the world, who will do this? We have to take these places and do by yourself, unfortunately, because I think sometimes that the solutions that we have don't are sufficient.
Thank you, Carla. Anybody on Zoom, anybody of our speakers would like to react on that? Maybe Laurie, Sienna, for a final remark, very short. Please, I would like to give it's just an update. We couldn't get Daniel back in if maybe he had a connection issue. But if anybody wants to jump in on that, just to final remarks. Laurie, Sienna, Roger, Victor.
I can jump
Laura.
in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So there is obviously very interesting projects going on. We have, for example, in Belém do Pará, FAMBOSC, that's led by Technologies Jader Gama, that it's developing, free software-based ideas and, actual technical solutions to internet connections. So, I mean, there is a strong software culture movement in Brazil. So this is, very key. And there is a great examples actually between 2003 and 2010. We had, not just internet, but, cultural experiments in Brazil that were really important to guide our policies. And they were all based in social control, like social hearing of those populations. So, and probably this is going to be back in 2023.
Thank you, Laurie. Mari, just final remark, please.
Okay, yes, just jumping on what Lottie said and complementing what Carla said, that we need to build these solutions. Here in the Amazon region, during the pandemic, we had amazing experiences of how teachers were overcoming these issues with very simple tools. So, for example, in my research, I was talking to one teacher and she said, my students in Manacapuru, which is a very far city from here, don't have access to internet. So us, the teachers, we take a boat, we go there, and we turn on the Bluetooth on our cell phone, and we connect to the Bluetooth of the students, to talk to them and to transfer the activity. So people are creating solutions from what they have, and I think the pandemics have shown us that we have many, many opportunities when we bring technology and creativity together.
Great, Mariana, thank you. We've reached our time limit, but I would just like to give Fabio his final remark, please.
Thank you, Laura. No, I would like just to thank our Peruvian colleagues in reminding us that the Amazon debate must be international. We, from our perspective, from research, we just collect data in Brazil because of our mandate is that, but we do cooperate with other countries in producing comparative research. So in the case of research with young people, we are planning surveys also in Peru, Colombia. We already have in other Latin American countries, so that we can have a more comparative perspective, so that if you can, we can discuss a little bit about this. And finally, just to remark that disinformation and misinformation is a complex debate. It is not just about access, because even when within population that have good quality of access, this is still an issue. So I think we should discuss this as a complex back and forth of having access, but also having digital skills and media information literacy that provides people the resilience to deal with this type of information. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Fabio. I think you closed it perfectly, and I would like to end the session. Thank you, everybody, for your assistance and commenting on. I'm sorry, what's your name? I didn't. Alan's comments and other comments here. I think all the comments when brought together, they call attention to the need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. We heard from governments, we heard from private sector when facing these issues around sustainable development, disinformation, internet use, and forest ecosystems in general, not only in the Amazon rainforest as highlighted by the projects, and also the need to collaborate with other countries, other stakeholders, and you made a very important comment, and I think we need to collaborate on that and build up on that, because of course the Amazon rainforest is, I think it was highlighted, it's an issue that involves many players. It's a global discussion and a regional discussion. So thank you for your comments, and we will build on that. And on behalf of the Vero Institute, the session was promoted by it, I'm thankful that they believed that it was necessary to bring that many voices here, even if, of course, a lot of voices are still lacking. So let's go on that note, and I thank you everybody. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Fabio, that are here, and thank you for all our speakers, Lori, Sienna, Daniel, who couldn't join in, and Roger, Vitor, and Mariana for being here with us today, and thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of IGF. We're very excited to have you here, and we're here to talk about a very, very important issue and something that a lot of us have been facing over the years. Uh, the name of the session is Help, the Kill Switch is Taking Away My Limited Agency. Software Freedom Law Center, a digital rights organization based out of New Delhi, India, is hosting this session. And my name is Radhika. I work as the Internet Shutdowns lead at the center, and I'll be the moderator for the day. Before I introduce the other panelists for the session, I would like to give you a little bit of context on what this session is about, because I understand that the name might be slightly ambiguous. So I'll start with something very personal, because I really believe that shutdowns or any kinds of barrier to information are, right? This year is 2021, the capital of the world's largest democracy. Wild-scale farmers' protests, which I think a lot of you might be following, were there. Right. There are people out on the streets, and India is known for its beautiful, vibrant mass movements. People love coming out of the streets. People love protesting. And there are all sorts of people there on the streets protesting. And then snap. The kill switch has been turned down. There is no internet. This is the capital city of the country. The public transportation has completely stopped. There are women on the streets trying to find their way back home with nothing to their disposal. There are no taxis, there are no metros, and we're an unsafe society. Like I'm sure a lot of you have heard this term that Delhi is the rape capital of the world, right? So we feel unsafe while we're on the street. And when there is nothing around, no public transportation, we rely a lot on, sharing our live locations, using app-based services like Ola's, Uber's, and there is nothing. It's becoming nighttime. Women are standing on the street. There, you can't call the police. There are no taxis. The metro, which is pretty, widespread, is not working. And there is no information on what's happening because your internet is not working. So, our parents start calling. Our parents, our loved ones, they're calling, right? And we're not very pro-protests. So in our families, we're told, oh, don't go out to protest. Don't go out to participate in a mass movement. But we defy and we go. And then when they can't reach us, they're also panicking, right? You feel like you aren't safe, and that makes you not want to participate in a mass movement here on. And this is exactly what internet shutdowns do. This is a direct, undocumented, untalked about impact of shutdowns. And this is why we have to talk about them. We have a wonderful panel of experts today to help us understand and move further along the journey of fighting the kill switch. Before we begin, I would like to put a number to the shutdowns that have taken place in 2021 itself. Access Now documented 182 shutdowns in 34 countries. I will repeat, 182 shutdowns in 34 countries. I would have actually bought a sink if I was Elon Musk to let that number sink in. But this is the number, and 100 of which those have happened in our country, right? And without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists who are doing wonderful work in their area. We have Maria. Maria is the research lead of Open Observatory of Network Interference and is the one who tracks a lot of blocking that we've seen. We have Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer is an advisor to Free Expression Myanmar and closely works in areas of speech there. We have Prashant Sugatan. Prashant is the legal director of SFLC.in. He's a lawyer by training and has successfully fought against shutdowns in courts. We have our very own Felicia, who is the Keep-It-On lead with Access Now and is one of the front fighters against shutdowns. And last but not the least, we have Arzak Khan. Arzak belongs to Balochistan in Pakistan, one of the areas in the world that sees the worst kind of shutdowns. He is a cybersecurity expert and is also a part of Innovation to Change Network. The format of the panel is we will have 5 minutes of introductory remarks where we will let all of our speakers introduce their regions as well as what they have seen in in their regions with shutdowns, their fights against it, and the way that they have been, advocating against shutdowns. And because and because Felicia is right here, and there is nobody else who can explain shutdowns better to us, I'm going to, hand it over to Felicia.
Thank you very much, Radhika, for the overview of this important issue we are coming to discuss here. And you've already given a snapshot of how internet shutdowns affect us in unimaginable ways. And so my name is Felicia Antonio. I'm the Keep It On campaign manager at Access Now. Access Now, it's a global human rights organization, and we promote digital rights around the world. So Keep It On simply means keep the internet on. And this is a campaign that was started in 2016 and currently unites over 280 organizations around the world, I think about 105 countries globally. And we work in solidarity to push back against internet shutdowns. So what exactly are internet shutdowns? They happen when people in authority restrict access to the internet, to electronic communications platforms, in order to silence a particular group of people in a particular location. And so an internet shutdown can happen as a complete blackout, and this means that there is no internet access at all. You cannot access any of the electronic communication platforms, so like social media is turned off, internet connectivity itself is off, or you can also slow down the speed, which is very frustrating because people will not be able to access platforms online, would not be able to send like documents, upload videos, and share images online. And then we have a situation where social media, which has become a place where a lot of people mobilize during protests or to discuss important national issues, would be turned off. And so you cannot message each other on WhatsApp, Facebook, or Twitter, or any other platforms that you use to communicate among yourselves. And these shutdowns don't just happen on a day that is normal. They happen when, as Radhika said, you are out on the streets protesting against whatever that is happening in your country, and then the internet is shut down. How do you get home? How do you find the safe places the safe routes to use to get home? Sometimes it happens when there's an active conflict and you don't know. Maybe you were with a group of friends, you went out just a normal Tuesday night or Friday night, and then the internet is turned off and there's chaos in the streets. You can't find your friends, your parents are trying to call you and you are not able to reach them, and they would obviously be worried. And the worrying thing is that this is a global problem. Radhika has indicated how many shutdowns we documented. In 2020, during the global pandemic, we thought, okay, the governments or authorities were telling us, go online, work from home, avoid public spaces, use digital platforms to continue your work, because we couldn't all just stop working. That would be chaotic for the world. Yet we had 159 internet shutdowns happening in 29 countries. And you just wonder what happened to the lives of the people that were asked to go online to access the equal opportunities that those people that were in areas where the internet was accessible. What happened to education, healthcare, businesses that happen online? And we know a lot of people are going online now to fend for their families or their dependents, to provide for their families. People, we've collected stories from people in the Cox's Bazar region where someone actually said, I don't have access to education. Google is where I learn to just understand what is happening around the world. And so such places have been targeted with internet shutdowns. And we've seen minority groups, vulnerable communities being affected by these shutdowns. And recently, we've seen internet shutdowns happening during conflict situations. And we've seen this happening from Myanmar to Ethiopia's Tigray region, where we are in Ethiopia currently. There's Pakistan, and I'm glad that we have some of the panelists that would highlight what has been happening there. And the concerning issue is that these shutdowns don't just happen within hours. They are shutdowns that have happened over years. Shutdowns started 2020 and they are still ongoing. And the devastating thing is that they affect us in different ways, and I'll be talking about that very soon. But the highlight is that internet shutdowns prevent journalists and human rights defenders from documenting what is happening during the crisis situation. They also exacerbate humanitarian crisis during conflicts, and we've seen this in various parts of the world, and I'll speak to that soon as well. But one thing that I want us to learn or ponder over throughout this session is the fact that it disconnects people from their loved ones. There is a crisis happening, and maybe you're in a different part of the world or in a different part of the city, and you cannot speak to your mom. That's your mom. You talk to your mom when you want to speak to her, not when you are able to speak to her. And she wants to know how you are doing, but you don't have the luxury to be able to speak to her because communication has been shut down. And we recently saw an example from the WHO director that said how the internet shutdown that is happening in Tigray is affecting his communication with his family. And this is not just a story, like one story. This is what we've documented around the world. And I think it's important for us to raise awareness about how much these shutdowns affect people, the impacts that they are having, and our lives have become interconnected online, whether we like it or not. And so let's use this opportunity to look at how we can actually identify ways and means of advancing online rights, and also at the same time adapting measures to ensure that we tackle the challenges that would obviously come with the growth of technology, with digital tools, with internet, and all the technology that is making our lives go online, rather than looking at how we can restrict the lines that people enjoy online. So thank you very much, and I hand over back to you.
Thank you, Felicia. I do think that, a lot of experience, like women we have very limited agency in the world, right? More so in our regions of global south, in Africa. And the minute that you shut down the internet, something as simple as, looking up a YouTube video to learn a simple dish, you're taking away from people. That's the limited autonomy that you have in parts of this world, and we're taking away that. And I think that's heartbreaking, if nothing else. Oliver, I would like to come to you next. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what's happening in Myanmar, and how have we seen, internet shutdowns impacting people there?
Sure. Well, thanks, Radhika. Thanks for having me here. So I work for Free Expression Myanmar, which is a local CSO in Myanmar, with all my colleagues that are spread in Myanmar and across the world. As you will know, Myanmar had a very long internet shutdown that lasted in the end 18 months. Right now in Myanmar, we have internet shutdowns of various degrees across 54 townships. So those are internet shutdowns where the internet is completely turned off, and internet shutdowns where 2G is turned on, which, as most people know, is basically means you cannot do anything on the internet, really, with the exception of maybe the occasional electronic message. So to give you an idea, 54 townships in a country like Myanmar, we're talking 6.5 million people with intermittent or without access to the internet. And that's out of a population of 55 million. So we're talking 12% of the population doesn't have real access to the internet as we speak. It is, given the scale, and obviously we're talking a long time here because the coup in Myanmar started back in February 2021. So we're talking really extended shutdowns. Within this situation, it often becomes very difficult to identify the impact upon marginalized groups, because internet shutdowns, obviously, the nature of them is that they are blanket shutdowns, and they apply across massive populations. And also, in addition to that, it becomes very difficult to access information about what's happening, because without access to the internet, it's very difficult to communicate, particularly with conflict states. most of the places in Myanmar that have shutdowns are involved in conflicts, intermittent or continuous conflicts. So there's a close relationship between internet shutdowns and conflicts in Myanmar. One reason for this obviously could be that the military, this is the national military, the Burmese military, is basically trying to use internet shutdowns when they're doing offensives against the opposition forces, the revolutionary forces. So they're trying to prevent the spread of tactical information about where the military is moving, for example. I mean, obviously, this is because in Myanmar, there is a mass uprising against the military. So, you know, the military only has to pass through a village for everyone in that village to want to tell the revolutionary forces what is happening. So internet shutdowns is part of that, trying to stop coordinated opposition. But of course, it's also about concealing human rights violations and preventing people from organizing against the coup in Myanmar. Human rights violations, we're talking things like airstrikes, mortar bombardments, we're talking about detentions, extrajudicial killings, destroying and burning of villages, looting property. I mean, all of the war crimes and crimes against humanity are all happening under the concealment of the internet shutdowns. And it's also forcing people in these areas to use traditional phone calls, face-to-face meetings, and that's much easier for the military to then use their surveillance, you know, to do traditional surveillance, to listen in on phone calls, to have people sitting in cafes, listening to people talking, etc., etc. You know, it also undermines people's ability to deal with the conflict, because obviously they lack information to make decisions about what's happening, where the conflict is, whether to run, whether to flee or not. Going back to the marginalized groups, so within this framework, if you're trying to understand what the impact of these shutdowns can be on marginalized groups, the first thing to say is that many of these conflicts are happening in ethnic minority areas. So we've got entire ethnic groups that have basically lost access to any kind of information or communication amongst themselves or with each other. So we've got a marginalized ethnic group that is, you know, discriminatorily affected compared to others. We've also got the fact that most of these shutdowns now, since the coup is in, you know, later stages, let's say, most of these shutdowns are in predominantly rural areas, which are poorer. So then you've got another overly affected group, which is the poor people, you know, less economically developed groups. And this has significant effects on their access to healthcare, their access to education, their access to housing, their access to work, their access to trade. So this obviously then makes the lack of economic development even worse within these areas. You know, there's particularly when we think about education in regards to COVID, because these shutdowns are long term, and even if they're not entirely off, but just 2G, obviously you can't do anything in regards to education there. So, you know, the expectation is that these marginalized groups are going to face profound long-term impacts in regards to their education. You know, they will have lower qualifications, lower employment potential. Probably there's the additional effect of increased child labor, because obviously if they can't access education, they need something to do. They're in economically deprived situations. There is also some of our partner groups are also wondering whether it also has an effect, a gendered effect, a disproportionate impact on girls in particular, both in terms of their access to health, but also in regards to the education, as I mentioned, and the fact that girls are more likely to be then sent by their families if they can't access education. They're more likely to be sent into labor, or in some cases we're hearing about increases in child marriage that you know, kind of consequential of the fact that there's no internet, which makes no education, and then, you know, you get an increases in things like early marriage and early motherhood, which obviously will have a long-term impact on these marginalized groups. So that's everything from Myanmar. Back to you, Radhika.
Thanks a lot, Oliver. We have been like looking at the Myanmar situation, and it's scary. I mean, in one of the in one of the interviews that I took, a woman from a conflict region in the world actually said that she had to leave her education and come back home because her parents could not send money for fees and like ACO and things like that to to continue her education. Coming to you, Prashant, as India is an anomaly in the kind of shutdowns, the method of shutdowns that we see. How do you see, how do you see the fight against these shutdowns, especially in a country that's leading the number of shutdowns?
Thanks, Radhika. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe good evening, depending upon which time zone you are joining from. Thanks to join you all in this great conference and this a great session that's been organized. Okay, see, Radhika asked about this situation in India and what it's been doing to fight this kind of shutdowns in India. See, what we have been seeing is that the number of shutdowns in India has been going up year on year. For the last almost 5 years, we have seen shutdowns above, let's say, 100 numbers. If you look at 2020, we had around 132 shutdowns, 2021, 101, and in 2022 till now, 73 shutdowns. Now, why these numbers are important is that if you look at 2021 and 22, these are years when we had the pandemic. And all of us could continue with our lives thanks mostly to the internet. Whether it is, let's say, ordering something online, getting your work done, maybe using a VPN, getting connected to your office and getting to make sure that you are in touch with your colleagues, being on a video call. In some cases, with lawyers depended a lot on the internet because in India, almost all the courts shifted to the online platform. So it was in this kind of situation that we had such huge numbers of shutdowns. So what we did initially when we started documenting these shutdowns from the year 2012, if you look at our website, which is internetshutdowns.in, we keep a track of all these shutdowns happening in various states of India. One problem that we face while documenting these shutdowns is that, unlike in other countries where the shutdowns are mostly across the country, here in India, shutdowns happen in very small regions. Could be in a small district or could be in, let's say, a region smaller than a district even. And it's very difficult to track these shutdowns using technical tools. So that's why we opt for a reporting mechanism where either people report to us or we use secondary sources like newspaper reports and other reports in the media. And based on this, we update our tracker on it's not a real-time tracker, but almost in real time. As soon as we get the reports, we update our tracker. Now, this tracker has been useful in a big manner because almost all the media houses, anybody reporting on shutdowns in India rely on this tracker. And it has been used by policymakers also to make the government aware, make parliamentarians aware about the problem with these shutdowns. The huge number of shutdowns that's happening in India, that itself is an eye-opener for people. See, when we tell them that India is like the number one when it comes to shutdowns across the world, that's not a great statistic to have. And when the government talks about initiatives like Digital India, where they want everyone to be on the internet, use it for providing government services, and then you suddenly have this kind of shutdowns across the country. Definitely that is not in tune with the objectives of the government, what they proclaim to be their objectives. So that definitely is an issue. And how we have been doing is, one, by raising awareness about the issue, by, let's say, by the tracker and by all the policy initiatives that we have. Then also by means of litigations. We have been fighting these shutdowns in various courts across the country. Now, recent problems that we have seen is, there are two cases in which shutdowns can be imposed. As per the law, it is if you have a public emergency or if it is in the interest of public safety. But we have been now seeing cases where even for preventing cheating in examinations, internet is being shut down. That is a major problem. So it's not just for, let's say, public safety or a public emergency situation that internet is being shut down. For our silly or reason as for preventing cheating in examination, this is the first thing that is being done. So that's one reason where we have approached the Supreme Court. Now, that was a recent litigation. The matter is still pending before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has asked the government of India to come out with any standard operating procedures that they have to tell the court, I mean, how do they decide this? How is that they decide that this is a case where an internet shutdown has to be imposed? So we are waiting for the results of that. So that's one major problem that we have seen over the years. Again, if you look at the kind of impact these shutdowns had, definitely it has affected students a lot. We document the experience of, let's say, people who are affected by the shutdowns in our website. So one major concern that we have seen is that students often can't even apply for examinations, appear for examinations because they can't get their applications done on time. Then we have seen cases where businessmen find it difficult to even submit their tender documents to apply for government tenders, government contracts. So it's across the spectrum how this affects people, and definitely more so. Radhika specifically explained the case of marginalized communities, women particularly, how they find it difficult. And if you look at internet as a medium, that definitely has given a lot of options for marginalized communities to express themselves, to make themselves heard. So when a shutdown like this happens, definitely it is their freedom of speech and expression which gets disrupted, which gets affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prashant. This reminds me of a very funny incident that happened. So there was a very long shutdown in the state called Haryana, and during like another one of the farmers' protest, and this university says, and students could not obviously appear for online exams. This is peak pandemic. The university writes to, says that either, you appear for the exam online, we'll not postpone it, or you come to university to give it. So, and India is a huge country, so that means that people are in different states and they're giving their exams online. So they want students to come in a period of 12 hours to another state to give an exam because they can't give you internet. Yeah, and it's a lot of it is equal amount of funny and equal amount of traumatic. But Maria, I would like to come to you next. Uni has been doing some wonderful, wonderful work around network measurements. Have you seen? I mean, how? I think we would like our audience to understand how does Uni actually work, and B, have you seen websites and like blockage more in terms of women, like websites of people belonging to women and the marginalized group section. Over to you.
Thank you, Radhika, and hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Maria, and I work with the Open Observatory of Network Interference, which is commonly referred to as UNI. And UNI is a free software project that started 10 years ago in 2012, and our goal is to enable anyone to be able to independently investigate different forms of internet censorship. To this end, we build free and open source software tools called UniProbe, which you can install on your mobile phone and also on your laptop. And you can use the software in order to run a variety of different experiments to detect various forms of internet censorship on your network. And right now, today, our tools are being run by hundreds of thousands of people in 241 countries around the world. And the way it works is that their test results are automatically published as open data in order to increase transparency of internet censorship around the world. Over the last 10 years, we've had the opportunity to collect and publish as open data more than 8 billion network measurements, shedding light on many forms of internet censorship around the world. And based on this data, we regularly publish research reports documenting censorship events, but this data also supports other research and advocacy efforts. Based on this data, we have observed very clear patterns with regards to when new and increased levels of censorship tend to emerge. On the one hand, the one very clear pattern that we have observed over the last 5 years is that access to major social media platforms is commonly blocked during political events, such as during elections, protests, and other moments of political transition, and also during conflicts. And also during these political moments, we tend to observe complete internet connectivity shutdowns. Now, such social media blocks and internet connectivity shutdowns do have an impact on marginalized communities in those countries, as has been documented extensively through research of other organizations. For example, looking at the impact of such shutdowns on women in northeast regions of India, and also an impact on other communities in other places that have been affected by internet shutdowns. But while social media blocks and internet shutdowns can and do impact the livelihoods of marginalized communities, often if access to the internet is shut down completely, or if a popular social media app that you rely on is blocked, that is less likely to go unnoticed. And so usually these sorts of cases receive quite a lot of media attention. What concerns me probably even more is when the websites of marginalized communities are blocked. Because when such cases do occur, because these websites are either run by marginalized communities or they're run by organizations defending their rights, often such cases of censorship can go unnoticed or may not receive as much media attention in public debate. And so there is the risk that when the voices of marginalized communities are censored, such cases risk remaining in the dark. Through UNI data over the last 10 years, we have observed numerous cases that involve the blocking of websites defending the rights of marginalized communities around the world. Examples include the blocking of websites related to ethnic and religious minorities, such as the blocking of Baluch websites in Pakistan, but also the blocking of Kurdish websites in Iran. And we also see the blocking of Baha'i websites in many countries, in several countries around the world, such as in Iran. We also observe the blocking of women's rights websites in Iran. And unfortunately, this is something we have observed through the data for many years. And this is ongoing even now in this political moment. And we also observe the blocking of LGBTIQ websites in numerous countries around the world. Last year, we published an extensive research report which documents the blocking of LGBTIQ websites in at least 6 countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Iran, and Russia. And what we can see from these cases is that the blocking of such websites can vary across networks. Maybe not all ISPs in a country block access to these websites, and therefore there may be less public awareness that such websites are censored. Sometimes the blocks are implemented in such a way where it may not be obvious to an internet user that these websites are intentionally censored, as it may appear that they may not be able to access due to issues with their network or other reasons. So this is just to say that usually, from what we've seen over the last 10 years through network measurements, is that a lot of censorship events, a lot of shutdowns tend to be politically motivated. And a lot of them tend to impact marginalized communities. And often there is the risk that when they do impact marginalized communities, these cases may not receive much public attention. And so I think it is important to continue monitoring such cases in order to increase transparency and support public debate and support their rights. And one way to do that is through Uniprobe testing, through the tool that we provide, and also from the public data set that we provide, you can analyze the data and explore and investigate whether there are other cases of censorship and shutdown that are affecting marginalized groups that maybe have gone unnoticed, and you can use that data as part of your own storytelling and advocacy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria. I would highly encourage each one of you to, look up Uni Probe and Uni app. They're doing some wonderful work, and none of our work, would be complete without, giving due credit to Uni for the amazing measurement work that they're doing. Thank you, Myra and the team at Uni for doing the wonderful work that they have been doing. I think they've just celebrating an anniversary, and they've come out with some really good things, and I encourage all of you to have a look at that. Arza, coming to you next, and your last but definitely not the least, could you tell us a little bit about what's happening in Balochistan, and what efforts do you see in Pakistan against, in the fight against shutdowns?
And regional lead for innovation for South Asia. Uh, we are basically a network of people and organizations who connect, partner, and most importantly, learn together to defend the shrinking civic spaces and overcome restrictions to our basic freedoms of assembly, association, and speech. The Innovation for Change South Asia Hub is one of the 7 regional hubs worldwide, spearheaded at the global level by Civicus World Alliance for Citizen Participation. We offer services and activities towards the defense, expansion, and creation of civic spaces and citizen activists across 8 South Asian countries, which includes Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan, where I'm based. The South Asia Hub also provides an inclusive, safe space to design ideas for creating an enabling environment for civil society organizations, HRDs, and activists to operate in closed spaces where government restrictions impede the ability of civil society organizations to work together and achieve their missions. As my colleagues have mentioned, I mean, governments worldwide and across South Asia continue to deploy
Arjun, sorry,
internet shutdowns.
sorry to stop you, but I think there's some problem with your audio, so you're not very legible. Could you maybe adjust your mic settings, and we're also checking here if.
Is it fine now?
I think maybe you can take off your earpods, and that'll help.
Can you hear me fine?
Can you say something? You're on mute. Can you say something so that we can check?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, this is far better.
Is it better? Oh, okay, perfect. Apologies for that. So government across like South Asia continue to deploy internet shutdowns and network disruptions to suppress mass protests, to envision election losses, or reinforce military coups, or cut off conflict areas like Balochistan from the outside world to report human rights violations and atrocities. Internet shutdowns exist on a various spectrum, and it include everything from complete backlogs, which is basically connectivity is fully shut down, or disruptions of mobile services or internet to throttling or slowing down connections to selectively blocking certain platforms as well, which is a recent trend that we have seen here. Some internet shutdowns in the region have lasted for weeks and months, while other have been going on for years. So it's something which has become like a favorite tactic of governments to push against mass demonstrations, as we saw during the COVID-19 period as well. Despite the growing consensus that internet shutdowns run contrary to established international human rights principles, people are becoming frustrated about their seeing inability to help citizens over internet controls and shutdowns. Once a government imposes an internet blackout, there is very little that liberal democracies in the West can do to help citizens immediately to restore connectivity. While we have seen that ideas for floating Wi-Fi balloons or beaming the internet from satellites have captured the imaginations of politicians. In truth, these are very costly and workable measures, both technically, politically, and geographically in sensitive area like South Asia. However, that does not mean that democracies cannot exert meaningful pressure against repressive regimes here to ease internet blockouts, or that citizens can exercise their creative options to circumvent internet controls. As one Baloch activist put it, he is a student activist, that it is becoming so frustrating year after year that his entire region has been cut off from rest of the world. And it's impacting not just only access to information, but access to livelihood and economic opportunities as well. Despite India being the lead in shutting off internet in the region, we have seen that the hardest hit areas like Balochistan and conflict region like Jammu and Kashmir have been subject to numerous internet shutdowns under the guise of containing separatist violence, which can last from few days to basically few years as well. The blackouts shut down Zoom classes for students. They have stopped e-services for doctors from communicating their patients. And basically, given that we are dependent on internet as a medium for our social life, it is affecting social life of people and disconnecting them from rest of the globe as well. Uh, Given the way our region replicates the bad stuff only, we have witnessed that internet shutdowns are becoming a norm for curtailing free speech under guise of national security or maintaining social harmony. In Pakistan context, especially in Balochistan, we have seen that speed throttling, slowing down the internet so that 4G suddenly becomes 2G. At some point, it's just 1G. This can stop or has been done to delay news of atrocities or human rights violations or reporting military operations that are being taking place from emerging or stopping streaming or uploading of videos, as we have seen recently that it has exposed the authoritarian regimes in numerous cases. Speed throttling is also being done in geographic based blocks as well in Balochistan Western province, especially where most of the Belt and Road Initiative developments are taking place and where people are protesting against uh, the so-called development that is taking place as well. And we have seen that foreign governments are also helping the state here in ensuring that the internet shutdowns are more targeted at different levels. So initially, when Pakistan was doing shutdowns, it was all IP based blocking. But in recent times, what we have seen that there are either full or partial blackouts, which entail that there's full loss of connectivity and there can be no regional or national level mobile networks that operate. We have also seen that during military operations or protest or women rights movement that has been happening, there is the connectivity is substantially slowed down for specific sites like WhatsApp, or some segments of the traffic would be halted to ensure that people are unable to share and organize online, because most of the social movement that are being organized offline are now being designed online. So the governments are ensuring that access to various social media tools being halted as well. And then we have also witnessed in the case of Sri Lanka as well that the deep packet inspections are being used to severely cripple down or monitor networks as well. uh, DPI, or basically deep packet inspection, a device or a stingray device is inserted in the network just to surveil on people and see the application layers as well. So this technology has been provided by China and in Pakistan as well. And we also see that the same technology was used in Sri Lanka during the recent protest movement as well, to basically block uh, content and applications as well. And
Arjun,
then we
sorry,
also,
can I ask you to
yeah,
wrap up in the next 30 seconds? Yeah.
yeah, and then we also have URL based blocking as well, along with non-technical strategies that ensures that SIM cards are being not sold in certain regions, or certain people are unable to, or certain ethnicities like marginalized communities are unable to access uh, to the internet. And lastly, I think transparency is very critical in stopping internet shutdowns. Unfortunately, platform and companies do not have policies that are very transparent in terms of how governments are requesting shutdowns or censoring political speech in our region. Thank you, Radhika.
Thank you, Arzak. Actually, Arzak brought up a very important point. Even when we try to reach out to ISPs in at least India, we don't get any response from them, right? Because obviously the licensing is dependent. The government gives them licensing, so they don't really want to talk to us. And I believe that in order to maybe like strengthen the fight against shutdowns, companies and platforms do have a very, very crucial role to play. Wrapping up, we have like a couple of minutes for an open discussion. I would encourage all of you to, please give us your comments, your questions. Panelists are here in case you have any questions about any specific region or, any general comments also, which can help us strengthen the fight to let the network. The floor is open. Yes, Malvika.
Hi, I'm Malavika from IT for Change India. So I have three questions that I would like to ask all the panelists. Basically, first is what is the degree of transparency on the reasons for shutdowns, particularly from the governments, and secondly, from the platforms themselves. And in India, we have a right to information legislation, which definitely won't give us the adequate amount of response. But through your research and your work, how are you able to gather this information? Secondly, how much media coverage is present for the kind of internet shutdowns that happen? And do you see a certain kind of politically leaning media organization covering it? Want to understand that. And secondly, I think from the entire discussion here, we see the violation of human rights. We see the tests of legality and limitation not actually hitting the mark. So where do we go from here?
Thanks a lot, Malika. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Frank. I'm from Uganda. I work with Rural Aid Foundation, and I'm an open internet for democracy leader. And I want to ask one question around whether we've had any mitigation strategies with regard to internet shutdown in those areas. But then sorry, I have another question. The second question is around have you tried to look at the coping strategies that these communities that are affected are actually utilizing to ensure that they overcome the challenges that they face? And if so, what could be some of those coping strategies? Because I believe those would be some of the takeaways for us that are working in the same space, that we could be able to adopt some of those strategies in our respective countries and organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the very wonderful questions, Frank. I'll go to Felicia, and then if one of our online moderators wants to ask, I think maybe we can take Dan's question also, and we can answer them together.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Daniel O'Malley from the Center for International Media Assistance in Washington, D.C., and I've really enjoyed this presentation. I really enjoyed the fact that we talked about throttling, because throttling, I come from a media development think tank and research institute, and throttling is one of the ways that internet shutdowns are used to limit access to news information, right? And we have a report out about a year and a half ago about this topic in some of the regions that were actually discussed today. And one of the things that I want to build off of Frank's comment was, unfortunately, we need to do advocacy work to make sure that internet shutdowns don't happen. But we know that they're going to continue to happen. And I think that news organizations, based on my research, have started to find new innovative ways to try and proactively figure out how to respond when they're face this challenge. So this is something that I'm really interested in about, and I'm wondering if our speakers or anyone else in the room is interested in that topic as well. Thank you.
Last question. I think it's just going to be easier to, answer all of them together.
Hey, sorry, I was actually late, so I don't even know if this topic was discussed. My name is Eduardo. I'm from a civil society in Paraguay called TEDIC. I was wondering if it was discussed or if it is of interest of discussion the issue of perception of internet shutdowns. Because I feel like most of the times we're so caught up on the issue of capturing the data that effectively demonstrates that there was an internet shutdown in a region. And most of the time we overlook, for instance, when communities who are, for instance, in militarized areas who feel, and this is the case in Paraguay, for instance, who they feel that they have been subject to internet shutdowns for numerous reasons, but because there isn't the actual data to provide it, is often overlooked. So I don't know if this is something that could be discussed as well.
Thank you. So the way that we'll go is, and because we only have 10 to 12 minutes left, so we'll couple answering these questions with the closing remarks as well. We'll start with Felicia, and then we'll go in the same order that the speakers came in. You can answer the questions, and you can give your last thoughts. Story, I think we should generally have like 5-6 days blocked to discuss this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try to answer the questions. Yes, it's difficult when it comes to transparency with regards to shutdowns, but I think we've made progress since we started monitoring internet shutdowns since 2016. And it's important to note that fighting internet shutdowns requires a coordinated effort. And so that is why civil society, we came together to say that this is a threat to fundamental human rights. This is a threat to democracy. And so we need to join efforts to fight and push back against shutdowns. And I think civil society has done really well in bringing this issue to the spotlight. In terms of media coverage, I think that has also improved. Sometimes we get reports of internet shutdowns due to media reports. And as Prashant mentioned in his presentation, we rely on that to corroborate the information we get on the ground to be able to ascertain and verify what kind of shutdown is happening, what are the reasons behind it, and it's important to always understand the context within which these shutdowns are happening. Indeed, we all have seen from this presentation that internet shutdown violates fundamental human rights, and there's been collective, I think this issue is not just a priority for civil society. We've seen the African Union, the United Nations passing resolutions denouncing internet shutdowns and encouraging states to stop imposing them even in times of crisis. We've also seen the G7 and the Freedom Online Coalition, which brings together a network of governments, I think over 34 governments, also speaking out against internet shutdowns due to the impact it has. So I think that this is a collective fight, and we need to work together to be able to reach this milestone. In terms of mitigation, yes, we have mitigation as part of the Keep It On campaign. I will use the elections for an example. Elections give us time to plan. Elections give us time to engage with authorities. But when you look at the other shutdowns that happen, it's unpredictable and it just happens abruptly and you have to respond. But with elections, we are able to prepare, engage with government through open letters, stating reasons why we think, which we think they also know, that internet shutdowns shouldn't happen during elections. We've seen how shutdowns during elections also mar the credibility of election outcomes. And sometimes you tend to actually have protests when the internet is shut down and the election results are announced. People tend to contest the outcome of the elections. And then we do provide circumvention support to people that are experiencing internet shutdowns. And this is incorporated in the strategy we use under the Keep It On campaign, again, around elections. So we build capacity of people to understand what exactly an internet shutdown is, and also to provide them with the various tools, like what kind of virtual private networks can you use, what other strategies, are you going to rely on foreign SIM cards, or what, we are still trying to find a workaround around complete internet blackouts, but people, I think, have become really resilient. We've seen how shutdowns have happened in Sudan and how the people have really protested and found ways to come back online and to continue to share information. So I think these are important things we've done and we've worked together. And it's important to highlight that we cannot do this alone. It's important to work in solidarity. It's important to have people on the ground running UNI tests, for instance, to provide the technical evidence, which then also provides us information to be able to corroborate that with the context and what exactly is happening. And then we conclude and reach an agreement that, okay, this is actually an intentional disruption. I think there's been some positives and best practices we can also cite in countries. Recently, we worked in Kenya, and we did have the government making commitments and saying that the internet would not be shut down, and the internet was not shut down. So these are things we also have to raise awareness about and to let other countries know that you can hold elections and leave the internet on and keep it on. And finally, my concluding remarks, I just want to say that internet shutdowns violate fundamental human rights. I cannot say that enough. And I think that it's important for authorities, especially in Ethiopia, to take urgent and concrete steps to restore internet access, which has been ongoing for the past 2 years, and to ensure that people come back online, people are able to let the world know what has happened over the 2 years. And also, of course, tech companies also have a responsibility to ensure that the concerns that governments use to justify internet shutdowns, they also take concrete steps to ensure that these concerns are addressed, so we don't have governments shutting down the internet and citing the fight against misinformation or hateful content on platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia.
So from me, very quickly, in regards to the transparency of telecoms orders, I think you have to look in all the countries talked about today at the British Colonial Official Secrets Act, which obviously blocks a lot of these orders from being made public. In regards to coping strategies, I think in Myanmar, the people have just moved back to the old word of mouth situation, which obviously has issues in regards to rumors and disinformation and so forth. In regards to throttling, I think one thing also to look at is the reverse. So in Myanmar, even where they haven't throttled, they've doubled the price of data. And what we've seen the impact of that is that now many media outlets now no longer publish videos purely because of it's too expensive for their audiences to see. And then finally, I think in regards to the responses, I think one thing we need to see is internet shutdowns are often put into sort of human rights boxes within the UN system, which means they're easily sidelined, particularly when there are massive conflict situations, and they need to be moved into the humanitarian box also. And this requires different actors to be more involved, particularly UN agencies that are working in countries where there are conflicts, like in Myanmar, because they traditionally ignore it. Thank you.
Thanks, Oliver. Prashant?
So first on the question of transparency, yes, at Software Freedom Law Center, we've been filing a lot of applications under the Right to Information Act, which often were rejected. But thanks to the directions from the Supreme Court in the Anuradha Bust case, there's a clear direction to the governments to publish these orders. But even then, these orders are often not published, and this is more than in violation of the directions of the court and not in compliance with the direction of the court. So yes, it's often a struggle to get these orders. Coming to the media coverage, there has been a lot of improvement over the years, and thanks mostly, I would say, to the international media who have covered internet shutdowns in a big way. Then the question of how do we fight these shutdowns? So I would say we need a multi-pronged kind of an approach. One, definitely we need to first document these shutdowns, have advocacy in place where all civil society organizations, academia, all need to, let's say, work together, companies also. And then definitely what we have seen in India from our experiences, you need to go to the courts, and no better way than litigation to fight these shutdowns. Then issues like throttling, we definitely can look at maybe a technical means of recommending the shutdowns when it comes to issues like throttling. But it's definitely not an easy thing to do. Thank you.
Please keep it below 1 minute. I think they're showing us off now. So just before the last comments, we have an Optima report launch tomorrow at 9:30 in the large briefing room, which will be a continuation of this discussion, I believe. And please be there. But over to you, Maria and Arzak.
Thank you, Malvika, Frank, and Daniel for your excellent questions. Very briefly, so on the question of transparency, with a tool like Uniprobe, which we provide with my organization, the types of experiments you'd be running on your network would be able to provide rich network measurement data that shows specifically how an ISP is actively blocking access to a website or to an app. And that level of detail in the technical data can potentially serve as evidence that they intentionally blocked access to the service on a specific moments in time. On the other hand, when it comes to complete internet connectivity shutdowns, there are several public platforms. There are several platforms which provide open data or public data monitoring internet connectivity worldwide. And a lot of these data sets provide signals that can serve also as evidence of intentional shutdowns. And if you're able to see the same signals on many of these different independent data sets, that's an even stronger signal and stronger evidence that a shutdown occurred. On the question of throttling, so an open methodology for measuring throttling doesn't exist at the moment, at least not one that has been deployed at scale. But with UNI, what we're currently aiming to do is that we've started research on basically creating new methodologies for measuring throttling, which we will be integrating into our app. And that way, anyone who uses the Uniprobe app will be able to measure throttling as well. It is currently possible to infer cases of throttling based on the data we're already collecting, but we aim to improve upon that and have more dedicated methodologies over the next year. Thanks.
I'm going to be very short. So I think when large tech companies set the agenda for the digital sphere, it can make it more difficult for governments, especially authoritarian regimes in our context, to change or counter them. I think large tech companies like Google, Meta, Twitter, and others, they need to come together and support local initiatives and also international civil society organizations in pursuing a strategy to counter internet shutdown. I think it also needs to involve non-technological strategies to complement digital solutions to counter internet shutdowns. And I think it's really important that and timely that they start supporting these initiatives as well.
Sure. So yes, I am with the International Centre for Journalists, ICFJ, and we have been researching for UNESCO since 2019 the phenomenon of I am speaking. Sure, sure. So I took the liberty of unmuting myself, but evidently it didn't work for everybody. Yes, so I lead research at the International Centre for Journalists, as Paula indicated. I've been independently studying online violence against women journalists, and I am a journalist myself since around 2010, but since 2019, for UNESCO, we have been conducting a global study which covered 15 countries and went beyond the borders of those 15 countries. It also involved a survey of over 1,000 people, over 710 of whom were women journalists. Additionally, we interviewed over 180 women journalists and experts from around the world. And we've been, as I said, producing this research and publishing from it since 2019. The overarching study is called The Chilling. ICFJ published the full study on November 2, and UNESCO has published a whole range of outputs from this study, including the set of recommendations that will be discussed later during this panel. But to give you a sense of the gravity of this situation, I think it's best to emphasize a series of statistical points which really, make concrete the scale and ferocity of online violence against women journalists. So we found that 73% of women journalists that we surveyed had experienced online violence in the course of their work. Now, that is a very well-known statistic. Perhaps less well-known is that 20% of the women journalists we surveyed said that the online violence they had experienced had manifested in physical ways. So it had spilled offline into harassment, abuse, or attacks. And I think the most, serious concern that we have to confront and mitigate is this trajectory of the online to offline violence. And I say that not wanting to diminish the very important conclusion that the most sort of significant impact in terms of the scale of experience was actually serious mental health impacts. So I don't want to undercut that important finding or to somehow diminish the seriousness of mental health impacts, psychological injury, including PTSD among women journalists. But online violence aids and abets impunity for offline harm, offline attacks against women journalists. And we therefore need to work very assiduously to try to stem online violence, but also to try to measure and monitor online violence with a view to trying to predict and then perhaps prevent some of these offline manifestations. I think some of the other really important findings go to the role of state actors, including extraterritorial attacks on journalists and political leaders. We see patterns where political leaders, including presidents, will instigate or flare online attacks, and those online attacks create an environment, an enabling environment for the persecution, potential mob violence offline, and also lawfare. So the environment that enables the kind of criminalization of journalism and journalists, as we've seen in the case of Maria Ressa, the Nobel laureate, for example, who was first attacked online with a trending hashtag arrest Maria Ressa, and within 2 years we see the situation where in 2019 she was arrested and ultimately she was convicted. And we see in The Chilling 2 big data case studies that really clearly demonstrate the scale and ferocity of those attacks, and Maria's is a case in point. So I might leave it there for you, Paula, and you feel free to follow up.
are actually quite similar. And I would want to speak, while we have noted so many trends over time, I want to speak specifically to a recent survey that we did just recently. We had a meeting, follow-up meeting, a validation meeting at a meeting that we had in Victoria Falls for the Africa commemoration of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. So that's where we had a validation meeting, and it's also a training of female journalists. But that was building on a recent survey. And I'm mentioning this one also because, Julie spoke quite critically about the need for an evidence-based approach. And what we noticed in our survey is that, we surveyed 11 countries within the Southern African region, and this was a survey specifically for female journalists. And all of them were coming out with specific feedback around, what they feel are their threats to their safety online. And, throughout this conference, you've been having so many conversations around internet fragmentation and the likes, and the main key argument being that the internet has created a global village, right? But particularly from the perspective of the safety of journalists, that also means, particularly female journalists, that also means the internet has created an open space for different perpetrators to have access to an individual. So you find that from the perspective of perpetrators, we have seen so many, ordinary citizens being consumers of news, being some of the perpetrators of violence towards female journalists and being some of the people that are threatening the safety of female journalists, but also particularly in volatile environments like election seasons, for example. You note that in the region between now and 2024, we have so many elections coming up. In this season also, we have seen even political party supporters and leaders also posing a threat to the safety of female journalists online. And most of these threats also are centered on, the issue of media polarization. That if a female journalist is from state media, any opinion or view that she shares online, she is being attacked on that basis. If you're from private media, you're equally attacked on that basis. So that's one of the key issues. And Facebook and Twitter also came out to be one of the key platforms where, threats to female journalists have been noted. And to reiterate also even what Julie said, that some of these threats not only end online. There have been threats also that, in some of the threats you can tell that there's an intention to perpetrate them in the physical space. And, I think one thing I'd want to emphasize around that is that what is very clear is that there's been a normalization of online gender-based violence, particularly towards female journalists. We have seen in the public space so many conversations that are premised on the argument that if you're a female journalist, you are a public figure, and you should be able to contain and take any form of, threats or any form of harassment that comes your way because you are a public figure. So that is what we have been noting. And I want to emphasize two key issues, particularly from Southern Africa, in terms of the forms this violence has been coming in and the forms in which these threats to safety have been coming in. One of them is doxing, where personal information is being released online. And in extreme circumstances, you see individuals even posting information about a female journalist's child and the paternity of that child. So that also brings in even the issue of the protection of children online. So in most cases, doesn't end up being only about the female journalist, but also even people related to that female journalist. But also another key area is disinformation as a tool for violence towards female journalists. That has also been quite prevalent in the region. And I want to commend also because I know Namchue Digital in partnership with Facebook, they did a report which focused on online gender-based violence, particularly for countries in Southern Africa. And there's so many issues that are coming out which are particularly generalized to women, but are also quite common for female journalists. And one aspect I want to raise, because it's also not, while it's not specific to female journalists, it's also an issue that came out quite frequently, was the issue of digital surveillance. That there also has been an increase in online monitoring, particularly by states, which is also a threat to the safety of female journalists, particularly those that are expressing, divergent views and opinions. And I'm sure most of you will recall that for this year's World Press Freedom Day, the focus was on journalism under digital siege. And even the female journalists that we also surveyed were also highlighting that, there's an increase in digital surveillance. And in some of these cases, you expect that maybe it's the use of Pegasus or, some sophisticated way, but in other instances, it's just merely monitoring what you are posting and having some people, either political party supporters, coming in and threatening you based on, either a tweet or a post that a female journalist would have made online. So these are some, just in brief, these are some of the issues that we have noted from our survey, but also, from the different reports across the Southern African region as far as the safety of female journalists online is concerned.
Thank you so much, Nompilo. And I was saying like how at the beginning we had the problem of all these violations being rendered invisible because they were not recognized as specific types of violation. And now you call our attention to the more recent threat of normalization of these types of violations. So it's an ongoing struggle for sure. But now I want to start to move on to discuss a little bit the types of responses we could have in relation to this problem. And I'll invite Guilherme Canella. Guilherme will be joining us online. Guilherme is the Chief of Section for Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists with UNESCO. And Guilherme, I know that UNESCO and ICFJ have just published recommendations to different stakeholders on how to address online violence. So I was hoping you could share with us some of these recommendations.
Sure. Thank you. And I'm really glad to see that this issue is also being covered under the overall discussions of the Internet Governance Forum, because we also need to treat this as part of the internet governance discussion. And I would say, and probably Julie will add to that, that if we can say there is a cross-cutting element throughout the 100 plus recommendations, is that we should treat these as a structural issue. So we need to have institutional responses. And in the case of the digital environment, this is about internet governance. So we can't separate those things as if it was a minor issue or a side issue to the overall problem of the digital ecosystem in protecting journalists overall, but in this case, women journalists, to be able to operate their job in going forward with a free, independent, and plural journalism, but doing that in a safe manner. So obviously, I won't have time in my 5 minutes to go through 100 and plus recommendations, but what I want to do is to give a little bit of perspective on how those recommendations are structured, and maybe then later on we can further discuss some of these points. But for me, one of the most important things here is that if you read the recommendations, that by the way will be soon available in all the 6 UN official languages, you'll see that also several of those things we already have an educated guess that were important things to communicate to these actors. But what is really different here is that now those policy recommendations, they are evidence-based. Due to all the huge effort that Julie's team did on a quantitative side, but also in an important qualitative side. And for me, the most important element here is the voices of the victims, is really understanding what is going on to recommend something that has both feet on the floor. And one of the important things here is that when we are recommending things, for instance, for the newsrooms or for the internet companies, this is really related to the real problems that are taking place when these women are being subject to this kind of violence. So the structure of the recommendations, therefore, they are very much connected with the findings of the study. So we are doing recommendations to the news organizations. And if you look into the survey, we will see that the women journalists are saying that unfortunately they don't have support from their own news organizations when those things are taking place. Then we have obviously recommendations to the internet companies, and we will see here and then that the lack of transparency of those companies in dealing with these issues, or the absence of risk assessment, something that we are going to discuss later on, are also already appointed by the evidences of the survey. Then we have a series of recommendations, for instance, for legal actors. Obviously, if we don't have prosecutors and judges capable of understanding these problems when they reach the judicial system, this shows they have almost 100% level of impunity in these cases of digital violence against women journalists. And it's because they don't really understand how to cope with these kind of issues. And then the recommendations, obviously, for governments, we need to have policy discussions related to these issues and to the academic world and to the civil society organizations, but also for us, the UN system. When we first approved the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity 10 years ago, this issue was not clear to us at all. Maybe because we were not good enough in pre-understanding what was going on in the digital space regarding safety of journalists in general and safety of women journalists in particular. So we have a duty now, we have a homework in the next phase of the implementation of the UN Plan of Action on how to really integrate these recommendations in our multilateral policy. So although the overall idea of prevention, protection, and prosecution of the crimes remain, the issue is that doing this prevention, protection, and prosecution is not the same when we are dealing with these issues. So we need to incorporate these 107 recommendations in this overall comprehensive package of policies for preventing and protecting and prosecuting the crimes against journalists, but with this strong gender perspective that this study offered to us. So I will stop here and then we can go into particular details of the different set of recommendations. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Guilherme. Julie, you have co-authored these recommendations with Kalina Bomcheva. So is there any specific set of recommendations you'd like to tell us a bit more about? Would you like to follow up on Guilherme's answer, adding some additional points or highlights?
Sure. So I think, really pertinent are some of the recommendations that Guilherme alluded to for the platforms. Our research as well determined that the platforms were, generally speaking, too slow to respond, frequently didn't respond at all. And when they did respond, the action was largely ineffective. So, this is an area that requires really, determined sort of restructure with regards to understanding the need to specifically protect women journalists, especially in the face of online violence, but also to do things like ensure that support services provided by the platforms to deal with serious cases of online threats are available in multiple languages, not just in English, which has been the dominant language. We've recommended that a human in the loop approach is absolutely necessary. We can't rely on algorithmic approaches alone for dealing with these issues, and you need specialist knowledge at the platform level when it comes to content moderation decisions, specialist knowledge that includes gender awareness and also includes an understanding of the protections that are afforded to journalists and women journalists, especially under international human rights law, and what the implications are for press freedom when the platforms allow threats and misogynistic hate speech against women journalists, for example, to go viral, and the ways in which that can enable all manner of other harms. We also emphasize the need for transparency, but not just transparency regarding the actions taken, but also the actions that have not been taken. So we need to understand what the appeal protocols are, and there needs to be, the possibility of rapid escalation when there are serious attacks. There needs to be access to the data for researchers to be able to monitor and respond and recommend certain actions. And at the moment, we're in a moment, I think, where a lot of the progress that has been made is being rolled back, most notably with the public implosion of Twitter and the sort of abrogation of responsibilities and improvements that have been made there. So it's a very urgent moment, I think, for the consideration of these specific recommendations for the platforms, but also for states. I alluded before to the role and function of political actors in instigating and amplifying online violence against women journalists. And one of the data points to highlight from the survey, the global survey that we did, was that 37% of the women journalists surveyed said that the top perpetrators were political actors, and that included, those in elected office, political party leaders, and so on. And interconnected to this is the statistic that 41% of the women journalists surveyed said that they'd been attacked in the context of coordinated disinformation campaigns. So all of this, you know, this is painted. I'm painting a picture at the global level. We've heard the kind of more granular experience at the Southern African level, but I can assure you, based on the data that we've been swimming in, the toxic data for the most part over the past 3 years, it demonstrates that this is indeed a global phenomenon. And so one of the recommendations directed towards states is that individual states introduce systems and protocols to restrain political actors from targeting women journalists in acts of online violence, and that there be punitive action associated, following an investigation into such acts. And we made that recommendation because we kept finding evidence, from Brazil to the UK, where such incidents were occurring, and the ways in which mob violence flares online with potentially extremely serious consequences offline when a political actor is involved, are extreme. And then we have the other really challenging problem, which requires some careful consideration at the intergovernmental level, and also within sort of regional bodies of state.
You were muted again, Julie. We lost you. Maybe our colleagues at the back could help us. Maybe it's here in the room, because I don't see the mute sign in her screen. So I think the problem is here, maybe. Bear with us, Julie, just a second. Can you try again? No. I think now it is. No. Julie, in the benefit of time, while they try to solve the problem, I'll go back to the room here with Nompilo. Is that okay? Nompilo, please. So let's continue to discuss a little bit about the needed responses. So I was wondering, based on the work that MISA is doing, what have you proposed, promoted in terms of response? And also, what have you seen around in the region as good practices or good examples that we can see of responses for the online gender disinformation issue against journalists?
Thank you very much. I think I would want to start by highlighting, congratulating colleagues for this report that was produced, because I think as a best practice to have evidence-based approach is quite important. To have research that supports any advocacy intervention is quite important. And I think on the foundations of such research and such evidence, that is when advocacy work can also be done. So I just want to commend that, because I think that is one of the best practices that we have seen. And to highlight also that that is the approach that we have tried also to take as MISA, particularly focusing on knowledge production and knowledge sharing. So a research is always a good foundational basis to inform any next steps. And with regards to this aspect, particularly the safety of female journalists, we included this issue as a thematic focus area in a campaign that we did, a digital rights literacy campaign. And we're focusing on 5 countries in Southern Africa: Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Lesotho. I think I'm forgetting one, Tanzania. Well, I mean, we claim Tanzania as ours, but anyway. So we had a campaign which focused on those 5 countries. and it was informed by a research on the state of digital rights literacy in those countries, and this was one of the thematic areas that we focused on. And based on that foundational basis, we then started engaging policymakers, your parliament, your ministries, and then from there on, we also engaged with civil society and the media in those specific countries. And this we did in the period between 2020 and 2021. And we realized that actually, there's lots of work to be done in terms of sensitization, because right now we are speaking about the safety of female journalists online. This is a digital rights issue, but you find that in most of the jurisdictions, the key stakeholders are not fully aware and not fully, have not fully embraced these issues of digital rights. So, taking these conversations under the banner of digital rights was also very progressive in terms of touching, and speaking about all the issues that relate to digital rights, and including the safety of female journalists online. But also to highlight that, safety and security trainings are very important. And what we have tried to do is to take a holistic approach, because remember earlier I mentioned that some of these threats do not only end online, they can also translate to the physical realm. So while we have done digital safety and security trainings, partnering with other key stakeholders that are very technical, offering tools for digital safety, we have also tried to complement that with trainings around physical security. And then in cases where, there have been some form of violation, trauma and the likes, we also offer psychosocial support. So digital and safety and security trainings are quite important. And I want to emphasize also that this is something that can be a continuous process. We have young journalists that are coming into the profession, early career female journalists who also would equally need these trainings. We have student journalists who also sometimes find themselves in the front line and also doing the work, who would also need the same support. And then you have journalists that are veteran journalists, and those are the ones particularly because they are more outspoken, who also are receiving even more higher forms of threats to their safety. So in our approaches as well, it's always important to categorize what nature of support is needed for which group of the female journalists. But digital safety and security trainings are quite important. But also we need to leverage on international instruments and standards that we have. And recently, when we had a multi-stakeholder engagement with about 8 countries in Southern Africa, we hosted it in Zimbabwe sometime in September, we also tried to focus particularly on the recent resolution of the ACHPR on the protection of women against digital violence. And we did have female journalists and policymakers, particularly from Zimbabwe, but also civil society from the different countries, the 8 countries. And we did focus also on that resolution because it has specific recommendations to the different actors that also focus on the safety of female journalists. So I think while this resolution is quite recent, I think there's an opportunity for more work to be done to capitalize on that. But just to highlight that going forward, I think there's still more work that needs to be done, particularly in collaboration with the private sector and the tech companies or the social media platforms. Because when some of these threats are coming, sometimes they are presented in local languages, but the tech platforms do not have the capacity to understand these threats, particularly in their local textures and local nuances. So it's always important also to start engaging them and including them so that we work towards finding resolutions that ensure that they also address contextual forms of threats in the different regions and different countries. But also that we in some of our trainings, we also focus on imparting information on, the community guidelines, the policies, and the safety features on the platforms, right? But you find that one of the most concurrent feedback that we always get is that, the process itself, particularly, for example, reporting mechanism, is not user-friendly. So there might be an opportunity, again, as a way forward to start thinking around an engagement that focuses on ensuring that while the safety mechanisms can be well known, we also make sure that they are user-friendly to the different users. Thank you.
Thank you, Nompilo, for the rich array of activities in which you have been engaged, and so many ideas that come from that. And from APC, I have to say we are particularly interested in seeing how the implementation of the African resolution will come up and how we can engage in that. But I'll check if Julie can join us again. Let's see if we can go back to you, Julie.
I'm here.
Yes, please.
You can hear me now.
So conclude your thoughts. Apologies for
Sure.
that.
I think I was essentially winding up anyway, but I did want to make the point. I'm not quite sure where you lost me, but we have a really serious and urgent issue with regards to extraterritorial attacks on journalists. And one case that the chilling highlights involves BBC Persian service journalists who are being targeted. UN special rapporteurs have acknowledged this by Iranian authorities, and are being targeted in ways that are designed to, inflame attacks on the journalists in an online environment, but also with associated offline harms. So they are being targeted online in parallel with examples of material that's been published online, even being posted by traditional mail to the schools, or to the children of these women at the schools that they attend in London, and additionally with threats against family members who are still based in Iran. And I think this goes back to the point that was discussed earlier during this session, which is that online violence against women journalists in particular radiates, and it radiates to sources, to audience members that may be, supportive of the journalist, to colleagues, most insidiously to children of those targeted and other family members of those targeted. And we did find evidence of that occurring, even in Northern Ireland, for example. One case comes to mind where there were credible rape threats against the baby of the journalist Patricia Devlin. But those kinds of threats were being made in every single country that we studied. And I think that's, quite chilling, hence the title, but demonstrates just, the scale of this problem, and really underlines the point that we have to keep making, that online violence is not virtual. It does not stay online.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Julie. I'll go back to you, Guilherme, now. And you mentioned, I understand that as part of these recommendations, the idea of risk assessments came through. So I was wondering, I understand that UNESCO is already working on a proposal for a risk assessment framework. So could you tell us a bit more about what exactly that is, and what is the approach that UNESCO is taking to risk assessment in relation to the digital safety of journalists?
Sure. First thing is that the report, the chilling and the recommendations already include a very interesting set of questions that are related to this idea of risk assessment. Are 25 concrete questions, particularly in this case, tailor-made for the discussion of the digital safety of women journalists. But let me just take a step back to say that when the UNESCO 193 member states endorsed the principles of the Windhoek plus 30 Declaration of Information as a Public Good, one of the specific paragraphs of that declaration is precisely the need of the internet companies to carry on human rights risk assessment or human rights due diligence when what they are doing is related, in this case, with freedom of expression. And more than that, that these processes, these risk assessments, they should be transparent. It's not just saying that they are doing it. We need to understand exactly how they're doing it, and based in with international standards, they are taking certain decisions. So we are, as UNESCO, we are based on these principles that were endorsed by our member states. We are going to start producing a series of guidelines for internet companies to implement or to carry on risk assessments. And one of that is about safety of journalists online, and obviously with a specific cross-cutting for this issue of the safety of women journalists online. But just to make sure that we are going to also produce other sorts of risk assessments, for instance, when they are taking decisions related to countering disinformation and misinformation, or climate change, or elections, and so on and so forth. But for this particular discussion, during these global consultations related to the 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity, we already started consulting on different aspects on how a comprehensive risk assessment, particularly for the digital safety of journalists, and again, with a strong component on women journalists should look like. And these consultations took place, first set of those consultations in Copenhagen couple of months ago. We are still going on with this kind of consultations. This very session is for us very important to collect more inputs for that. But the basic idea is to really offer to the companies guidance. It's obviously at the end of the day is their decision if they want to use or not this guidance on how they should look into this problem with a human rights-based approach. But this guidance is also very important for the other actors, including the civil society, to hold these companies accountable. Because when they say how they are interacting with these kind of issues, in this case, the safety of women journalists online, is also important for the other players to have some guidance on to ask the right questions to the companies to again hold them accountable to this kind of issue. So this is the basic approach of what we are doing, but repeating the work that Julie and her colleagues did already includes a very interesting set of questions that are at the very end of the recommendations related to this overall approach of taking forward a risk assessment. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Guilherme. So, as Guilherme already mentioned, I think this is a great opportunity to hear from you and hear if you have any inputs in relation to this specific proposal, this specific tool, but also more broadly. We wanted to open up the floor now to hear about all the issues that were discussed here. So, in terms of like the main challenges to women journalists online, their responses, recommendations, and best practice, and of course, any specific tools that you want to mention. So, please just raise your hand, and Rachel will be looking at those that want to also pose questions online.
Okay, and my name is Nanga. I'm from Mongolia, journalist, and also running a small NGO to empowering journalists in Mongolia. My question might be goes to UNESCO and you guys working on risk assessment, how the safety happens in journalists. And for me, the journalist from Mongolia, and it looks like the nice democratic country, but we still have a couple of journalists always facing physical assault and online harassment because they didn't know it's like a threat for their safety because they are too busy to occupy their daily workloads, and UNESCO and international organization, they're just working on the papers and asking those papers and producing a bunch of papers on the ground. It seems like all those paper and researches doesn't really helpful for the journalists, especially for the developing countries who listed in the really top bottom level of the international funders organizations. And for example, when we're talking about safety of journalists, usually we consider journalists who work in a war zone or conflict zone, and we're talking about safety of Ukrainian journalists. But last October, I went to the Chiang Mai. There are the thousands of fled journalists from Myanmar. They're working and trying to mingle, trying to survive there. But in Mongolia, on the case, we have almost like the 40 physical assaults every year, but it never ever registered any kind of NGOs, never ever registered any kind of UNESCO or UN programs. And how do you work to involve equal opportunity, equal participation for the journalists in risk assessments, and how do you trying to left no one behind this kind of safety platform program? How do you working on to improve the effectiveness for protecting the journalists, especially from the developing countries, who is not hot topic in international stage?
Thank you, Nanda. I think I'll collect 2 or 3 more questions, and then there's another one from the chat. Do you want to share now?
Yes, thank you, Paula. So this is a question from our former colleague, Guy Berger, who's joining virtually. The question is, it seems abusers can act with relative impunity to attack women journalists online. Impunity not just from the law, but in terms of community standards. And so what should be done about this? Should the companies cooperate with law enforcement to ensure that there are real consequences beyond deplatforming for perpetrators? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So, and then Bia, and I think we can close with that, and I'll give the word back to you, dear speakers, and then you can respond to the questions and already wrap up with your final remarks, because we really need to leave the room in time because we have another session starting in 10 minutes, so please.
So who do you want to go first, Paula?
No, we still have 2 questions here, so...
oh, sorry, okay.
Okay. Yeah, mine comes, actually, it's the same thought that, my name is Rachel Nakitare from the International Association of Women in Radio and Television, Kenya. Mine is a follow-up to the responsibility that we should put also on communities, but specifically law enforcement, because I think some time back, when we're dealing with issues of online violence against women, we did a research in Kenya, and we realized that even as the women journalists reported to the law enforcement officers that received the reports had no idea what they were supposed to do. They did not even recognize what online violence was all about. So I think there is need to sensitize them. Also, as we think about training and building the capacities of women in digital safety, that the law enforcement are also trained to be able to identify, to be able to prosecute, and to be able to, to deal with them as they come. And then also, just in the same breath, we had a case not too long ago. It wasn't, of course, online, but it was very gender biased in terms of the way the courts were handling the case, and there had to be a lot of solidarity from the associations, from the Union of Journalists, going along with the editors to the courts to stand with them and show that they were working, they don't need to be harassed. So I do not have an answer, but I'm wondering what kind of solidarity we can build around the profession, around journalists, so that, there's not retaliation, but there's protection, standing in solidarity with colleagues, especially when those attacks come online, and especially when they're of professional nature, you're being attacked because of the work that you've done. And just a quick one that I wanted to hear from Nompilo about students, because we have been working with university students in Kenya as IWAT, and this has actually, we've seen results in terms of how they're now coming out. But before they come to even join the industry, they're able to stand, to recognize the issues of online violence and stand and talk about them, because we realize, there's the online that moves offline and offline that moves online. So once they know how to respond even to the online, then they come out and speak even about the offline, and this helps as a way of reaching out and sharing with others that might fall in the same trap.
Bia, please, the last question, and then we'll stop with Nompilo, okay, for the answers.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it is. So thank you very much for the session. My name is Bia Barbosa. I'm a journalist from Brazil. I'm a member of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, and I also work for Reporter Without Borders, Latin America office. And I just would like to make a comment, because when you look at the murder data about journalists, we see that the most part of them, in some part of the world, are more than 90% are men. So we have a wrong picture of what the violence against journalists in general is, because we think that since the killings they're like 2 men journalists, we don't see the violence that is going on against women journalists online. And this year in Brazil, we have monitored the accounts of 120 journalists during the elections in Brazil, and between August and October, only Reporter Without Borders registered more than 3 million offensive and in discrediting posts on the press during the election campaign. And most of them were made, as you mentioned here, made by supporters of the still President Jair Bolsonaro, who lost the elections, but the most part of them were against women. Each week, and we have the reports in our website if you wanted to check them. They are available in English as well. Almost 80% of the attacks each week were against women journalists. So I think that at the same time that we need to strengthen public policies to protect journalists, such as the protection mechanisms that we have in Latin America and in other parts of the world. I believe that we really need a specific policy to social media platforms to address these problems, and I think that we've been in touch with social platforms for a long time, and sometimes they only respond to legal frameworks. So I would like to hear from you, Canela, if it's possible, how you're connecting this idea of the risk assessments and the support that the guidelines that you mentioned you're going to present to the platforms with the process that UNESCO is building right now of a general framework for platforms regulation, because I think that we need to go a little bit further than transparency, and they're willing to help. But I think that we really need a platform regulation regarding this topic as well, because it has to do with freedom of the press and freedom of expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Bia. So we have 5 minutes. Please be mindful of the time, dear speakers, and we'll start here with Nompilo.
Then I can utilize minutes left. But yeah, just to say, I mean, some of the feedback were comments which I want to agree with. One being that indeed there's impunity. So while there's impunity generally with regards to the safety of journalists broadly, the question of the safety of female journalists particularly is of concern. And also the impunity translates to the issues that you raised, that sometimes when there are attempts to make reports to the police, you find that law enforcement officers are not fully abreast with the issues, and sometimes they do not see where the offense is. And that is something that is also recommended even in the resolution of the ACHPR, that our policies and our laws should be particularly elaborate and explicit in terms of what online gender-based violence is and what offenses fall under, you know, that component of online gender-based violence. And I think that will help to address some of these cases where when reports are made, there seems not to be any legal remedy available. But also to highlight that a multi-stakeholder approach is important. And while we are speaking about the safety of journalists, I want us to also focus on the safety of journalism when we are speaking of this issue, particularly a gendered lens to news reporting. So while we are speaking of female journalists and their safety, we need to appreciate also that a risk to the safety of female journalists is also a threat to the safety of journalism, particularly gendered approach to news reporting and information dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you, Nompilo. Guilherme?
Well, I mean, obviously, I can't respond all the questions in 1 minute. So I would say that everyone you have UNESCO colleagues in the room. So please feel free to approach them, and we can continue this discussion offline. But very briefly, 3 headlines. On the first question from Mongolia, the short answer is you are right. We can do much more to go closer to the ground, to the specific needs in different countries. We are trying to do that in different ways. For instance, as I mentioned in the beginning, trying to have these materials available in many more languages. So the recommendations will be available at least in the 6 official languages of the UN. During the COVID times, we provide lots of training for journalists to have the discussion related to the specific situation of the pandemic. But we included in these trainings the specific element of safety, and some of these trainings that were actually taken by more than 30,000 journalists from 160 countries. They are available in 13 languages in the platform of the Knight Center, where we provide these trainings. So, but anyways, you are right. We can do more, and we need to get this kind of inputs to see how we can improve the situation. On the issue of law enforcement, prosecution services relation with the companies, the short answer is yes, but it's more complex than that, because we really need to offer to the law enforcement, the prosecution services, the specific knowledge to do that, but in line with freedom of expression standards. Because when journalists, women journalists and others are being attacked online, this is also related to their sources of information, sources that they exchange through online services. So we need to be very careful in the way that their data is shared, apparently with the idea of prosecuting the crime. So how prosecution services and police and law enforcement do that, and at the same time protect sources of journalists, is an important issue among others. So we need to go more deeper on that, and there are recommendations about that in the Chilean for the legal services. And the final thing on Bia's question, yes, in the regulatory framework that the UNESCO is consulting, we are indeed including some of these elements as concrete asks that the regulators should do as long as they are aligned with international freedom of expression standards to the companies. So I'll stop here, but glad to further discuss offline with all of you.
Thank you, Guilherme. There's another colleague from UNESCO based here in Addis that is here with us and would like to add a little bit to
Yes,
the
thank
answer.
you very much. And sorry, can you hear me? Yes, mine is just to respond to a few questions on, particularly on how we are doing it in Africa. After all these recommendations, after all this research, after everything is done, then what? Africa, after the UNPA, the UN Plan of Action consultation, after the research that we have had, and so many, we came together at Victoria Falls, that was last month, and we agreed that we are going to form 6 committees that include the journalists themselves, the digital platforms, and all the duty bearers and every other person that is involved. And there are quite a number of actions that we are taking forward through the subcommittees, and one of them is about a standardized gendered framework for monitoring and reporting the violations. As much as we are discussing, we do know that different partners are using different frameworks, and all of them, there is no standardized framework for monitoring and reporting. Somebody has also said that in terms of reporting, it's really difficult to know what to report and how to report. The second point that I want to put across is that International Women Association for Radio and Television is going to be leading one of those subcommittees in Africa that is going to be actually developing a mechanism for monitoring annually and reporting on safety of journalists. And thirdly, Africa themselves have come together, put indicators that have been peer reviewed on how to monitor and report on violations. And every year we'll be releasing a report, and UNESCO is going to be supporting this process.
Thank you, Lydia. Julie, over to you.
Sure. Well, I'll just start by picking up on that point. I'm actually leading at the moment a piece of work for the OSCE with colleagues from the University of Sheffield. We are developing a monitoring tool for gender-based online violence, and that's already in draft form out for consultation. So hopefully you'll hear more about that. I agree with the colleague from Mongolia. It can be incredibly frustrating as a journalist on the ground when you see research being published, recommendations being published, but you feel that there is no action around you. I sympathize with that, but I would say that it is vital that you have a research base for going forward with action. And all of these recommendations are action oriented. And it's vital to do that for 2 reasons. One, because you need to be able to establish with the authorities why things need to be done, and that requires hard evidence. Secondly, especially in this area where freedom of expression risks abound in efforts to regulate and respond to threats against women journalists online, you need to have really robust protocols in place. And as Guilherme has flagged, in the recommendations that are published is included a 25-step tool which can guide regulatory and legal and legislative responses to gender-based online violence. So I would encourage people to look at that. And with reference to Guy's question, yes, I mean, we found through our research that examples, including one from Serbia, where a high-tech crimes division of the police service required journalists to take screen grabs, download those screen grabs onto a floppy disk or a CD-ROM, I think it was, sorry, and to present those to the authorities. We had other challenges around Facebook, insisting that URLs be provided in addition to screen grabs, in addition to identifying information to investigate. So from the platforms to the police, there are problems with capability and capacity. And of course, it's vital that the platforms do cooperate. And we found evidence of them not cooperating with legitimate police investigations into online threats against women journalists. But that obviously needs to be done with one eye on the manipulation of those processes by states, whereby journalists' accounts, for example, are being pulled down inappropriately, or where content is being removed inappropriately as an act of censorship. So it's very complex, but we have to figure out a way forward that's action focused.
Thank you, Julie. And well, as you all heard, this session today is really part of other processes of work, ongoing work, work underway. So I think I speak on behalf of all the organizers when I say that we are very much open to continue the conversation in other sessions here at the IGF, at the coffee breaks. And of course, let's exchange our contacts so that we can continue also post Addis working together on this agenda. So I thank you all for a very engaging session and well, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, hello. Hi. For anyone still in the room, is anyone here? I'm Rachel Pollock from UNESCO, and if you have any more questions or comments about the work on the safety of journalists and the risk assessment frameworks, please feel free to come speak with me outside of the room. I know we had a tight time for discussion, so happy to talk more. Thanks.
Hey, hey, just checking. If everyone's online.
Hi everyone, Aidana is here, Aidana Kaskerbek from Astana Hub.
Hello, Jeffrey from POCO. I'm here.
And Kate Sutton's here from the UNDP.
Cool, perfect. Everyone is on time. We'll give it like a minute and then we'll start.
Thank you.
Cool, awesome. Well, thanks everyone for coming. My name is Matt. I'm with the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, where I lead the work on digital governance and rights. And I'm really happy to be hosting this session with the World Wide Web Foundation. Van, who is the representative from that organization, is our online moderator. So he'll be fielding your questions online. So the session today, we have a pretty awesome panel lined up to chat about South-to-South collaboration in Web3 governance and the opportunities and challenges that this emerging technology has for emerging economies. So to start, I'd love to go around and have the panelists introduce themselves. I'll start with Jeffrey C, who actually has some slides, which is really great because I haven't prepared any slides. So this will be really great. So I'll pass over to you first and then we can go around to the other panelists after for introductions.
Should I just introduce myself and then go through the slides later? Maybe that might be better.
And if we can turn up the volume a little bit on the online folk.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, that's a bit better. Yeah, introduce yourself and would love to see your slides.
Yeah. Do you think maybe I should just introduce myself? We kind of do a round and then we can come back and go through the slides because I just don't know if it takes too much time.
Sure. Okay, that's good.
Sounds good. Thanks. I'm Jeffrey. I'm Singaporean, but now in Vietnam. Basically, my background is that I currently co-found and run a startup called POCO, P-O-K-O. We came up from the reason why Combinator Batch. We are building payments systems that are accessible to merchants anywhere in the world, especially in emerging markets, so that they can serve customers in a cross-border manner. And we built it on a combination of Web 2 and Web 3 payment rails. Prior to this, I was a fellow at Ethereum Foundation. I was a co-author at several reports and was on several task force at the World Economic Forum on digital currency, and was also a founding team member and chief strategy officer for a $2 billion coin cap protocol. So that's a bit of background. Spent most of my life working in developing countries.
Thanks. Kate and then Aidana.
Hi everyone, my name is Kate Sutton and I work for the United Nations Development Programme, the UNDP, and I run the innovation and digital teams for Asia Pacific. So all of the country offices that we have, which is 25 from Samoa to Iran. And I think the reason why I'm here is, obviously we work with governments across this region on digital, but I've recently just authored a report and a program specifically on Web3 and impact and how we can achieve the SDGs. And I'll pop the link to that in the chat here for you to have a look at. But thank you so much for having me along.
Thanks so much. Aidana.
Hi everyone, my name is Aidana Kaskerbek and I am from Kazakhstan, Central Asia. I represent project management office called Blockchain Center. It is the project management office formed by a local central bank subsidiary and the largest technopark Astana hub in the Central Asia. So what we do here is we work on educational initiatives in blockchain. We also run business programs in Web3, do the community building, and do research and development in blockchain related field. I am a Python developer myself, and I have over 8 years of experience of Python development, and I got involved into the blockchain within my experience as a software developer, and then I joined the team of the subsidiary of a central bank, local central bank that does the CBDC research, digital thing, yeah, local CBDC. Thank you.
Thanks. And in the room, we have Mohit.
Thanks, Matt. My name is Mohit. I am a fellow at the Escher Center, which is a New Delhi-based think tank. We study the intersection between law and developing technologies. Over the last year, a lot of this work has focused on understanding how Web3 is impacting policy constructs, and also about how what are the factors that are driving and fueling Web3 adoption in emerging economies. I'm also a part of the Tony Blair Institute's Progress Fellowship for 2022, and as part of my work, I'm looking at how CBDCs in particular can usher in a new era of work and how they can streamline payments for gig workers. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'd love to pass it back to Jeffrey to set the scene.
Cool. Thanks so much. I mean, it's awesome being able to share the stage with so many policymakers, thinkers on this topic. I'm coming from a bit of an unusual background, being an entrepreneur. I'll just quickly share kind of what we do. Hopefully, it sets some context. Just excited to have a discussion. And I think for me, I think the main takeaway here is kind of how we use Web3 payment rails to support kind of entrepreneurs, creators in emerging market. So I've gave a bit of my background. So basically, kind of Poco, we experimented with various products around Web3, and we kind of settled on an issue that I've always been super excited about, which is how to enable payments that's easy to use for cross-border transactions, and especially in emerging markets. So, we are born out of this mission of giving merchants the ability to access cross-border digital commerce opportunities. And we see a lot of that happening. A lot of this flows, especially in the Web3 space during the last 2-3 years, especially in emerging markets. So what do we do, right? We basically enable merchants to charge customers in 120 plus countries, in 100 plus local payment methods. So these payments are primarily in fiat currencies. So it's basically like, Vietnam dong, Singapore dollars, Indonesian rupiah. These are routed to the merchants as stable coins. So merchants anywhere in the world are able to easily receive money into their own non-custodial wallet. And we basically work with banks and other providers to create on and off fiat and crypto ramps. So these are the access point in this system, right? So if I'm sitting in Indonesia and my customer is in Vietnam, my Vietnamese customer can pay in Vietnam dong, and I'm able to receive it in stable coins back in Indonesia, and then down the road be able to convert those stable coins back into Indonesian rupiah, so I can pay my staff and my team and all that. And the reason why we do this is because we believe that these payment rails are much more democratic for developing countries and enable them to remove cross-border intermediary. So, the context for this is that historically, if you say you are in a place like Vietnam and you are embarking on e-commerce business, generally you want to use like an international payment processor like Stripe. But if you are from a country of Vietnam, you cannot set up your Stripe account. You need to establish a company in Singapore or the US. You need to apply for a bank account in this country. And those are not easy things for most merchants to do. So the barriers to opportunity is significant. And because you have to use these centralized platforms, you end up having to, you have, there's a lot of control that's exercised by these platforms over what you can or cannot do. So for example, if you're not able to set a bank account in Singapore, then you cannot access this payment. Or very often you're forced to use certain platforms that charge up to a 35% take rate. So let's take an example is that if you want to publish through the Apple Store, Apple charges 30% for anything that's consumed in your app if you're selling it through Apple Store. So these are some of the issues that creators, entrepreneurs who are doing cross-border business face. And it's expensive. It's a very high cost of business for them, and more often than not, they're just not able to do it. Web3 payments, what we like about it is that you can accept payments from anywhere. We route this to merchant wallets through stable coins. Merchants control their wallets, so they're not subject to certain policies or friction that key intermediaries might impose on that flow of funds. And what we see is that for many businesses that have a very long tail of customers in many countries, this is beneficial to them because they don't have the resources to set up kind of country by country payment infrastructure. So it's a much more globally accessible solution. And I think, we see this in the numbers, right? I think in terms of adoption, we see very significant participation of emerging markets in the Web3 transactions. So, what I have here on the right is a table from Chainalysis, and they talk about which are the top countries for crypto adoption. And 5 out of the top 10 countries are, in developing countries in India, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. If you look at gaming, which is one of the big segment that we serve, Web3 games, the top 2 games that are customers like Axie Infinity, Titan Arena, they have about 60-70% of their customer base coming from Southeast Asia and Latin America. So very significant participation there. And I think what we've seen and what has enabled for kind of entrepreneurs or creators in this market is that this kind of payment rails allows a faster speed of market. They allow entrepreneurs to go cross-border easily and allow them to go global very, very quickly. So the examples I have here are Axie Infinity was a very significant play-to-earn game that grew very big. I think hit a few billion-dollar coin cap in a matter of 2 years, which is very unusual for a small game studio from an emerging market. Decentraland is from Argentina. Similarly amazing growth story. It's a metaverse. Most people don't even know they're from Argentina. And they grew to a $1 billion coin cap. And by giving access through this Web3 economy. So I think these are some of the things that make us pretty bullish about this space and the utility it can bring to participants from emerging countries. Thanks.
Thanks so much for setting that scene, and it gives a good layup for what I want to ask the other panelists, and starting with Kate in particular in context of the report that you just published around how Web3 can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. And I'd love to hear from the panelists what are like some of the key opportunities and use cases that these Web3 technologies, especially beyond like cryptocurrency and growing the digital economy, can have for global South economies. I might start with Kate, and then if anyone else has anything to add, please do.
Thanks very much. So the kind of premise of the report wasn't just about cryptocurrency. It was looking at the whole suite of, I guess we're using the term technologies that sit under the grouping of Web3, right? So this kind of idea of the fact that Web2 hasn't necessarily served us well, it's decentralized everything, and all of these challenges that Jeffrey has so well articulated exist, and it's expensive to do business, it's expensive to live, it's hard, there's some really hard stuff that we haven't cracked. Every day in organizations like the UNDP, we are trying to change financial systems, we're trying to change economic systems, we're trying to change governance systems, and we're trying to create new innovations. And at the end, and we, for me, Web3 is an enabler of all of that. It's providing a new, and we, in the report, we talk about new paradigms for this. So what does that actually kind of mean? So yeah, beyond payments, which is obviously really important, digital identity is something that in the development sector we really need to crack, you know, and that could definitely be enabled through this. There's been lots of sort of blockchain experiments, but kind of at scale is where we need to go, and in a trustworthy way. And now we have this kind of cryptographic trust. I think that's good. This is really has strong potential, and that has potential around human rights and people being able to kind of protect their identities, people being able to set up businesses and kind of live normal lives, even if they're kind of in the margins of you know, if they're in conflict zones or whatever. But also more kind of basic things like education. We were looking at, you know, how do people get their educational credentials certified and recognized globally. So some kind of sort of basic things like ability to have that. I'm also really interested in the carbon financing space. I think that when we talk about SDG financing, which is how do we get global money around achieving the SDGs, and the reality is that very little research and innovation money is spent on the Sustainable Development Goals. So how can we, well, firstly drive drive crypto money in there. So when Jeffrey makes his billions, we'll be knocking on his door and asking, you know, how can you help support this kind of stuff, but also unlocking, I guess, new ways for people to transact, and new ways of financing and new ways of incentivizing. And there's some really interesting use cases around incentivizing people through DAOs to be part of climate solutions rather than it being seen as something that government takes responsibility for. So I mean, what I'm most energized by is this decentralization. And, you know, if we really believe in the development sector that people have the answers to their own problems, well, then we've got to kind of put our money where our mouths are, and Web3 could really enable this and definitely provide some examples of this. So yeah, I'm really interested to hear what others have to say too. Thanks.
So just two quick points, and I'm piggybacking off what Kate and Jeffrey have said here. But basically, I think Web3 provides emerging economies an opportunity to be first movers in a lot of technological development, and that's an opportunity that they really didn't have when previous iterations of technology were being developed. So when we're talking about earlier versions of the internet, a lot of the debate was centered in the global north, and a lot of what we use today is primarily a product of the thinking of the global north. So on a broader level, that's the opportunity I feel Web3 presents for emerging economies, which is to actually be the centers of innovation and creation. And we're going to see the leading companies, protocols emerge out of these economies, which is what Jeffrey touched on in his presentation as well. And on a more specific level, I think financial inclusion is something that Web3 can really push in emerging economies. Now, of course, the technology is at a very nascent stage right now, and there's a lot to be done. But research indicates that using, for example, blockchain-based CBDCs can include people who were hitherto unbanked and didn't have access to financial solutions. You can have offline settlement of transactions. This is being done already in some pilot projects that are being pioneered in countries like Ghana with the eCedi, which is a CBDC. So you can basically make transactions offline, settle them later. It's recorded on the blockchain. And this provides an interesting avenue to include more people into the financial system. And as we probably already know, including more people in the financial system is a big propellant of growth across economies, and particularly in emerging countries.
Yeah, yeah. If I may add to this, as a Kazakhstan being a very young country in a place, I mean, by means of an independence, it's only 30 years old, and there is a breach in trust between the population to the government, right? And Kazakhstan makes top 15 countries according to Harvard Business Review by penetration of the digitalization of the governmental services around the world. So there's a lot of services that are already digitalized, and it's a huge amount of data is being mined by this population. And based on that data, like government make decision, and but those decisions might be very effective because they're based on data that actually population is generating. But the element of the fact that the blockchain can be added to this digitalization might bring trust into the between the government governance and the population. So this is the one thing where blockchain is plays a very vital role, because most in the young countries this miscommunication between the government and the population, also the abuse of power and corruption, where it takes place. Blockchain can make things clear, and it might sound very like very small thing, very basically a mentality shift, but it's very vital one. That's the first thing. And also we are living in an age of a data, and we have already gone through the data revolution, where these data-driven decisions only benefit the businesses. Basically, we mine that data, users, consumers mine that data, and we don't get any rewards from that. Only the businesses make money on our decisions, basically, on the decisions of the mass. So the tokenization of the activity, that the result is the mining certain of a data, might bring new Web3 business models to the arena, and where the businesses keep knowing their customers well, because also the customers might keep generating the data, mining basically that data, but through that tokenization, they can get rewarded for the activities that they have on certain platform, and it's a huge that's all gives a inclusion, and it gives the reward system people more active, and it gives a choice to consumers to choose the platforms they see their rewarded in accordance to their activity on the platforms. It might bring actually Web3 new era. The existing business models might transform into that form. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that. I'd like to come back to you, Aidana, just now, and on a question around, like, it's hard to talk about Web3 and in particular crypto without talking about the huge challenges and risks that are constantly in the news. I feel like every day, particularly after FTX, there has been a story about how it's a fad or it's a craze. The European Central Bank recently published a statement saying that Bitcoin is on the road to irrelevance. And so I'm interested in all of your perspectives, but in particular yours, Aidana's, around the impact of this kind of like speculation on emerging economies, and how governments in particular of emerging economies can steward responsible development and innovation within this space. So I might start with Aidana, and if anyone else has anything to add, please jump in.
Thank you. Well, this brings a huge turbulence to the cryptocurrency market, but it really the blockchain is the foundation here, and it's very solid one. And I think this kind of a correction, maybe I'm being too harsh here, but I think it will shift the focus to the technological part of the blockchain. It will help us to look into and dive deep into the technology itself and the potential that lies behind it. And like we will because the cryptocurrency, it's actually limits the potential of the blockchain as a general. So as I told, the non-custodial assets also might be a part of a financial inclusion, because some of the large assets can be break down into the small pieces, letting investors to invest into a smaller part of that and still have a certain possession that will be safe with the blockchain as the unmutable database, right? And so the emerging markets have to first invest more into the exploring the potential of the technology. So if I may tell about the educational initiative that we are now running, we basically this the Web3 era that I told about that might disrupt the business models needs a lot of engineers, a lot of business developers that think in the Web3 model, and that's why this actually, if you may ask other, I mean, entrepreneurs and the industry players, they will all be very united in the opinion that there is a extreme scarcity of professionals globally, of people who can really build chains and maintain them and sustain them, and then apply them to the certain fields and gain the result. So as a part of the emerging market, Kazakhstan is now focusing on educational initiatives in blockchain engineering, compliance, and business development. We are launching no less than the largest blockchain educational initiatives at the global scale. We are launching a minor program in above mentioned things countrywide in 60 universities within the Central Asia in 2023. So basically this will cover over 200,000 students around the region. So I think if you will take by the, let's say, venture capital formula, 10% of it, it's 20,000 professionals. It's a huge influx into the industry, and it's a huge tool base to disruption. So basically, as an emerging markets has to look into the educational initiatives, also into the research and development. So actually, Blockchain Center is running actively 2 research and development labs. First of them is a cross-chain breach hacks, because like there's a lot of there's a chains, right, and there's a transactions between them. There's a certain transactional connection between them, and it's a demand of a market, and there is no criteria for the security of such decisions. There is no platforms for the open source decisions, open source tools like that. So I think institutions from the emerging market have to look into the investing more of the resources into the research and development and making it open source for the market that is demanding it. A market will modify it, improve it themselves, and make it better use of it, and this will certainly contribute into the development of the industry as whole. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Does anyone else have any thoughts on how governments can steward responsible development in Web3?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jeffrey, do you want to go first?
Kate, maybe you go first. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, I just wanted to say, yeah, it's a tough time with the FTX stuff, right? But like, let's be really honest. There's crooks and scammers and bad people in Web 2. Like, I don't know if everyone, I was kind of a bit young, but like the dot-com bubble, a lot of people lost a lot of money, right? And there was a lot of scamming and a lot of bad behavior in that. Yet we have Web 2 now, and everything that we do runs on this, right? And what happened was, I guess, governments and institutions, I don't want to say but you know, we're in a position now where a couple of companies have all of our data and have all of it. We're controlled by their systems, right? And I don't want to kind of sound crazy, but like it's very centralized. So we really want to have, and the problem with centralization is, yeah, there's efficiency and effectiveness, but there's not necessarily a lot of innovation in that space, right? So I think it's really important to kind of push back and go, okay, technological development, there's going to be some scammers, and so therefore we need to think around education. We also need to think about, I guess, legislation and regulation. The Singaporean government are already kind of working with their civil service and with their communities on, you know, how to mint your own NFT, what's Web3 all about. They've got a lot of resources. The Japanese government have written a really interesting white paper around taxation and value capture. So I think there's a real question here around whether governments want to, I guess, be an enabling environment or a disabling environment. So you do have governments turning around and saying, you know, cryptocurrency privacy isn't going to be part of our future. I don't know how realistic that is. I'm not advocating that you need to be enabling and saying, hey, this is a free-for-all, let's come here and do this. But I think that turning around and putting your head in the sand is probably not the answer. So I think education and support for people, and a lot of people have lost a lot of money over the last, if we're using that example. And I think that this is real, and we need to make sure that there is ultimately inclusion. So if you're thinking about emerging markets being the kind of sandbox, because it's needed based on what other speakers have said, which I completely agree with, then how do we ensure that that development is inclusive and that everybody captures the gains from this, that we don't repeat the mistakes of Web 1 and Web 2? That would be my thinking. What do you reckon, Jeffrey?
Yeah, thanks so much for touching on the point of education. I actually remember because I wrote the section on consumer protection in the Digital Currency Governance Consortium report at the World Economic Forum. And one of the things we warned about was like things like Terra and the kind of language that people are using, right? And the lack of consumer education in this space, because they are coming with this language of, hey, it's like the US dollar, UST is a US dollar. And then you look at the underlying mechanism and you say, no, it is not the US dollar. And there are all sorts of people kind of say, hey, this is a stable coin, it is a US dollar. And I think it highlights the fact that there's a lot of consumer education that needs to be there. And I think on the flip side is that I think there's also a lot of education that needs to be done for policymakers to understand this space and the technology. I think it's it moves very quickly, and very often there is a mix of actors in the space who use the technology in different way or interact with it in different ways, but they tend to be all put together, right? So if you look at the major centralized exchanges like Binance, like FTX, they are basically a black box. They operate like a traditional database, but there is the option of non-custodial solutions that allow you to hold your assets in a different way, potentially in a more transparent way. But they are all kind of clustered into one industry. So when one actor kind of acts in a way that's detrimental to the industry, it kind of frames the whole industry, but there's a little more nuance around it. And I think the last point I want to make too is to that piece around policymaker education. I think one thing that I think is also sorely missing is that in many developed countries, there's a lot of lobbying, there's a lot of resources for policymakers to understand these issues. But I think there isn't as much being done for developing countries that don't have the same kind of resource to understand it vis-a-vis their situation and their kind of problem sets that they're facing. Because a policy that works well for a huge developed country that's very much a center of the financial system today may not make as much sense for a smaller country that might need to use this technology because they are excluded in some ways from existing systems.
Very interesting points overall, and I think just two more things on how emerging economies can steward the responsible development of Web3. I think the primary focus for emerging economies needs to be on ensuring that this technology remains inclusive and democratic as it is today. And there are two primary ways I think this can happen. Firstly is the creation of standards that are going to form the bedrock for this technology moving forward. There's already a lot of work being done at institutions like the ITU and the ISO for standards for creating for the blockchain and for other emerging technologies as well. There's the Metaverse Standards Forum as well. Now, historically, what's happened is that at some of these international organizations, we've seen that the global north has a greater sway and has been able to dictate how these standards are created, which leads to some extent of exclusion. Moving forward, if emerging economies are able to participate in the process of creating standards and ensuring that these standards themselves remain open and inclusive, that would really benefit the responsible development of the technology as a whole. And I think secondly, and most importantly, products that are developed to cater to the populations in Web3 technology are likely to be more inclusive than products that are developed in, say, in the global north. And I say this because despite recent increases in digital literacy and things of that nature, populations in Web3 do have a slightly more, emerging economies, do have a slightly more difficult time adapting to technological change. And that's why developers in these economies have to create products that cater to the most minimum basic standards. And if these technologies are developed in that way, they would be accessible not only to people in these countries, but globally as well.
Awesome, thank you. And I just like to ask one more question before we open it up for any questions online or in the room. Like, from the title of the session, I'm particularly interested in the role of South-to-South collaboration within this space, both from a technical venture building lens, which I think, Jeffrey, you could speak to your experience with POCO and working in so many countries, and then also, more interestingly, is like how emerging economies collaborate amongst each other to begin to develop the governance framework for this emerging technology. And so obviously it's a super nascent space, but I'd love to hear from the panelists their opinions on that and how collaboration might be embedded.
Yeah, maybe I'll start first with what we see in terms of actual usage. And then actually I'd love to hear what the policymakers make of it and how to build on top of it. So when we work with a lot of Web3 game studios, one thing that really jumps out to us is that most of the users are actually in emerging markets. So, I showed the chart earlier on about the Web3 games and how, anywhere from 50, 60, 70% of their users come from Latin America and Southeast Asia. I think that for me is very startling, right? Because traditionally most game launches, you start in your major rich developed markets like the US or Europe, and then you try to expand into other kind of markets that are seen as smaller and harder to monetize. So in a way, I think we are already seeing a lot of this at a grassroots level, this kind of economic activity that cross borders in new ways facilitated by the technology. And I think that's very, very exciting. And a lot of these game studios too are emerging kind of from these markets too. Traditionally, they would come from Japan, from the US, from Northern Europe. Now you're seeing them come from some of these places. So I think that's a very positive sign. And I think it's more on the grassroots level, right? I think we'd love to hear on the policy level, what can be done or what should be done to, I guess, encourage these trends.
Aidana, Kate, or Mohit, I'll pass to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeffrey, you've really hit on one of the challenges in terms of kind of this policy space. So, I mean, firstly, in terms of ventures, we're seeing a lot of funds, Web3 funds being set up, and they're basically investing in entrepreneurs in developed economies, right? So, I mean, one of the obvious things would be to see some of that capital flow towards developers and entrepreneurs in emerging economies. And I think that you'll start to see some of those products that Mohit spoke about before, because that kind of logically makes sense in terms of kind of the flow of product development and who that would be for. But obviously the capital needs to be there. In terms of policy, it's actually a very open space. Some of the kind of leading organizations, I'm sure the Tony Blair Institute and the World Wide Web Foundation, but others are starting to, I guess, and you mentioned the ITU before, bringing people together to build standards. But I think at a kind of political and civil service level, there's work to be done. So thinking about the Pacific, for example, a lot of the Pacific Islands are sort of dabbling in this. There's been stories of rich crypto billionaires trying to buy some of the Pacific Islands and turn them into crypto havens. But there's also been Pacific Islands thinking about their own currencies, around digital identity, around some of their issues around climate refugees and how they'll manage that. And they're putting out political statements and saying this is where they want to go. Now, a Pacific kind of response in terms of kind of a blue economy, a large kind of smaller populations with a small civil service, it seems obvious that a group should come together and think about what are the kind of standards, but also regulatory and legislative requirements here. What kind of, if we're going to say we're going to be an enabling, innovating environment, what are we actually going to do to create safety and security around that? So I think there's definitely kind of groups of kind of countries and places. What we've seen at the UNDP, it's definitely the smaller, more nimble countries, some of them that, the newer economies that have kind of some of those trust issues that are really grappling with this, but also have a lot of entrepreneurs in this space. So you've got the entrepreneurs saying to the civil servants and the politicians, we want to be part of this, and the civil servants and the politicians don't have the skills and capabilities. So there's definitely a piece there around just basic education, and part of our report was that. But then I guess in that policy space, anything when you think around digital transformation, skills and capabilities, infrastructure, hardware and software, kind of institutions that sit in the middle to kind of create policy. There's a lot of space here to be filled, and of course the accountants and the lawyers will get involved and take their piece of it too. But I think from a policy perspective, what are the principles behind how different countries want to respond to this, I think is a really important start.
And I think just to pick up from where Kate left off is that what we're seeing is that in terms of at least creation of policy and regulatory constructs, a lot of emerging economies are actually taking the lead on this. So for instance, if you look at countries in the Middle East or even Singapore for that matter, though I think Singapore is fairly developed at this point and I shouldn't classify it as an emerging economy in that sense. But these are some of the jurisdictions which have at least some of the early iterations of regulation in place for how crypto can, Web3 can be regulated in a manner that ensures it remains inclusive, but also takes care of the privacy and security concerns that are associated with it. So I think if we're talking about South-South collaboration, then sharing of these regulatory practices across countries is something that we possibly need to think about. Maybe some kind of forum where regulators can come together and talk about what they've learned through their experiences, what seems to work in terms of promoting adoption, while also ensuring that users are aware of what they're doing and also taking care of their security and privacy considerations. And something that Jeffrey had mentioned was very interesting is that we're already seeing that a lot of Web3 projects are emerging out of these economies. So perhaps an incubator of sorts which looks at projects that are dealing with problems specific to emerging economies, say for instance, again, financial inclusion or digital identity, and setting up pools of funds that can incubate these products and help them scale across emerging nations.
Yeah, if I may to add to what I have thought about these business programs like incubation programs and acceleration programs might be a very great idea, because like the policy making is actually effective when it interacts with the reality. So these business programs can add include the regulatory sandboxes in their program to make those experiments and to bring other regulators from other geographical areas to just oversee these results of an experiments during these business programs. It might work for the longer periods of the incubation program rather than acceleration, but still these business programs can give these empirical data on what is the effective regulatory decision making could be within the experiment. Thank you.
Thanks. If there's any questions in the room or if there's any online, Van, I might throw it out.
I just want to second the comment there about this kind of a forum for especially South policymakers being able to I think have a forum to understand these issues and the technology and what it means, because at least in our interaction there's often not a lot of understanding. In fact, in Vietnam it's kind of very strange. When I first we were building a blockchain lab here in 2017, we had people from the State Bank of Vietnam come to us and be like, oh, should we buy this coin or that coin? I'm like, that is a Ponzi. It is a Ponzi. Don't buy it. But it's just there is the industry moves at a very fast pace. People don't understand what's going on, and it's also not easy to understand what's going on because many of the protocols, for example, they have a very decentralized culture, right? So you go to Ethereum and say, I want to talk to someone who understands Ethereum and in some way can share with me what Ethereum does. And then they'll tell you that no one represents Ethereum. You kind of have to go to an event, talk to this startup here, that startup there, the VC here, VC there, to slowly piece together what's happening. And I think that makes it very, very hard to understand what's going on in this space.
Yeah, 100%. Cool, let's start one. Emerging Economy Policy Maker Network. Judith, I'll pass to you.
Hi, my name is Judith from the Tony Blair Institute. My question is to Poco, the CEO of Poco. Sorry, I didn't catch your name there. So my question is that you know, for example, in Africa, we have initiatives that are looking at how you can facilitate cross-border payments. Not necessarily, I mean, there are a lot of fintech innovations, but for example, the AU, through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, they have this Pan-African payment and settlement system that is meant to facilitate cross-border payments. And of course, you spoke of a solution that is meant to also support cross-border payments in Asia and in different countries for that matter. So my question is, how can we sort of merge what is already ongoing right now in the Web3 space, which is already happening, but also efforts that have been there for a while and are only now bearing fruits? So do we throw away sort of the existing infrastructure that is already being built, which is really, in a way, very transformational, since we didn't have this before? But how do you see those two things happening at the same time? Like things that were happening Web 2 that can then be merged in what is happening Web 3 to make things more efficient? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting question, because where we sit, we kind of call ourselves Web 2.5, right? We sit at intersection of your traditional payment rails and how you transition that into Web3 payment rails and then back to traditional rails. So most customers don't pay in crypto. No one wants to pay in crypto, and any startup that has been trying to accept money in crypto generally has not gone very, very far. Customers still want to use the currencies they're familiar with in their local markets. So we use crypto at the back end more for routing across borders. But we have to find the points where fiat intersects with crypto, right? How does someone spending fiat and then later converts it into crypto for the merchants? So working with existing rails is very important. And I think whatever existing payment systems or emerging payment systems, there needs to be ways to build it to be interoperable with this different kind of payment rails that also happen in the Web3 space. So I think Kazakhstan is quite interesting in this aspect. I've been there a few times. We've met with the central bank, and they were introducing a digital tenge, which is built on blockchain rails. And I asked them kind of like why do they choose blockchain? Because you have digital payments in the country. And I think their view is that you will need some sort of interchange between your traditional fiat currency rails into digital assets. And they believe that this digital tenge can act as a bridge for that flow of assets back and forth. So I think the underlying principles as we design these payment systems has to be interoperability. We need to think about how these different systems interact, where are the entry and exit points. And I think that's the important part, right? I think people are not all suddenly going to move to paying crypto. It is a terrible experience if anyone have actually tried it. There are many things that have to be worked out, but they will play certain roles in a very complicated global payment infrastructure alongside these other systems that are being built.
Awesome, thanks. Any other questions or from online?
Matt, I believe we have a question from Chris Odu online. So I'm going to unmute him so he can ask his question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Hope I'm audible. My name is Chris from Nigeria. First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists. Having such a conversation. And I totally agree with a lot of points.
You're cutting out quite a lot, so maybe if you can type it in the chat and Van can read it out and we can address it that way.
Am I okay now? Is it okay now?
No, it's still pretty choppy.
Okay, I think that's network. It reminds us that sometimes network can actually kill us. Okay. So I'll put my comments in the chat if that's okay. If I'm not really audible, I'll put that in the chat. Okay.
Cool. Actually, you're pretty good now, so you
Oh,
can
okay.
you could try and ask it.
Okay. Then I'll do. I would say that I actually agree with a lot of points which Sophie has actually made. I think blockchain is at a point where we need to educate. We need to start educating a lot of people. A lot of people do not really understand or can distinguish between cryptocurrencies and blockchain. For instance, we've had a lot of field schemes this year from the LUNAC to the FTX now, and if you look at it, a lot of governments are actually using that as an example to clamp down on blockchain itself. Whereas blockchain did not fail, rather it was people who actually failed situations. So for me, I think we should have a lot of conversations on how do we educate people, especially people from developing countries and least developing countries, because we have tremendous blockchain use cases where you can have a lot of DAOs, and we have even storage of records in the healthcare systems and all. So blockchain is actually very interesting, which we can use to actually focus on cryptocurrencies alone. Yes, cryptocurrencies is actually the first use case behind blockchain, like the Bitcoin itself. But we could also be changing that narrative and educating people on more beneficial things for blockchain. And I would also like if Kate can also help on this. So actually let us know if there are ways or collaborations that UNDP is actually helping people and educating people actually on the blockchain and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I can jump in on what the UNDP and I guess what the UN in general, there are several UN agencies kind of experimenting in this space. I mean, I think if I can be really frank, I would say most of it is kind of very pilot-y, lots of kind of uncoordinated stuff. UNICEF are probably the leaders. They're doing a really cool collaboration with Gitcoin on quadratic funding in the next few weeks, which is really cool. So they're really trying to create their own use cases, which I think is great. I mean, I think in terms of what's happening on the ground, we're getting more and more requests from government to say, what should we be thinking in this space? And I guess at the end of the day, what we need to be saying to governments is, look, technological development is messy, right? There's always going to be a stage where some people know what's going on and lots of people don't know what's going on. And there's going to be a stage where there's a lot of messiness like Jeffrey talked about, and it's not a complete, getting rid of one system and a new system coming in. I think in the messiness though, we need to, from my perspective, we need to ensure that we're solving real world problems. I'm sick of this new amazing stuff getting, new technologies coming in and it just being about selling people stuff they don't need. I mean, now you're getting my real biases. And I guess, right now, a lot of it is around gaming. No shade on gaming. But I mean, we've got a climate crisis. We've got a whole lot of really important stuff that needs to be fixed. And I guess I kind of would like to see more money, more capital, more smart people, more towards these goals. And so at this stage, to answer Chris's question, I think that collaboration is reasonably sparse. We're trying to work out how do we collaborate, and just like governments are trying to work out how do we collaborate. But we do have some really cool, in particular blockchain around a lot of really cool stuff around traceability. This has been for the last sort of 6 or 7, 10 years. There's some really good, really positive use cases around that. But the broader Web3 and looking at decentralization, looking at, funding being decentralized, this is quite radical and we've got a wee way to go.
Awesome. Yeah, 100% agree. If there are no other questions, I might give an opportunity for each of the panelists to make some sort of closing remarks around, I guess, like their optimistic hope for where this technology could go and what they see their role in that being, and we can close the session. Oh, we have one more question from the room.
Oh.
Okay. Hi. My question for all the panelists would actually be about the environmental and the energetic impact of Web3, which is obviously particularly relevant for the Global South. Obviously, in the case of Kazakhstan, no other country is blessed by, the amount of natural resources that Kazakhstan has from an energetic standpoint. So I imagine that for them, this conversation is not as relevant, but for many other countries, I imagine it's quite a pressing concern. So just want to ask what's the role of the Global South in this sense?
You go, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'll go first. Just from a tech perspective, so the major, one of the major protocols, Ethereum, recently shifted to something called proof of stake. So I'm not sure if you all know, previously a lot of them was done with this proof of work model to prove out that transactions have occurred. Is very expensive, energy consuming, and the proof of stake model doesn't require the energy consumption. So, in some sense, the industry has, it was an issue, as a major issue. It's still an issue for certain protocols, but overall, the mining and the expensive computational work required for blockchains have generally been fading away as an issue with some of these successful shifts to new models of consensus.
Yeah, you made the point I was going to make. I think a lot of people missed it. It was only a month ago that Ethereum went from proof of work to proof of stake, and that completely changed its energy usage. However, Bitcoin's still on that, right? So the main currency still has that environmental impact. I mean, I think if you talk to kind of technology optimists, they will say this is a problem that will get solved. We're going to we need to solve this, and we will. But certainly, it is definitely an issue for Bitcoin, but not so much for the other currencies that have moved in that way.
And I think even though we're on the path to resolving some of the energy concerns, it's interesting to compare the energy resources and the environmental impact it takes to secure your fiat currency, which would possibly include all sorts of military expenditure, maintaining your central bank reserves, as opposed to having a digital first currency. And I would assume, though I don't have any study on this, that the computing power required, say, by Bitcoin would possibly be less than what it takes to secure the US dollar or the British pound.
I also have a say on this. It's just that there's a actual lack of an extensive research on how effective is the algorithm of consensus to the base philosophy of the blockchain, of the algorithm of consensus, proof of stake algorithm of consensus, if it really complies with the decentralization and it really gives the power, democratization that the blockchain industry brings. Proof of work is proven to be better algorithm of consensus here, and there hasn't been done an extensive research on how the mining of the cryptocurrency is working on proof of work could be more green. So there's really a scarce amount of research made on green mining of the cryptocurrencies working on proof of work. And basically it's a little bit over marketed notion that over advertised notion that the proof of stake is good just because of the it's less energy consuming, but is it really complies with the values that the blockchain brings to us? And yeah.
Thanks. I think we're just about at time, so I think policymakers by nature are cynics, and so it was nice to have a slight injection of optimism into this space from the panelists today. And I'd like to thank you for joining at all various hours, and we look forward to the progress that you all make in your respective organizations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. See you all later. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Hi, Jörn. This is Rainer from the room. Can you hear us? Maybe we can have a short sound check. Jörn, we can't hear you. You are muted.
Now you should be able to hear me.
Yeah, but it is a little bit disturbed.
Does it work? Is it good yet?
It will not be
does it-
better. A little less volume probably for your mic.
Okay.
A little distortion.
Okay, I see if I can.
Maybe we go with Uri next, and you look to your setup probably.
Yep. Hmm?
Thank you. Uri,
Okay.
you are muted, Uri.
How do I sound?
Yeah, it's the same problem. A little bit disturbed.
Ah.
Then maybe
Um,
it's in the room.
If you don't hear each other distorted, if your signal mutually is okay, then it's actually just a distortion in the room. So, and it's not so bad. It's audible, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, because I can hear Jörn quite good.
Okay.
Then it
I can
seems
hear.
to be.
Well, I can put down my volume a little bit. So if I put it like this, is this better?
It will become a little bit better, yes.
So, but I'm still understandable, so not too low.
It's fine. It's hearable and understandable.
Okay, perfect.
Hello, Nadia. How are you?
Hi, Iria. I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
Okay, fine.
It's wonderful. How are things developing in Finland?
Pretty well. The winter is beginning. We have some snow, but it's normal.
Well, rather you than me. Here, when the moment that snow falls, the entire country does not work anymore. It doesn't understand the concept of snow. So, but it's going to be so beautiful, I imagine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember how it was in DC. A few inches of snow and nothing moved.
Yeah, but hey ho, I think that's going to be just really, really awesome that that we actually might have a white snowy Christmas.
Hope so.
I mean, for some parts of the country, I mean, I think here it's going to be raining on Christmas, but we just make do. How's everybody else doing?
Thank you. I'm fine. Europe is kind of hoping for not too cold winter because there is a problem issue with energy sourcing right now. And it's getting a bit colder. My photo though is not real.
It's not an indication of how actually it's going to look like where you are.
It's not how it looks like in Geneva right now.
Okay, small blessings. I hope it's sunnier than that.
No, it's not sunny.
Okay.
Maybe I should go to the mountains and go above the clouds. Then it's sunnier.
You know that you're on record with your private talks here. This is a public meeting. Hello, just sorry to interrupt you. I think it's time we need to start. My name is Thomas Schneider from Switzerland, and I happen to be the chair of the Juridic Support Association. And I'm welcoming you all to this meeting. It is meant to feed in the discussions from Eurodic, from the European IGF into the global IGF. And so we hope we have an interesting debate. It's concentrating, of course, on the messages from the Eurodic interest, including the youth DIG messages, which is a feature that we're very proud of, that we have an intense track for younger people than me, for instance. So this is something that we'll also hear about. So this year's Eurodic took place in June in Trieste, after having Trieste as virtual hosts for 2 years because of the pandemic. So we had 3 years the same partners. So first of all, let me thank our friends from Trieste for holding through for 3 years. This was a really special effort that I think cannot be thanked and recognized enough. In Trieste, we organized the discussions slightly different from how we used to do it with the previous thematic baskets that we had. This time we tried to innovate once more at Eurodic, and we instead of having several thematic baskets, we agreed on 4 so-called focus areas where that should be like the baskets that the discussions we were trying to link the workshops and the plenaries with the logic of these 4 focus areas, and you will soon hear more of them. I'll just quickly name them. The first one was around the notion of digital sovereignty, with the question whether Europe is moving in the right direction in order to keep the internet safe and open. And the next one was about effective regulation and standards, and whether this is going, the developments in the regulatory and standard fields, where you know that in particular the European Union is very active in regulating, but it was also other kind of standards, whether this was going in the right direction, something that obviously is very intensely debated in Europe, but not only in Europe. And then the next one was rather, let's say, a question about the architecture or the institutional side to internet governance or to digital governance, whether the existing bodies that we have currently today whether these are still the right ones, to what extent they would need to be reformed or replaced by other things. So that was also an interesting discussion. And then we had a discussion, this is no surprise, that we called something like Internet in Troubled Times. That was actually then, of course, given the situation that we had, the really tragic situation that we have in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, that was like, of course, keeping us all worried, not just about the internet, but in the end about the people that are living in these circumstances. But we were discussing what the digital aspects in this regard would be. And then again, as I told you, we'll get an information about the messages of YouthDig. So with this, let me hand over to the bass player of the IGF and Eurodig band, for those who have been there Monday night, Chris Buckridge, who happens to be also a very active and good person in the Eurodig setting. Thank you, and member of the board.
Sorry, I'm stealing your mic there, Thomas, just to stop you talking. No, thank you, Thomas, and yeah, that was a good introduction. I know Sandra asked me to speak a little bit to the first two focus areas, and I know she asked me not to read them too directly, and I'll try to add a little bit of colour, but I also don't want to stray too far from the messages that came out and that were really put together with some very great precision by the Diplo people, and I think it's a really important role that they play now in helping us to bring that output from the internet governance, from Eurodig and those internet governance discussions. So the first area is, as Thomas mentioned, digital sovereignty. Is Europe going in the right direction to keep the internet open and safe? And so the messages there, we had three sort of broad areas. First was about the regulation of digital technologies has brought more clarity to the economic market, thus fostering the growth of businesses and small and medium-sized enterprises in the digital economy. When developing new regulations, arguments for and against introducing new frameworks need to be carefully monitored and weighed to avoid creating barriers to small economic players. In regulating the internet infrastructure, something very close to my heart, we should avoid collateral damage to the services and operators regarding economic costs and availability, and avoid fragmentation of the global critical internet infrastructure. So tying in very much to a common theme at this year's IGF. Any regulatory initiatives aimed at exerting sovereignty in a particular field must be well examined to be sure they do not harm human rights online, do not harm the open and global nature of the internet, and are in line with the democratic multi-stakeholder principles. So yeah, very straightforward there. Number two, implementing digital sovereignty should not be understood as building a fortress around Europe, but enhancing connectivity in a way that allows states to keep individuals and their rights at the center. So a very important point. Digital technologies impact the enjoyment of individual rights, and different countries have different values and visions of the internet and its future. While keeping and promoting dialogue with these players, European policymakers need to anchor new policies in the European values system, human rights, and the rule of law. The European vision of digital sovereignty should also remove barriers for businesses and foster economic growth, as is the case for the EU single market, which strives to harmonize rules across member states. And then the final point there regarding digital sovereignty says a careful assessment of the impact of new technologies and tools on human rights should be carried out to avoid violation of individual rights. And there were three subtopics that were considered in relation to digital sovereignty. There was the European vision of digital sovereignty, from principles to action. There was digital sovereignty impact on the internet infrastructure, and digital sovereignty, is Europe going in the right direction to keep infrastructure secure and open? And there was a workshop also on international connectivity regarding the European data gateway platforms and the global gateway. So that was sort of summing up focus area number one. I think as I mentioned, it's an area, digital sovereignty, that really fits in very nicely with the discussions that were happening and are happening at this year's global IGF. So that's important to see, I think.
Thank you, Chris. By the way, you find the messages, of course, on the Eurodic website, so eurodic.org. I think there's a link also on the yeah, you find the link on the page of this session on the IGF website, so you get to the Eurodic website if you want to see them in ad verbatim. So, are there any questions, comments on the messages that we just heard? Are they? Do you think that they still are valid, or also to those not from Europe? Would they be very different in your region? The floor is open for comments and questions on these. Yes, please go ahead. Sandra is helping me with those that are online, and I will try to manage to get a good balance.
Hello for on-site and online participants. My name is Andrei Sherbovich. I am from Canada, from McGill University. I think that what, first of all, Thomas mentioned, the really important issue was the conflict and its resolution. And I think it's an important thing to concentrate on what measures could we take to achieve peace in the region. And I think above all, we have online and IT expertise and expertise in human rights, expertise in other things like that. The most important thing that we could gather and could develop solution, maybe to advise something, or with hope with the internet technology, with hope with our diplomatic experience, with hope with experience of our youth participants. But subject of peace is really important, and I think it could be. I think it could be relevant to the program of the future forums and the Eurodics as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre, and I think we all do agree that peace is probably one of the most important goals of us all in these days. Other comments? Yes, Chris?
Well, I mean, and stepping out of my role here as the sort of the rapporteur, I mean, I think what is notable to me about this is the framing of digital sovereignty compared to how it's framed in a lot of the discussions here this week. We're seeing digital sovereignty not as, well, it says not as building a fortress around Europe, but as sort of more about resilience and building robustness, whereas I think that concept that we're hearing here this week is often used alongside concepts like fragmentation, alongside sort of something that is antithesis to the global internet. So I think making clear that vision of a European idea of digital sovereignty in these global discussions is probably very important. So this is a useful tool in that.
Yes, thank you. This is a good point that you make, that there are different understandings of sovereignty also, not just geographically, but also over time these things may get different connotations. Any more questions, comments on focus area 1 and the messages? I don't see. Yeah, okay. Andre, go ahead.
On digital sovereignty, because I'm originally from a country that introduced the most harsh version of digital sovereignty. I'm from Russia, which says we have digital sovereignty. So, and it could understanding Meta, for example, as extremist and terrorist organization. And it also understandable the ban of external services. Is they discussing closure of YouTube, for example, in Russia. This is the example of digital, but may I ask maybe to rephrase the term of it's not the issue of sovereignty. Maybe the internet is more global than the territory of any kind of nations. I understand what European community tried to do, but it's nothing like the digital sovereignty in Russian understanding, and maybe a bit Chinese, but I'm not expert in China. But what's happening now with digital sovereignty, especially after the outbreak of the war, and that's happened absolutely insane. So it's not possible to use some services without the VPN. This is the digital sovereignty, and some people are calling for digital sovereignty in this understanding. And I think this concept, personally, I try to avoid this or prevent digital sovereignty on this kind. Maybe we could find another name of the positive action that is doing on this field, but start calling this like digital sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. And of course, you're right that there are different understandings and different uses, and maybe also abuses of the notion, and it is controversial. And yeah, so I think we're all very aware of this. There's no other request for the floor, so then I think we should move along to the next focus area, where it is again Chris. So he wasn't asking for this. We were asking him to do this, so he doesn't. Just that you know. But of course, we are thankful that you can also quickly present us the messages on focus area 2. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Thomas. My moment to shine. So focus area 2 was reality check. Do we implement effective regulations and set the right standards to solve the problems of the future? So that's covering two very high-profile issues at the moment, both regulation but also standardization. The messages there. So the first one was dialogue and understanding of the need for standards are crucial. Policymakers who engage in dialogue understand the problems and are more open to reflecting on the limitations from a regulatory perspective and what are the limitations of standards. Governments should understand the incentives and what are the needs. We need governmental regulation which will encourage and in some cases incentivize industries to implement standards into their products. Relevant stakeholders should seek to engage with and exert influence on the formulation of soft laws and guidelines, as they tend to be more efficient than the long legislative processes and are effective to some extent. The second message there, green transition and digital transformation are two different areas, with the digital transition being more of a tool for green transition and not an end in itself. There needs to be a common methodology on how we account for the emissions and the environmental impact of digital technologies to be able to look at the entire life cycle of any digital product. Furthermore, common methodologies are also necessary to measure and compare the enabling effects of digital solutions in order to describe their net environmental benefit. So that's a message obviously very much focused on the green revolution or green transition and environmental issues, which Eurodig has a long history of incorporating into its discussions. The third message regarding a global regarding a global cybercrime treaty, we need to leave sufficient room for member states because of their legal and criminal justice systems are different. When we formulate a common minimum on the most important elements, such as substantive law, procedural law, conditions and safeguards, the whole framework would provide added value and could be used effectively for international cooperation purposes. So that one obviously intersecting with UN level discussions that are going on around cybercrime. There were a number of subtopics in this focus area. The first one was on a new European regulatory regime. What are the do's and don'ts? The second was how to enable rapid cybersecurity standards implementation for impact. The third, international cooperation on criminal justice in cyberspace. Where are we and where are we heading? And then, workshop 1 on the environmental impacts, from commitments to action, assessing the effectiveness of pan-European policies and regulations for the green digital transformation. And the second workshop, how can collaborative standards development support the European cybersecurity agenda? That's it.
Thank you very much, Chris. So again, this is quite a packed number of quite crucial issues these days. So, but it's very nicely condensed, I think, in three fairly short messages. So again, thanks to Diplo GIP who helped us with this. So yeah, the floor is open. What do you think of these messages? Do you agree with them, or do you think something would be missing when you talk about the issues that I mentioned? The floor is yours. It seems like that everybody else except Chris is agreeing. Chris may disagree with his own. No, it's not his messages, of course. He's just presenting them. So Chris, please, yes.
It wasn't really to disagree. It was simply actually to note we did see in past years a bit of a bubble or an increase in the discussion of environmental issues and environmental impacts. And I think Eurodig was very strong on that and bringing that as a theme. The IGF had a policy network on environmental issues. We're starting, I think, to see that drop off a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure why that's the case or why that moment seems to have passed, given the situation hasn't passed. But it would be interesting, I think, to see Eurodig continue to make that strong connection, because I think there are really important connections between the governance and politics around environmental issues and internet governance, because you're both dealing with global resources that don't fit comfortably into traditional state models.
Thank you for this very valid point. I see a few hands up here in the room. So Mark, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas and Chris. I think I strongly endorse this. In fact, we've heard the Tech Envoy talk about environmental issues in the context of the GDC. And those of you who've looked at the commenting platform, I've suggested as a sort of an additional topic for the GDC is green digitalization, and in reflection of how much Eurodig has covered that issue. So I think the message is exactly right, and the tone and the purpose in maintaining the profile of it through the message is exactly right. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Sandra?
Yes, thank you, Thomas. Sandra Hoferichter speaking. As the Secretary General of Eurodig, I can speak a little bit on the process side of why this topic obviously fell a bit apart this year. Indeed, we have been quite strong on this topic in the years 18 it started, 19, 20, 21. We even took that topic over the pandemic and discussed it very intensively. Personally, I had the feeling at that moment when the policy network from the IGF was formed, it took away our audience, because we are all doing this on a voluntary basis here. And if there is something going on the global level, you have to really think about where to distribute your resources. And I think many decided at that time to contribute to the global IGF, because this includes Europe per se. So I think for the future, in the way of how national, regional and the global IGF are working together, it would be good that we align our processes. So to say, if one region starts an initiative, rather encourage other regions to join that initiative instead of doing something in parallel on a global process, because I felt this was the moment when our energy was a little bit drained off when this policy network started. I do understand that this is difficult, and every region has his sovereignty to start their own initiatives, and so has the global IGF as well. But I think we might be a little bit better in streamlining our processes in order to share those limited resources that everyone has available. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Maybe another reason may also have been that this year, of course, again, the crisis in Ukraine and the war have been a reason for a shift in a few issues. But I guess we'll see how this winter goes with energy and all the discussion about moving from fossils to electricity and so on and so forth. So I also am quite convinced that the issue will not disappear, but it will be actually will become bigger. Whether it's then this is something to discuss, of course, in what particular framework and how these particular frameworks of IGF groups, working groups, and Eurodic, how we play this together. That is something that can be looked at in more detail. Thank you. Any more? Who? I don't see any more requests for the floor on this one, so that would mean that we would move to the next, which is Jörn. Now I need to get to the right document. So there it is, Jörn. Yeah, focus area 3 about the capability of governance bodies, of existing governance bodies, to cope with the current challenges and also opportunities, of course. Thank you, Jörn. Over to you.
Thank you. So we had 4 messages in this focus area 3 on new technologies and governance. So the first was about the multi-stakeholder approach. I don't think I have to explain the multi-stakeholder approach here, but it is challenged, the interconnected nature of the internet, and the need for resilience favors a multi-stakeholder approach when discussing the problems and when identifying solutions regarding the internet. However, the current escalating geopolitical tensions are challenging multi-stakeholderism. There's a need to take a fresh look at the multi-stakeholder approach. One of the issues to consider is the inclusion of the voices of youth who are still underrepresented in internet governance debates. And I think, of course, the global tensions threaten the multi-stakeholder approach, but at the same time, they make it more and more visible that it is really needed. And of course, there always has to be some effort to include young people, because you can't just do it once and then it's done, because young people get older and you have to include the next generation again and again and again. So this is the multi-stakeholder approach. The next message was about AI. After agreeing on global principles and values to guide AI development, such as trust, transparency, and human-centered AI, there is a need to let regions and countries adapt these principles to their own realities through concrete documents, e.g. toolboxes, targeted at policymakers and other actors. In this process, cross-regional dialogue is needed to ensure harmonization. Potential risks related to AI need to be examined holistically, and humans need to be in the command. We see a lot of AI regulation coming up, and this message is remarking or reminding that we need harmonization in AI, because often AI is used in technology that is used across governmental boundaries. We have the AI Act coming up, and it's risk-based, meaning there is less regulation, minimal regulation when there's minimal risk, and there is high regulation or even outlawing some usage when there is high or unacceptable risk. And this risk-based approach has to be calibrated. And I do think that this calibration needs to be done and is not yet done correctly in the AI Act, but this is up for discussion. This message makes clear that we have to let us guide by the principles and values, and that humans need to stay in the loop, of course. Concerning the third message is about self-sovereign identity, about digital identity. And the digital identity approach is led by the self-sovereign identity principles. meaning use need to be measured not only by their usefulness and functionality, but more importantly by how they respect and reflect fundamental human rights and common responsibilities. Any digital identity solutions needs to be technology agnostic to ensure greater global interoperability and foster greater user adoption. And I think this is very important because current identity solutions are limited by national boundaries. For example, you cannot use a qualified electronic signature that has been done in Switzerland in the EU and vice versa. So there are lots of boundaries and there is no global interoperability. So this is the reason why this message focuses on global interoperability. And I would, of course, underline that the respect and reflection of fundamental human rights is very important, but it's not only important in the implementation of the technology, but also in the use of this technology. So if you have a perfectly designed digital identity system and too much information is required for purposes where this information should not be required, then digital identity can be used in a way that is not reflecting fundamental human rights. So I think this is something that needs to be discussed in this context as well. And the final, the final message is about technologies that go beyond our planet. And this is about delay-tolerant networks where transmission takes longer time. And of course, governance principles are important here as well. And the message reads, there is more involvement than just the internet as a global communication network. The current expansion of space activities pushes the development of new communication technologies beyond our planet. For these new technologies, new standards and protocols are needed to ensure that these networks and protocols remain open. A multi-stakeholder approach is needed. So we should apply the things that we learned from Earth to interplanetary technology as well. And this sounds very futuristic, but to remind you, a lot of tools currently use the interplanetary file system, IPFS. So it is partially already working and being used. And it is useful also when you use it on Earth and not just in space. So these are the 4 messages, and I'd be happy to hear your remarks, opinions on it, and give back to Thomas.
Thank you, Jörn. So we need to make sure that we do not fall too far behind in the time schedule. But of course, let me ask you whether you have questions, comments. Again, it's quite a rich broth of issues, and the most frequent word in this message is the word multi-stakeholder, as you probably can easily see, or at least that's what I saw. Any comment? If not, Jacques Beglinger, please, online.
Technicians, you have to unmute Jacques Beglinger.
Hello, I'm not sure. Can you?
Now we hear you about 50 times, so at least you're there. Try again.
Hello. Try again. Well, can you hear me, or is it also video?
Yeah, we
Because
can hear
video,
you.
now I'm okay. Well, hello everybody. Unfortunately, I cannot participate in person in Addis, but nevertheless, I like to just highlight one particular point, which I think is important, and this goes to the third issue, and in particular the importance of human rights, because well, of course, everything is globally related. But what I see more and more is that only on the European approach, human rights are so much at the center. In particular, when I look at the AI endeavors of the Council of Europe, this is really built around human rights, and this is not something that is a basis in on other continents. So I think the most important issue might be in the future how to align the rightly focal point of the European region on human rights to somehow align with what other continents or jurisdictions on other continents are doing. Otherwise, there will always be some fault in between, so some break in between, and therefore, whatever on the European continent is tried as regulation might
It seems that the internet connection either to here or to your mountain house has been interrupted. So, but I think we got the point, Chuck. And of course, this is a challenge that is not new and it will not go away so quickly. So I think we've taken good note. No other requests for the floor, which is actually good. Then we can move quickly on to the next and last of the focus areas. And let me give the floor over to Yrjö. Can you hear us?
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. This is Yrjö Länsipuro. Greetings from snowy Finland. Focus area 4, Internet in troubled times, which was a mild expression for what was going on and is going on. And of course, this is the background, this is the context for these three messages from that area. First, concerns fragmentation. That is to say, Europe needs to try to prevent fragmentation and to preserve a globally interoperable internet for all. How this could be done, for instance, to avoid incompatible regulations for internet infrastructure. Another opportunity to avoid fragmentation is to use the potential of the upcoming UN Global Digital Compact and the appointment of the envoy on technology. And the hope is that they should prioritize the global nature of the internet and, of course, digital human rights. Second message is about the various initiatives that the hope is that we also engage in that is to say, Declaration on the Future of the Internet, DFI. It says it is a key process that would need more engagement from countries and stakeholders, and especially from the global south. It refers to Net Mundial and other examples of best practices which could improve the engagement of countries of the global south. It also says that the DFI could be used as a preparatory input to the Global Digital Compact, and also contribute to the implementation of the statements by the Freedom Online Coalition. And last, the third point, we need a variety of measures to counter disinformation, that is to say, regulatory measures, content which is trustworthy, more support to independent journalism, informed citizenry, fact-checking, and so on and so forth. So these, very briefly, were the three messages.
Thank you very much, Yrjö. Any questions, comments on this? Yes, Andre?
Thank you very much. This is Andre Cherbourg from Montreal, Canada. Hello, Yrjö. Nice to meet you here on online. Greetings from Ethiopia. Actually, about the fragmentation is a really important key point here as well, because I suppose that fragmentation is the major concern for the whole existence of the internet. And I think that all of the efforts of the internet governance could be devoted to avoid this kind of fragmentation. So, what does it mean? It means that I think that role of national governments is to implement international decisions in this kind. When we have no international decisions obligatory, we have maybe recommendations that national governments have to follow in order to avoid fragmentation. Because from all points of view, from points of view of SDG, from point of view of cultural, from point of view of economic development, the internet has a value when it is the internet, when it's not splintered in different or fragmented in different networks that have different governance and not interconnected with each other. As for example, again, Russian example, they try to disconnect Russia from the global internet. They have the law of sovereign internet, so this is a type of fragmentation, and they try to implement this kind of politics. And the role of international community is to avoid this kind of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andre. I think I've seen Jörn's hand up, so very brief remark from your side, Jörn.
I couldn't agree more with the problem of fragmentation. What I wanted to mention is that I think we should be very careful with anything that goes into the direction of Ministry of Truth or having some fact checker initiatives and assuming that they know the truth better than others. I think in a pluralistic society, we need to have the battle of different opinions. And we have seen, particularly in the pandemic, that things that were announced as a truth today were different tomorrow. And if you force one opinion as being the truth, then you will harm society more than you help it. So I think the call for fact-checking initiatives should be cautioned, and we should not see it as something that will necessarily help counter disinformation.
Thank you, and I would agree with you that whatever is considered truth or whatever is considered reality should be the end of a deliberative discussion process in a society. On the other hand, there are some facts, some figures that you can actually, let's say, at least refer sources to and say where you got the figures from, and then so there is some merit, of course, in fact-checking. Interpreting facts is another thing, and so I think we should make the distinction between measurable facts and then how to interpret whether they are relevant or not, or what they mean. There's a difference. But thank you very much for this discussion. So let me quickly hand over to Katarina. She will explain to us what were the key messages from the Youth DIG. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Katarina Vovsunovska, and I'm from Ukraine. And this year I had a chance to participate in the Youth DIG in Trieste. This is a 3-day event before the EuroDIG, and it's called a European Dialogue on Internet Governance. And dialogue is a very particular word for this event because it's organized by, the content of sessions is organized by the previous participants, also by youth, and the discussions are focused on the areas relevant for all of us now, and they are focused on the youth. It's not the education of youth, but the youth participation and engagement. This year, we focused on 4 areas related to the artificial intelligence, sustainability, social media, and cryptocurrencies. And most of our messages are focused on education and literacy, because as a youth, we're particularly interested in education on these focus topics. And for us, any gaps in education are really important in our life, and they affect our functioning in the internet ecosystem and further engagement and use of internet-related technologies. We also could echo the discussions on sustainability during the EuroDig, and we support the encouragement of funding, of research and innovation in sustainability of ICT, the consideration of 3R approach, meaning reduce, reuse, recycle, and also reasonable policies implemented for the sustainability of ICTs. In part of cryptocurrencies, we're especially interested in spinning the debate further about threats associated with that, as well as the social media platforms, which are prone to disinformation and propaganda. That's why we would like more fact-checking, we would like more flagging of provocative content, and more verification of credible and accurate content. On a side note, I would like to express my appreciation that you still consider the troubled times indeed in the internet area and in my country as a very important topic these days, because it's not just troubled times, it's very dark times, literally. And in the past month, the energy infrastructure and internet infrastructure as well has been severely damaged by the Russian missiles. And right now, there are basically no participants on site or online from Ukraine on this IGF. It's only me and Olga who managed to come here because we live now I live in Italy and Olga lives in Poland, and no online participants could join from Ukraine because basically they don't have electricity and energy is in a very serious shortage. And that also poses for us additional questions for consideration on internet resilience, on energy diversification, on inclusivity of the process, and even internet fragmentation, because a lot of examples are focused on internet shutdowns when the government is shutting the internet on its own territory. But what is internet shutdown on the territory of the other country? It's still an open question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, again, very pertinent messages, and also for the reminder that, yeah, while we're sitting here, some others are trying to find a way to survive the day with no electricity, and that includes, of course, no access to the internet. And so thank you for this. Any questions, comments on the youth DIG messages from the room or from remote? Chris?
It's less about the messages. I really just wanted to highlight, I think, sort of having been to a few other national and regional IGFs in the last year, I think the EuroDig Youth Dig program really does stand out as something really valuable for the participants, and I know that there's a lot of effort goes into making it of value and making it, preparing those participants to participate in other internet governance discussions such as the IGF. So yeah, I hope we're, as EuroDig, really advocating and pushing that to as many young people as we can across the European EuroDig kind of service region.
Yes, Sandra, please. Thank you, Chris.
And just sorry to really compliment the people who are putting it together, because I know there's a huge amount of work that goes into it in the Secretariat, and I know there's a number of people there doing that.
I can confirm this. So Sandra, please.
Chris, I think it's good that it's coming from the floor, and I would like to highlight those who are making it possible for the past years, which is Elisabeth Schauermann. She's sitting in the room, and she handed over this year to Nadja Tjachia. She is online with us, and both of them are basically very much responsible that YouthDig in the past years became such a huge success. And I must also say the youth program this year at EuroDig was, for me at least, the most strongest and dynamic element within this time where we still not had yet overcome the pandemic and the travel chaos in Europe. So YouthDig this year was really, really extraordinary. So big applause to Elisabeth and Nadja for making that possible over the past couple of years.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and I guess really this is an achievement that you can be proud of, and that we hope that we can continue in a sustainable way. Let me move over now. There's sorry, yes, I didn't see, yes.
As everybody's saying thank you, I just wanted to say thank you to Katharina. I think, like, I have seen you in many sessions, you have made great contributions, and also people from other youth programs have actually speaking up and contributed in a very valuable way, and I'm very impressed by that, so thank you.
Thank you. We have like 11 minutes left, if I am not mistaken, so we need to speed up a little bit because EuroDig Cheste 22 is already history, but we do have a future, at least for the time being, in EuroDig, which is bringing us to, fortunately not during winter time, bringing us up very north to Urire's country. So Urire, you may have a few minutes less than planned, but please, yeah. Say a few words about next year's EuroDig. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Yrjö Länsipuro again from ISAC Finland, which is one of the co-organizers, local co-organizers of the EuroDig 2023. Welcome to the EuroDig at Tampere University in Finland. It's a great venue. Tampere is a beautiful city between two big lakes, and by the time we have the EuroDig, the snow should be gone. The Nordic summer should be at its best just before midsummer, which is 19 to 21 June. Now, from a European perspective, of course, this upcoming year is full of uncertainties and risks. And this applies to the internet too, and it reflects on the EuroDig. The war adds to the risk of fragmentation, but there are other problems too. Europe has woken up to the dangers of the domination by tech giants. We try to do something about it by legislation, by regulation, and meanwhile, of course, the bad guys are active as ever, whether you call it DNS abuse or whatever. But in the face of these risks, there's also a remarkable resilience. It's shown by all stakeholders. They have risen in defense of the internet that we know, and we feel that its basic elements should function whatever happens, even if things fall down, all around the core should hold. And finally, there is hope. There must be hope of rebuilding bridges and connecting broken ties when at some point in the future. So this is why we have chosen as the overall motto of the EuroDig 2023, Internet in troubled times, risk, resilience, hope. And this is also how we try to organize the work of this cycle around these concepts, and risk, resilience, and hope will also be the three focus areas of the EuroDig in Tampere. I stop here because I know that we are short of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yrjö, and yeah, I can only confirm that Tampere is a very, very, very nice place to be at the end, mid-end June. So hope to see everybody there, ideally physically. Otherwise, you will have to leave your room lights on until midnight and have start them again at 2 o'clock in the morning to get that feeling that we will have up there in Tampere. So thank you very much. And then let's quickly move over to Mark, if I'm not mistaken, which will tell us a few things about the consultation process that we're having about the Global Digital Compact. So Mark, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. I don't think I need to say too much about the Global Digital Compact initiative by the Secretary General. I'm sure everybody here is probably familiar with it. But basically what we're doing is running a regional consultation on the GDC in parallel with the Tech Envoys consultation. So what we're consulting on is basically what's in the Tech Envoys questionnaire survey, the 7 thematic areas, plus the opportunity to propose additional thematic areas. And as I mentioned before, I've put in the commenting platform that UEDIG has, comment.uedig.org, green digitalization as one suggested additional thematic area, but that doesn't preclude respondents making other proposals for thematic areas. The commenting platform, what I did was I've extracted relevant parts of messages from previous UEDIG meetings that are relevant to most of the thematic areas that were identified in the Secretary General's our common agenda, which then were picked up in the Tech Envoys consultation. So that's what I've done as a kind of steer or guide for respondents, that this is how UEDIG has covered these issues, or most of them. The one that we haven't really covered is, what is this, digital commons as a global public good. I couldn't really find anything in previous UEDIGs about that. So anyway, that's what we're doing. The timeline has been adjusted because, and I was corrected actually by Amandeep about this, it wasn't a postponement of the Summit of the Future, but a rescheduling because of the crowded agenda in the General Assembly next September. So the summit is now September 2024, as opposed to next year, and so the Tech Envoys office have changed the deadline for their consultation to 31 March. What we have got is 31 December, so we may change that and adjust it. We haven't taken a decision on that. So that's nobody's responded yet to the consultation, so please promote awareness of it and distribute it through your networks and so on, and encourage people to take part. Beyond the GDC, what I'm hearing is that it's for the member states to decide whether to continue consulting with stakeholders through some further initiatives after GDC is agreed by the summit. I'll stop. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And your remark is very pertinent. Although many of us are fighting and arguing for having as large as possible multi-stakeholder element in the GDC, it seems that there will be only, in the beginning, will be the opportunity for all stakeholders to feed in. So use all channels that you can, including the UEDIG channel, to feed in your views in this consultation. As we have a very dear representative from the Finnish Parliament with us, and you just missed. Sorry, the European Parliament. I'm not a member of the EU, so forgive me. That is not on my, normally not always on my my forefront. So Mia Petra, please, if you would like to say a few words also about UEDIG in Tampere, then please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize that I could not participate from the beginning with you here, but then the one that already was taking place in the Finnish Parliament when there was a preparation hosted by our committee of transportation and digitalization of the national parliament speaking there, and the one who has promised already to be Tampere. I don't know what hat on. Is it European Parliament, a big delegation or an individual member? But welcome to Tampere. That is maybe the key message I want to also emphasize. It is nice surroundings, as I think the academics will be presented, because it's hosted by the university premises too, and it is the university that actually lately combined the technological sciences together with the human sciences, and also it's the broad, and some of you might know some technologies related to Nokia that has been one home city for radio communication or chips design. So you can find everything in that city, even it's not the capital, Helsinki. So I very much welcomed that we do have these turbulent times also put in the title, so it allows very deep and good discussions when getting together in Tampere in next June. And at this moment they have some snow, but then June I cannot promise that there is not snow, but normally the sun shines until some 10 p.m. in the evenings at least. So it's the time of the summer that you are not disrupted by the night if you so wish. So we can have fruitful late discussions as well. But just to say hello, and I'm still here for only today, but then if you see me, I can have my double hat. Previous member of National Parliament, now from the European Parliament, but cooperating with Yrjö and NGOs and ministries and others we have anyway. So great that you have had this session already here.
Thank you, Mia Petra. And actually, I've been in Tampere a few years ago in early July, and we swam in the water of the lakes. It's quite a nice red color somehow in these nice lakes. So it's actually possible to swim also late in the evening because you still see where you swim. So with this, our time is up, so my wrap-up will be very short. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for joining. Thank you for linking Eurodic to the global IGF and linking the global IGF to the discussions in Eurodic. I think this is very important that we have also these channels of communication and interaction. So thank you very much. And again, hope to see you all in Eurodic, in Tampere. There's also a possibility, of course, to join online for those that cannot make it to Tampere. So have a nice evening or whatever, wherever you are, have a nice day, and see you soon. Thank you.
So, hello, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, or good night for those who are joining us online. Thank you so much for joining us here instead of the reception that will be starting soon this evening. So we greatly appreciate you coming by our town hall session of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network and the DataSphere Initiative today. It's been a long IGF week, and we are all hanging in there, and it's been a wonderful IGF, may I say already. And we are very thankful for having been hosted here by the Secretariat and also by the hosts here in Ethiopia, and would like to tell you over the course of the next hour more about the activities of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network and the recently incubated and spun-off DataSphere initiative. My name is Martin Hallen. I am the Deputy Executive Director of both organizations, and yeah, it's not very visible on the slide deck from what I can tell. So I'll ask the IT colleagues later maybe to see if we get it in higher resolution. But what we do today, I'll have a short round of introductions. We will then talk more about a report that we recently have launched on Monday here that was supported by GIZ on behalf of the BMZ. And we'll afterwards have an introduction to the work of our policy programs of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network, to then hand over to the colleagues from the DataSphere Initiative team, and then we'll be closing with an outlook on what we have in store in 2023, in particular also in regards to activities aimed at Africa. So without further ado, I think I'll hand the virtual microphone over to you, Tracy. Although first I'll talk a little bit more about our activities. So you might not be able to see it here still because of the resolution, but a few items that I wanted to mention is that the mission of the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network is to have a multi-stakeholder exchange across three main policy silos. We've been working on data and jurisdiction with contact groups for many years, building trust, related also to the question of electronic evidence across borders and the access to it. We also had active exchanges in the content and jurisdiction program related to content abuse, and recently also brought out framing briefs on meaningful transparency that my colleague Ajit Francis will talk about more. And then also a domains and jurisdiction program related also to the question of DNS abuse and other topics related to trusted notifiers, for example. We also, since 2019, due to considerable also enabling support from GIZ on behalf of BMZ, have been able to bring out regional and global status reports on the topic of cross-border digital policy. The first one in 2019, then in 2020, one that we collaborated on with CEPAL, the Economic Regional Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and as I just mentioned, on Monday, a regional report on cross-border digital policy in Africa. Last but not least, the DataSphere Initiative is a new exercise related to data governance that we've been incubating for 1 year, including also the building of a team and building of a global coalition of actors. And we'll tell you more about this after that. And now I can hand over to you, Tracy, to introduce us to the topics related to the Africa report and to also introduce our kind speakers that join us today.
Thank you very much, Martin, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tracy Sinkamba Fusta, and I'm the International Research and Project Management Coordinator at INJPN. And so I'm pleased to once again have the opportunity to present the INJPN's Regional Status Report on framing, mapping, and addressing cross-border digital policies in Africa, which was launched on Monday, as Martin mentioned. So for this section of the program, we will be joined by Dr. Alison Gilwald, Executive Director of Research ICT Africa, and part of the authoring team of the report, and Laura Teresa Kruger, who is Senior Policy Officer on the Governance Unit at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, in Germany. And once again, thank you for your support to the ministry and to GIZ. And the release of the report is a milestone of 2-year INJPN project on cross-border digital policies for Africa. So the project goal is to ensure meaningful multi-stakeholder participation and to provide information needed to develop interoperable policy and regulatory frameworks for the digital 21st century. support the evolution of a digital single market, and contribute to Africa's Agenda 2063 and the UN Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. The report is therefore a result of recurring knowledge dialogue workshops, in-depth data collection, the utilization of regional mechanisms and partnerships, all with the aim to consolidate the timely information needed to enable the necessary capacity building to ensure and to pursue an inclusive digital transformation based on evidence. So similar to the findings, so Martin just presented as well, showcased that we had reports, a global status report and a Latin American regional status report. And there were broader challenges that were also came up in the Africa report that was just issued. Namely, the disparity of unilateral measures, there was coordination challenges among numerous actors, tension between free data flows and digital sovereignty, the role in the global debate, narrative and data extraction, and aspiration to regional integration in the single market. And to highlight some key three areas, and we can't really see them, but to highlight some of the three key messages from Monday's launch on how data sovereignty can be realized and the benefits shared through reciprocal protection of personal data and continental policies. Number two was the data deficit on the continent and the need for accurate data that can foster the attainment of the SDGs. And finally, one of the key takeaways is a common African voice in international fora. Finally, this slide gives us a visual, blurry visual, of the progress so far, with the last phase that you can barely see, but the last phase, it will be launching of learning modules based on the content of the report. And we are excited to develop these modules and plan to make them available on as many learning platforms as possible in the spring of 2023. I now would like to turn to Dr. Alison Gilwald from the authoring team of Research ICT Africa. And Alison, I would like to ask you, or invite you to share your thoughts on what the report brings to the discussions on data policy in Africa. Over to you, Alison.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So the report looks at cross-border data flows, which have become a critical issue in the context of the Africa Data Policy Framework, and particularly in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, all of which are depending on the creation of a digital single market, and very importantly within that context, the growing a data economy across the continent. So the report draws on a number of methodologies used by the Internet and Jurisdiction in order to assess the perceptions of various stakeholders on these subjects. I think it is a good barometer. It's a relatively small sample of people, but through various knowledge dialogues, inputs from local players and from international players, it's quite a strong barometer of some of the regulatory requirements needed in order to create the free flow of data on the continent, obviously within the context of national interests and of protection of personal data that will flow across the continent, but in order to ensure that we are able to realize the benefits of this data economy. I think what is a number of interesting things that came out of this was the strong view that Africa required this coordination. So the initial part of the study was really done before the Africa Data Policy Framework was finalized. And in that regard, I mean, a lot of people called for this kind of coordination that the framework now really provides in some ways. Obviously, the meat is going to be in the implementation, but the framework actually so it supports. So there were a number of other issues, if one thinks of this as a sort of barometer of perceptions. There was a very strong sense that Africa needed to develop a common narrative, that there was a need for a narrative that would describe Africa's vision and hopes of a single digital market, of a coordinated market with regulatory certainty that that would enable the kind of data flows and value creation that we'll need on the continent. There was also, there was a view that we needed to do a lot more in terms of the environment that we need to create on the continent for this, that we obviously need to review some of our existing policies and our existing law to align it with international principles in this area. Obviously, while we're concerned with the opening up of data flows on the continent, it's also important, because of these are global players, that we are also aligning ourselves with international principles that will allow us to engage more from an economic point of view, but also from a global governance point of view. So also the very clear view that Africa needed to develop a common position and for international negotiations in these areas, be able to represent an African position that reflected African interests and allowed us to engage more effectively in global governance. So the other important areas that arose from the report were that we needed to ensure that there was further development of data governance in the sense of allowing for the formulation of various data regimes that would allow the free flow of data, and that we also needed to look at the issues of greater regulatory certainty on the continent that would enable this environment and would allow us to enjoy some of these benefits. The other issues that arose here were the need to coordinate data policy with other things that would allow us to realize this value. So there was an emphasis on the need for greater skills and ability to enjoy these benefits on the continent. And I think the other important part of this is that it's proposing that as we move forward, it supports a number of the requirements of the Africa Data Policy Framework that will require implementation. And so some of the kind of next steps that are being looked from this is certain aspects of policy experimentation that will allow for these data sandboxes that are being proposed, but also that there will be, for a number of the areas that would enable these data flows, that there would be further work coming out from this that would support the implementation, because obviously the challenge is going to be in the implementation. So Tracy, I think that more or less, there were a number of other important points you might want to pick up as well, Martin and Tracy.
I think that gives everybody a really good insight, and thank you for sharing these nuggets from the report, Alison. And to our online audience, links from the report's executive summary in English and French can be found on the link that is provided by our team online. So thank you again, Alison. And if I can now turn to Laura Teresa. Again, thank you for the Ministry's support to make this work possible. And please, can you share your impressions of the work and any takeaways from the findings? Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, for the kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here again and participate in the INJPN Town Hall, this time in presence, first time for me here in Addis Ababa. It is great that INJPN was able to launch the new regional status report on Africa just this Monday, entitled Framing, Mapping and Addressing Cross-Border Digital Policies in Africa. The development and harmonization of digital strategies and policies is an important priority, not only for the German government and the European Union, but many of our partner countries and organizations, such as the African Union and its member states. If we want to shape the digital transformation in a sustainable and inclusive way that leaves no one behind, we need greater policy coherence and coordination. As German government, we thus aim to support efforts to close the digital gaps and to strengthen digital cooperation. That is why we are pleased to have established a trusted cooperation with the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. As Martin has said in his introduction, in 2019 we have supported the first Internet and Jurisdiction Global Status Report, in 2020 the Regional Status Report on Latin America and the Caribbean, and now in 2022 the Regional Status Report in Africa. I agree with the German cyber ambassador who has highlighted during the launch event on Monday that it is especially great that the report's findings have been, and still are, discussed here at the IGF at the heart of Africa, at the heart of the African Union, sorry. And at this IGF, I find numerous sessions have already highlighted the necessity of a closer international and interregional digital cooperation. And to my mind, the Regional Status Report for Africa can be one useful resource for this. The report draws an encompassing picture of the status quo of digital and data policies in Africa in their cross-border dimension and highlights the current challenges, but also the existing opportunities. And Alison has just presented the very interesting findings that the report comes to. The report has been co-created by a community of African stakeholders who have greatly shared and contributed their expertise. We hope the recommendations that the report makes can help strengthening cooperation among African countries in order to promote free and secure intra-African data flows. And we are especially happy that the report, as Tracy has already pointed out, will not only stand by itself, but that its findings will be turned into online learning modules over the next couple of months and presented, as Martin has said, in spring. To us, this bears great potential for actually feeding the results of the community's discussions into national and regional policy making. We wish INJPN, as well as Alison and her team, the best success in this endeavor and are already looking forward to seeing the final results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura Teresa, for sharing your impressions of the work. Thank you also, Alison. There may be time for some Q&A at the end of the town hall, but for now, I would like to hand back to Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison, Laura. We greatly appreciate it, and also Tracy. Before I jump then to the next program, also a quick two-finger on the methodology of the report that I think is also worthwhile underlining. We have hundreds of stakeholders that engaged over the course of the project so far, and this is a community that we would like to keep engaged. So all of the activity surrounding the learning modules and also the drafting of the report is also there to engage this community and also to see what additional insights we could also together share and put towards implementation. And with this, we will now move to the next program point, which will be presented by my colleague, Mr. Ajit Francis, who is our Director for Policy Programs of INJPN. Before I will let him take the microphone, I'm looking at our kind IT staff to see if we've already unmuted my colleague, Ajit Francis. And if this is the case, then I let him directly take the floor from within the internet. So
thanks, Martin. I think I have the ability, though I would also request the IGF team to give access to Robert Young, who's just joined, who will also be speaking on this panel. So thank you very much, Martin. As Martin mentioned, my name is Ajit Francis, and I'm the Director for Policy Programs at the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. It is an honor and privilege to be able to introduce the work of, in the policy programs and the contact groups that's been done over the last year. The overarching goal for the policy programs is to address cross-border cooperation challenges in the digital sphere, and we do this specifically across 3 topics. The first is the Data and Jurisdiction Program that deals with the topic of cross-border access to electronic evidence and helps to identify the applicable due process standards in the process of making direct requests to service providers located outside the jurisdiction of the enforcement authorities. The Content and Jurisdiction Program deals with cross-border content moderation issues and addresses the tension between the global accessibility of online content and national laws, as well as the tension between due process and the restriction of illegal and harmful online content. Finally, the Domains and Jurisdiction Program deals with the question of when is it appropriate to act at the level of the domain name system to actually address online abuses. In each of these 3 programs, we organize an ongoing and dedicated safe space where more than 40 key stakeholders from 6 stakeholder groups come together to develop concrete operational solutions within each of the program. Each of these contact groups, as we call them, is shepherded by a neutral coordinator from the community. And I'm delighted to be joined by them today to share some of the progress of the work today. So if I could confirm whether Robert, you have the ability to take the floor at the moment. Can you hear us? Maybe we come back to Robert, who is the legal counsel and legal counsel for the Department of Global Affairs, the Government of Canada, and who's the coordinator of the Data and Jurisdiction Program. But as he's having technical difficulties, I probably ask my colleague Julia to step in, who will introduce the work that we do in the Content and Jurisdiction Program, and particularly on the work, and she joins us as a policy consultant at the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ajit. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here and to be able to present to you the work of the Content and Jurisdiction Contact Group. The Content and Jurisdiction Contact Group has produced a number of outcomes over the years, and all of which can be accessed on the INJPN website. I will briefly outline 3 recent outcomes that were produced in 2021-2022 to give you a flavor of what issues and questions were at the forefront of the agenda for the contact group. In 2021, the Toolkit on Cross-Border Content Moderation was launched. It provides an overview of some of the key issues that arise when managing online content considering diverse local laws and norms. The focus of the toolkit is on the process of cross-border content moderation, that is, identification of abuse, evaluation thresholds, choices of action, and recourse. Over the years, the contact group has worked on a number of issues, but one pervasive and continuing discussion has been on the geographic scope of content restrictions. In June, the framing brief on geographic scope of content restrictions was released, which documents these in-depth and difficult discussions stretching over the period of 2 years. The framing brief documents the tension points that emerged in these discussions and also aims to help inform future discussions. We see the value in these conversations, the relevance of which can be illustrated by last week's Italian Supreme Court decision, which held that an Italian court or other competent authority may have jurisdiction to issue a global delisting order against a search engine operator. Moreover, the court refused to refer the matter to the Court of Justice of the European Union, as it deemed that the guidance on the necessary criteria to address and solve the legal issue of an extraterritorial delisting or removal order were clear. Also, this year, a framing brief on meaningful transparency was released, offering a shared taxonomy and a set of structuring elements to aid the design, exploration, development, and implementation of meaningful transparency measures by states, companies, and regulators. The resource highlights key issues to be addressed by all involved in planning, establishing, and working on transparency. From a company that seeks to come up with transparency reporting policy to a regulator when considering transparency measures. One of the burning questions when working on this topic was how to make transparency meaningful, and what does this entail? Thank you for listening, and I hope you find the outcomes relevant to your work. If you have any comments or questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me or to any of my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Julia. Allow me to introduce Robert Chung once again, who is the legal counsel for the Department of Global Affairs at the Government of Canada, and who is also the coordinator of the Data and Jurisdiction Program. Robert had technical difficulties joining earlier, so Robert, I ask you to take the floor and provide a brief update on the work and the value of the contact group.
Great, excellent. Good morning, good afternoon all. Greetings from Ottawa, Canada, where we've had snow overnight. One more reason I wish I was in Addis today at the IGF, but I will be here virtually thanks to the internet, which makes such a difference in our lives. In terms of, I'll just briefly speak to outputs. As with the other, contact groups, our main achievement earlier this year was the production of the toolkit, which focused on data and jurisdiction, more precisely on electronic evidence. And this toolkit, which you can find online, I think it's the link is in the chat if you want to have a look. Pulls together our most recent products or work products from our group that reflects the work up until spring this year, but also compiles in one place a number of products we've produced over the years. In simple terms, the Data and Jurisdiction Contact Group has identified problems relating to data and jurisdiction, has identified how best to frame those problems, and then through what I would call an authentic multi-stakeholder dialogue and discussion, has identified elements that will be part of the solution of it. We have no pretension or illusion that we're writing treaties or that we're establishing binding rules. And that, I think, is part of the effectiveness of the internet and jurisdiction model, that it brings together stakeholders from all key sectors and creates a safe space in which stakeholders can learn, express views, advance interest, raise concerns, challenge the perspectives and views of others, but still work towards solutions for problems. So, for example, in looking at possible frameworks for cross-border access to evidence, our contact group has done a lot of, I think, quite significant work, and I, again, would really encourage you to look at the materials on the website. But rather than, I said, trying to create a treaty or something that's binding, what we try to do is identify elements that will be part of the solution. So again, whether it's a big company, a small company, a government, a civil society watchdog organization, they can use some of the materials we've produced to assess the likely effectiveness and scalability of particular proposed solutions. If we look at the landscape today, we have the EU's e-evidence regime being developed, but still not completed. We have a new protocol added to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, with more states signing that protocol and more states joining the Framework Budapest Convention. We have negotiations ongoing at the UN on a proposed UN cybercrime treaty. We have bilateral agreements being created under the auspices of the US Cloud Act. These are processes happening in parallel, in real time, and we're convinced that the materials we've produced will be helpful for actors in those processes and in other processes that are happening perhaps with lower profile, but equally meaningful, that will help companies develop procedures and regimes, will help governments develop legislation and regulations. So what I would just say in closing is this has worked because of the engagement, the significant investment by members of the contact group that come from civil society, that come from academia, that come from industry, that come from governments. And it is really has been quite a remarkable journey where there is, a bit like the IGF itself aspires to be a true platform for multi-stakeholder engagement. We're always looking for more actors to be involved in our processes on data and jurisdiction. So feel free to reach out to me or members of the group or the Secretariat for more. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Robert. Finally, I'd like to turn to Brian Symbolic. He's the Vice President and General Counsel at the Public Interest Registry and the coordinator for the Domains and Jurisdiction Program. Brian, would you want to intervene on the progress of the work so far and the value that you see in it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ajit. And thank you, everyone, for having me here today virtually. I wish I was with you there in person. So the Domains and Jurisdiction Program, I want to echo some of the sentiments from Robert, where the progress that we've made has been essentially because of the contributions of the dozens of multi-stakeholder participants that we have from academia, from nonprofits, from the private sector, that has really yielded some not just promising, but results that have actually started to be implemented in the real world. I want to talk about three outcomes from the Domains and Jurisdiction Program from the last year or so that we've rolled out. The first is around improving the workflow to address botnets. So in the Domains and Jurisdiction program, we talk about two different forms of online abuses: technical abuses, where it is very appropriate and the right mechanism to use the DNS to address those harms, things like botnets. But also we consider questions about when are harms on online content, when could they rise to the level that using the DNS becomes appropriate. So thinking of the dichotomy of those two types of harms, the technical abuses and the content harms. So in improving workflow for botnets, it's a nice operational document that informs registries, informs law enforcement how to best work together to combat domain generating algorithms and botnets online, because they have some really unique challenges. And this is a document that, as a registry operator, I look to specifically anytime a botnet comes across my desk. So some real solutions that come out of the Domains and Jurisdiction program. Second, on that second type of harm, the online content harms, we've developed a typology and framework components of trusted notifier relationships. So relationships where you work with an expert third party to identify online harms, setting forth the elements as far as what goes into those relationships. And I know there's a number of registrars and registries in this space that are looking for these types of relationships. So this is a helpful document to inform what those relationships look like. Third, the contact group put out a toolkit, which is a really comprehensive set of recommendations and sort of best practices for dealing with both DNS abuse and considerations for dealing with online harms online using the DNS. This is a document that has informed registries and registrars and those seeking to report abuses online immensely. And it's this sort of document, along with a publication from a few years ago, the operational approaches, that have really served as a foundation for so much progress and work that has gone on around combating DNS abuse. So there was I'll give you two concrete examples. The first, in 2019, there was a document that came out that was called the Framework to Address Abuse. And since being published, more than 50 registry operators and registrars, including both CC TLD operators and GTLD operators, have signed on to sort of pledge how they address DNS abuse. And that framework document was based essentially on the foundation, on the shoulders of the work of INJ and the Domains and Jurisdiction program. The second is something that I work for Public Interest Registry. We created something called the DNS Abuse Institute. And the Institute exists to not just try and make abuse better in the TLDs that we operate, like .org, but for the betterment of the entire DNS. And it is built explicitly on the foundations laid by INJ, by the operational approaches, and informed by the toolkits. And one of the things that the DNS Abuse Institute has created is something called NetBeacon. And this is something that harkens back to some of the recommendations from the contact group, where it's hard to, if you are not someone that's involved in DNS abuse or the DNS, you don't know where to report phishing. You don't know where to report online harms. So what the Institute has created is something called NetBeacon, and that, again, coming from recommendations from the contact group and in consultation with Internet and Jurisdiction, is a place where anyone can go and report harms online. And for DNS abuse, it's a centralized abuse reporting system that intended for the betterment of the internet and built on the foundation that INJ has laid. So just, again, it's hard to overstate the impact that INJ has had when it comes to putting out things that have since gotten operationalized and implemented to combat DNS abuse. Thank you, Jit, for the time.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'd also like to thank Robert and Julia for your very relevant interventions. I believe we have a question and answer session, but at the end, so we'll save our time for that. And over to you, Martin, to continue the session.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to you, Ajit, to Robert, to Julia, and also to Brian, to showcasing also the implementation of the activity that over the course of the last few years led to very concrete outcomes, and also, again, to underline against the backdrop of a global pandemic. So we still kept working at it and now see concrete institutionalization in some cases. So we're quite excited. With this, I would like to now introduce my colleague Carolina Rossini, who is the Director for Research and Partnerships at the DataSphere Initiative. I think the IT staff will make sure that we see Carolina at the beginning when she introduces herself, when she's muted, and we then hope to also see the slides as she will be going through the different items related to this new organization that we've been incubating. Carolina, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Martin. And there it is, the slides. As Martin said, I am one of the co-founders with him, Bertrand de la Chapelle and Lorraine Porciuncula of the DataSphere Initiative, which we have the honor to have to be joined by Tim Daves, one of our senior fellows of our last cohort. And it's my pleasure to introduce this new nonprofit to you all. And again, thank you so much for having me today. I'm also sad that I cannot be with you in person. This is one of the few IGFs I missed. But moving forward, the DataSphere Initiative was incubated by the Internet and Jurisdiction Network for over a year, a little bit, and we officially became a nonprofit recently, and we are incorporated in Switzerland last September. We are gathering a global network of stakeholders who are interested and see the great importance and value of building agile frameworks to responsibly unlock the value of data for all. And as you see in our slide here, each of these words have a very important meaning and definition, especially when we think about responsibly unlocking the value of data for all. And here we are talking about not only personal data, but also non-personal data. We are gathering this global network, and we work with them in three core ways or programs: the dialogue, the intelligence, and the lab. And each of, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Yes, and we produce both various publications, as you see in the slide here, and the link will be shared in the chat where you can access this through the intelligence. But we also do the dialogues, the various regional dialogues, where we bring actors together, bring knowledge together, identify regional gaps, and really try to foster this collaborative governance development. We also have the lab program where we test some ideas such as the cross-border sandboxes for data, which is a very innovative proposal, and you can check our report, and Martin will talk a little bit more about that in a second. So as I was mentioning, these are some of our core tangible output and outcomes for this last almost 2 years of work. We are, through this work, also working with various international agencies at the UN level, at the G7 level, at the G20 level, and partners such as the Global Data for Development Network, the Global Partnerships that has now a data values campaign. And we've been with these partners really honing the concept of the data sphere has a core narrative for a collective and holistic data governance approach. You can join us in many ways, and these efforts as a friend, as an individual, as a project, or an institutional partner, and or as a funder. That's always welcome in the nonprofit area. One of our newest outcomes, actually, that we are pleased to launch today at the IGF is our vast literature review of data governance literature, both academic and some of the gray literature, to see how the concept of data governance has evolved over the years and how we see the various silos, which we also identified by mapping actors in our data governance atlas that's also linked in the chat. And we went there to the bibliography to check how the field has evolved and we identify those silos, but we see some convergence coming. And all of that is crucial to understand the meaning and the utility of the concept of the data sphere. So I invite our senior fellow, Tim Davis, to introduce himself. He's also the director of research of another organization in this space called Connected by Data. So Tim, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you ever so much. And again, sorry, I can't be there with you in person. I'll just speak just for a few moments about this literature review and really that mirrors what the DataSphere Initiative has been seeking to do of connecting across silos, looking both at cross-cutting issues of how data is governed and at how it's governed in very particular settings. So just to give you a headline, we took a bibliometric look at the published literature up to the end of last year on data governance in both scientific and policy literature, seeing a very rapid growth over the last 10 years from data governance barely being talked about to being a very fast growing topic across a range of disciplines, not only computer science and health areas, but an increasing range of spaces. But with that growth comes some challenges that we've got some very different frameworks coming together under this banner of data governance. We've got the data protection discourse falling under that banner, as well as discourses around maximizing the value of data. And as Carolina framed the DataSphere Initiative, asking how do you unlock the value for all, data governance kind of captures that, but also people are often coming from some quite different starting points. So the mapping in the literature review tries to start unpicking some of those different sub-regions of a data governance discourse in academic literature. And behind me, I've put up the interesting diagram that came out, the data governance fish that emerged when we first did some kind of mapping of the themes and topics, within which quite a tight cluster of people looking at data governance as a technical data management issue, looking at it as a legal issue, looking at it as a policy and civic engagement issue, but this very long tail or sort of yellow cluster behind me of those looking at this as an issue of cross-border collaboration, of legal regulation, quite disconnected from those other debates that we were seeing about data governance in practice, and that really raising some interesting questions and the need for work with DataSphere and wider IGIN kind of work does of connecting the concrete local questions of how do you govern health data or how do you govern tourism data or other forms of data to the bigger cross-cutting pictures. I think the only other thing I'll say, because there's lots in the paper to dig into, but was how we found that DataSphere lens really starts to help unpack what's going on when different people are talking about data governance, because it has these three key terms. The DataSphere perspective gets us to think about the human groups involved in any governance question, about the norms being invoked and the particular data sets. And for the work I now do at Connected by Data, where we're looking at how to give people and citizens a greater powerful voice in data governance, bringing those terms to the fore really helps. Who is data affecting? What are the data sets? What are the norms in play? What are the ways to get different actors focused on the specific consequences of data, and understanding the cross-cutting aspects becomes really key, and really it's felt in this first year of the DataSphere Initiative as one of the fellows that we've been starting to explore that and find new ways of having that conversation, and very much commend to you all the work DataSphere Initiative's doing to foster that conversation across a range of different settings.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tim. And also thank you so much, Carolina, for having introduced us really by scratching the surface of the many activities ever since we started incubating the DataSphere Initiative. An additional quick item that I wanted to bring in, and Tim, you did the kind shout out to the fellows that were already working actively with us on different silos and on different investigations throughout last year. And we just recently started a second cohort of also international fellows from all of the different continents, some of which have been actively contributing to the IGF discussions wherever data governance related topics would pop up, also to contextualize these themes according to the findings that we've been consolidating so far. So thank you very much for that. Looking at the time, I try to actually be quite concise with now a little sneak peek that I'll be doing on one of the key activities that the Datasphere Initiative will be embarking on next year, before we then open for the promised Q&A on all the different topics that we've been discussing throughout the activities of INJPN and the Datasphere. So the announcement that I would like to make, and if the IT staff would actually show the slides yet again so that I don't look at myself, is something that we coined as a term, a Africa Forum on sandboxes for data. This is a project that we will initiate in early 2023. It is a mechanism that is very much inspired also by the methodology that we've been applying with the contact groups, where you heard the concrete outcomes and implementation pathways at INJPN, but applying those to an area that we believe is of utmost importance and urgency, with the focus on Africa in particular, by creating a very fast-paced 12-month multi-stakeholder process. We are currently in the stages of inviting interested partners to engage in this mechanism, and it will be a mechanism that will be very concrete and outcome-oriented. And in order to show you a little bit more about what we'll be doing over the course of these 12 months, we'll have a first part that will run up to June 2023, where we will start with the curation and adaptation of the recently created learning materials and also content, where we contextualize the Datasphere, where we had the cross-border digital policy report on Africa and the community that we've built together with INJPN, and also a report that we had created as a pioneering entity as part of the G7 presidency of the United Kingdom on cross-border sandboxes for data, which is a completely new concept, but it's a very empowering concept when one thinks along the lines of data spaces across borders. We will create an introduction course to actually enable stakeholders in Africa to onboard themselves relatively quickly on all of this information that is just fresh off the press. So the community in Africa will be the first one exposed to this curated knowledge, and will also enable a expert certification mechanism, so that experts that go through this learning module, and we would love to actually also enable utilization of that substance through the multitudes of different learning platforms that are available in Africa from different partners, so that they can then engage in a second part of this particular initiative, which will then be the Africa Forum itself, which will be a space for multi-stakeholder workshop, where we'll bring together technologists, policymakers, civil society, global experts to engage on a peer-to-peer learning and mentorship mechanism on the basis of the knowledge that they've already been onboarded on. And what excites us the most will actually be then the final part, where we'll try to simulate 1 to 3 Pan-African cross-border sandboxes for data, where we'll try to also, by doing so, identify the most promising candidates for subsequent implementation with selected partners, countries, and also technologies that might be necessary. We are not only talking about regulatory sandboxes across borders, we are also talking the operational realization of such sandboxes and data spaces across borders. And we believe that with all the knowledge we've curated so far, and also the expertise that we have in the 2 big networks that we've been engaging over the years, that there is really a wonderful momentum to maybe at the end of the next year have a few lighthouse projects that might be ripe for implementation. And what a wonderful thing would it be if this would come from Africa instead of the global north. Please, Vint.
You don't mind an interrupt in the middle. This is high priority, because when I think of sandbox, I think of little kids, in this little wooden box. Would you like to explain at some, level what the concept actually is, and how, maybe a little bit about how it's implemented?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. So we can quickly make a clear distinction between a regulatory sandbox and a operational sandbox. Regulatory sandboxes within the national context have already been used for policy experimentation. So when we look, for example, at sectors like the financial markets, they have been created in order to lift certain regulation or simplify certain engagement opportunities with existing legislation. And you can almost think of them like, free trade areas.
Okay, so Kate, I hope you'll forgive me for this. I really want to understand the point that's being made. So there are situations where you might say it's a tax-free zone, or there may some other benefit comes from investing in this particular area, and you call that a sandbox because it's isolated from everything else. Okay, so I get that part on the policy side. What's this other one?
Yeah, so the other one is the question, how do you operationalize this across borders? Because I think that's where the difficulty comes in. And that's also where the reference to the nomenclature, because sandboxes come from a IT world in reality, not only from kids playing in the sand, as I know well.
Now everyone can understand my confusion. I'm an IT guy. When he says sandbox, I think, okay, so we have cryptographic separation, we have isolation in the chipsets down at the bottom, and I'm trying to figure out how the hell does that work across okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. And Vint, you're one of the persons who can always interrupt us. So I think that's something that you've deserved. So this activity excites us quite a bit, but it's not the only thing that we'll be initiating next year. So for us, this is one activity that will actually feed into a global activity coming from different regions. We are already in advanced discussions with stakeholders in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are in the planning stages and identification of relevant also host countries and partners for a global summit that we would like to organize next year. And this global summit would aim mainly on responsible data sharing, because we do believe that this contextualization, also through the framing of the data sphere, would help us break these silos that Tim has explained through the literature review, that we have seen also in the different ecosystems that are working on data governance, and also, again, huge takeaways from our interactions here with the wonderful community in Africa, and also how they would like to be at the table where some of these discussions are being shared, but also be acknowledged for some of the very cutting edge and advanced approaches and concepts related to community data ownership and other things that might not be as familiar to representatives from the global north. So this is something that we'll announce later in the first quarter of 2023. And for those of you who are interested in engaging, we warmly welcome anybody. The core mechanism is already funded. However, we are investigating also to what extent specific verticals on themes like, for example, urban data exchanges across borders, or health-related questions, or e-payment-related questions might actually also be docked onto this overarching mechanism, so that we can also get some granularity in parallel activity. So I think that's enough said for anything that we've been doing over the past few years with Internet Jurisdiction and the Data Sphere Initiative. I would like to thank all of our speakers today, all of those who have intervened, and I think we still have how many? 10 minutes? 10 minutes left for Q&As, and Vint, you already kicked us off with a good question, and I'm sure there will be plenty of other ones, so don't hesitate, either online or here in the room, to raise your hands, and I already see a first hand coming. And if you agree, I would just collect 2 or 3 questions, and then we get back, depending on who actually can then answer it in the best fashion. Yeah? All right, so I have the first question here with us in the room. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. Oh, we do it there. Yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine. Just one question, okay? Okay, Yichen from Beijing Normal University, and also the member of the China IGF, and also the member of the Oxford Global Society. So basically, we are just publishing. We're publishing a book. It's academia, but we're publishing a book about the informational right and also data justice. So which is very connected to your project. I'm just asking because I look at your website. You say that you have a contact experts from the 5 continents. So if our members want to join your network, how could we do it? Yeah.
All right. Question is remembered. I'm going off to the next question. Anybody else in the room or online? If you're asking online or raising your hand, I currently cannot see anything. We might have to see and rely on our tech staff, on the colleagues that we have in the Zoom call. Exactly. I'm looking at it now. Do we have any raised hands there? We don't for the time being. Do we have any questions in the chat? So I don't see any of my colleagues raising their hands, so I think while maybe here in the room we are waiting for other folks to step forward and ask a question, let me maybe answer the question of our representative here from Beijing University and the work we've been doing. So, yes, so please, Vint.
So when I hear trans-border, I sometimes worry that this is, that the model people have is geographic and adjacency is taking place. But in the internet, everything is adjacent to everything. So I hope you're taking that into account when you say trans-border, you need to keep in mind that at least in the online world, literally every programmable device is adjacent to every other, absent firewalls and other kinds of constraints. Does that do anything funny to your concepts of trans-border data flow and sandboxing?
Thank you, Vint. So I think I'll quickly answer that question because it will loop also to the question of engagement from all of the continents. I think one thing that we have not introduced you to is the actual definition of the data sphere in our understanding, because the framing of the data sphere initiative and what we understand under the data sphere is that we see it as a three-dimensional complex dynamic system that has, of course, the data sets and what we constitute as data in our technical understanding. We then also have the human groups that might be interacting, processing, reaping benefits, extracting value from that, and it's going all the way from the individual level all the way to the Fortune 500 companies or states, for that matter. And then there is a dynamic area of the norms, and the norms can be regulation, they can be terms of conduct, codes of conduct, but they can also be algorithmically ingrained rules of how that interaction between the data subjects, for example, and the data itself is being ruled. And once we start framing many of these data governance questions through that perspective, we can start almost like in a computer tomography, splicing some of the perspectives that might be coming from a trade point of view, or that might be coming from a cross-border data governance in a classical kind of technological sense point of view. So to answer your question, Vint, and this is part still of the ongoing investigation, we very much see trans-border as something that we frame through the data sphere, not through a geographic map where we say, okay, this is there. Because once we start unpacking the whole notion of data sovereignty and the question of data localization, and you start explaining to stakeholders the realities of one file often not being, on one server at the same time, but being spliced between different areas because it's more cost effective, better for low bandwidth in Africa, etc., suddenly you're countering some of the ongoing narrative that things should be localized within geographic areas. So it's not the entire answer, but it certainly is something that keeps us awake at night and trying how to best also convey the complexity that this is not border to border, just over the pond and everything is fine, but there also is the whole notion of normative coherence and many, many other things that lead to the complexity. Yeah. I think before I come to you, I quickly answer our colleague from Beijing that was also very patient with us. So to answer your question, the organization is global by design, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that we are perceived as a legitimate actor in the ecosystem. So there is a lot of very relevant work going on all of the continents, which is why we are very open to engagement through the structure, be it through a friend of the data sphere, a project partner, or through an institutional actor, while at the same time also aligning with some of the core values that we believe are actually ingrained into what it means to responsibly unlock the value of data for all. So I would suggest that you reach out formally, and then we will bring our board and also our stakeholders together and will investigate to what extent there might be also a way of actually collaborating with each other and understanding more about the data spaces that are also being created in the People's Republic, for that matter. Thank you. So, let me get to you. Please introduce yourself and then also ask it.
Thank you very much, Martin. Claudio Lucena, Paraíba State University in Brazil. And currently I'm a member of the National Privacy and Data Protection Council. The fact that there are no more questions is certainly because of the richness of the material you all presented. Thank you very much for the insights. Thank you, all the team and the fellows. I'm really left here with a more objective questions concerning the two kinds of sandboxes that you mentioned to us. You have already delved into it. I would like to know a little bit more. If you could explain to which extent or to what extent are you referring to when you mention an operational sandbox? How far will you go in the operation of this cross-border sandbox? Thanks a lot again.
Yes, thank you very much for that question, and I'll be waiting for others. Yeah, there's a second one, so I'll collect the second question. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Abdi Jalil Bacharbong. So I'm the president of House of Africa, based in Chad. So thank you for this initiative because it's very important for Africa. So my question is that what is the value or the place of end user, internet end user on that African end user on that project? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then I also have Orabile here. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for that question. My name is Warabile, and I actually sit in the African Union high-level panel on emerging technology that's actually involved in the drafting of the African continental AI strategy. One of the issues that we've really been grappling with, I think, as a committee in that initiative is when you look around the emerging debates in the global digital discourse has really been about digital sovereignty, right? And trying to define where Africa's position would actually lie and the controversies around it, basically. And not only in the global north, but we are kind of seeing many African or global north countries trying to assert their position as well. For example, the South African government has launched the draft cloud and data policy framework. So the whole issue, I think for me, basically the question has really been about the contestation around the governance of emerging technologies and what really data governance framework would look like in the African context. So my question is perhaps around whether these discussions are relevant and what exactly are we going to be regulating here, or what exactly are we regulating in this instance? Because many times we kind of talk about data governance, but we don't really define what exactly we should be governing. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much for those three questions, because they all also weave into each other. And this is where things get exciting, because it's about the silo breaking. So I would like to start with the question that we got from Chad concerning the value for the end user also in that regard. Because as you know, there's already a very ambitious data policy framework that has just been, endorsed by the African Union, which sets a wonderful ambition of, what could be done to also empower African stakeholders to reap the benefits that are relevant for the continent and not for the other regions. But at the same time, each time folks talk about this framework, there's the question of implementation and also institutionalizing and getting things going within national legislation. And it is intrinsically international. It will demand international cooperation. It will demand also technical solutions at one point and awareness and literacy in order to do so. So we are very hopeful that with the speediness of at least the Sandboxes project, and there will be plenty others that we are planning, we at the very least do our part in putting something forward that is more concrete now as is being asked from the region, and we welcome comments like yours throughout the entire exercise, because that's what the platform is that we would like to provide to exactly also go in what is the value of data from an African point of view in this regard. And those are questions, trust me, that in the global north nobody has found any answer for yet either. So it really is something that is quite relevant. I hope you don't mind if I use another 3 minutes to answer the remaining questions, because I was already informed that we should, wrap up, but it would be a shame not to answer some of the questions. And I invite also my panelists that, are online or here to react. But for the question...
I can add...
yes, Carolina, jump in.
Yes, thank you. So if I can add to some of the discussions around sandboxes and also highlight the discussion in the chat, and what Vince was saying, right? Of course, the technology allows for flow. The internet was built like that in a neutral and sharing and open way. A lot of it is based on the idea of commons, so far and so on. But the reality is that we have already over 160 legislations around the world that in a way or another asks for some form of data localization in certain way, right? So you do have this governmental led fragmentation that creates problems for legal interoperability and there's create barriers for cross-border data flow, even if we don't like try to use the word boundaries instead of borders, but we do have that reality legally. And one thing we've seen in the research and point out, for example, in the governance atlas where we point out actors, a lot of actors are developing grassroots or even international organizations are developing international organizations level set of principles around how data should be governed for communities, for example, regional populations or patients, right? So all that impacts how data will flow. Just now, this morning in another event that our colleague Bertrand is also present, we were presenting our research where we benchmarked over 34 principles coming from grassroots, but also international organizations on data. So that's the importance of thinking more and more of mechanisms to allow cross-border data flow, and the sandboxes is for that. And the question that touched the issue of operational sandboxes, and I'm finalizing here, there are lots of technologies coming to help with this flow, like privacy enhancing technologies. And there is a lot of testing that needs to happen, even for policymakers to understand what they allow and how they work, and how they would support flow that is respecting, that is rights respecting. So I just want to finish here, but again, as Martin said, we are embarking in a year-long exercise. While the region is Africa, I think the discussion will be globally relevant. So please keep in touch if you're interested in joining that effort.
Yes, thank you, Carolina, for the complementary answers, and also quickly then to our colleagues here from Paraguay and also from the African Union panel. So how far will the operational sandboxing go, and are the discussions of the AI, also data governance nexus, relevant? For the second one, yes, they're utmost extremely relevant. And how far will we go operationally? I mean, this is all a means to an end to actually come to a point where we start having an honest discussion of how future data governance protocols might be looking like. And we are not talking about protocols in the sense of, legal frameworks, but we are talking about a technical stack that at one point will be necessary to enable free flow of data with trust. If I, quote the Japanese G7 presidency, this is coming up, and the IGF next year will of course be in Kyoto. But this is something that will need building blocks. This will need charters, code of conducts of the different data communities. This will need to have also an investigation of potential licensing of trusted data exchanges in this regard. And as we have here Vint, who is very much behind the existing infrastructure that we are currently leveraging for the greater good also of our societies, nevertheless, there's a lot of work to be done across silos, because there's a lot of different knowledge here. And to refer, and I stop with that, also to what Carolina mentioned concerning the different technical new innovations that are coming, those are all actors that we are engaging at this stage. We are talking to folks working on homomorphic encryption, on synthetic data, on pseudo-anonymization of data in health. So those are the cutting edge developments right now. They haven't really found themselves yet into any legal document because they are so fresh. And we just came back from meetings in Silicon Valley against the backdrop of those massive layoffs. So they're also waking up like, the normal approach doesn't work. And I see you, Alison. And we had a long discussion there with representatives from this new ecosystem of responsible AI also, who were telling us, listen, we are desperate to actually have some type of data governance mechanism that also helps us to reduce bias, because we cannot, in many cases, transparently investigate the algorithms that we have at our disposal. So those things are really interconnected, and having this cross-silo discussion is of utmost importance, and we don't really have much time to wait on embarking on this, which is why we said that's the next big thing, and we really need to throw all of our weight and experience and legitimacy behind it. Alison, I saw you also had a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond both to the acknowledgement around the all devices being adjacent and the internet as it exists, and the concerns, of course, that this diverse legislation is causing fragmentation of the internet, and to just refer to that in the context of the African Union Data Policy Framework, which is trying to address the fact that while people describe free and open internet, the actual outcomes of that were extremely uneven. And so I think part of the creating a common framework but it also acknowledges the data as a strategic asset for Africans, and to build data value creation in Africa, and to build public value creation, which has not been a priority of the outcome of data products and norms at the moment, is really to try and redress the current very uneven distribution of both harms and opportunities that we see across the world, and that we've seen very much in Africa. So, while completely acknowledging that the fragmentation is not something we want as free-flowed integrated internet that we do, we have to develop a common basis for managing that will allow actually that free, because it simply wasn't available. A whole lot of this data just simply not available for the majority of Africans. And so I think this framework, and just to go to Warabile's questions, is really a framework it sets up the data policy framework for the artificial intelligence and advanced networking kind of stuff that the NEPAD initiative is trying to look at. Obviously, it's still very high-level principles, and it's going to be in the implementation that's going to be the key. But I think it's precisely to address some of those unequal outcomes that we currently have.
Yes, I think you're perfectly right, and also, again, referring to the framework here, because I think it also closes a little bit the whole development that we saw over the course of the week, of the launch of the report, and also now the announcement of some of the next activities. And it's exactly this perspective that I think we should really bring also into those discussions, and also making sure that we have a lot of representatives from the continent at the very beginning in the mix, because there's a lot of added value here, actually, to contribute to the global discussions that have been taking place without African participations for way too long. So with this, I thank everybody so much, online and offline here, for having indulged us for at least 10 minutes in addition. Very much looking forward to hearing additional, questions and also remarks online. Don't hesitate to reach out to anybody, be it here to my teammate here, Tracy, and also our friend Joshua. And same goes for things related, of course, to the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network, which will keep also pushing forward its very important activities in the coming years to come, because, we are surrounded by a very complex digital ecosystem, and data governance is important, but there are also many other things that need immediate action, and this is where we hope to contribute. So with this, I'm closing the session, and I hope you enjoy the reception that I guess is being organized downstairs. So thank you very much.